Valhalla is a place reserved only for true warriors who have fallen on the battlefield and achieved legendary feats of glory. No one knows why our main character ended up there, but he truly did perish during an incredibly fierce battle right in the middle of a gaming match. It was during a super intense international tournament, and just as he was about to completely dominate the Chinese team, he kicked the bucket. That's how he ended up in this place. Looking at his gaming records, his achievements are so epic that others would have to kneel in reverence to the legendary feats he pulled off in-game. He can even sync those skills in Valhalla like his X-ray vision that lets him see through any obstacle, his max-level dragon riding, and now he's even been granted a blessing by the goddess. A blessing that makes him immune to all kinds of pain. But enough talk, let's get started. The story has come to an end and the admin has finished it, so I hope you all enjoy it. The story kicks off with Taeho appearing on the big screen amidst a loud, chaotic crowd. Spectators are flooding into the arena waiting to witness one final brutal match. It's finally here. The crowd roars as people appear on the stage. The MC introduces our main character, the 6-time world champion MVP. The 7-time world champion MVP Taeho walks out looking dangerous. That is indeed Lee Taeho. The spotlights hit him, but Taeho is trembling before these oversized monsters. Seeing his opponents, he stutters, "Are you talking about my name?" Taeho and the white-haired lady are surrounded by giants. The bald one mumbles, "Taeho sounds like a weird name." The blonde one starts critiquing his outfit, and the clothes are even weirder. The bald one adds, "You're just a tiny little guy, I know that." The other guy replies. Suddenly, these two old dudes look at each other and say in unison, "Huh?" The bald one gets heated and points at the other. "You bastard, you're the one who killed me." The blonde one laughs triumphantly. "What's this? So it was you?" The two guys glare at each other, killing intent radiating off them. Taeho sees this and gets chills down his spine. He awkwardly looks at them. What's going on? Are you two former enemies?" The blonde guy's eyes are blazing smoke pouring from his nose like a bull. The bald guy isn't holding back either. His eyes glow with a grim light, looking like the king of hell. They start lunging at each other to spar. At the same time, they trade insults. "You only made it to Valhalla because of me." The bald guy laughs. "That's a good fight." The old guy asks the blonde one again, "But if you're here too, does that mean you died right after?" The blonde guy replies, well, that's exactly what happened. "Back then I was taken down by some punk with a top knot. He shouted something and stabbed me in the gut." As he speaks, he points to the scar on his belly. The bald guy lets out a cheerful cry. "You finally avenged your father." The blonde guy, not quite getting it, just laughs along like it makes perfect sense. From fighting, these two start praising each other, leaving Taeho completely confused. "You taught your kid well. He'll become a top-tier warrior, won't he?" "He's already a great warrior." "Thanks, man." The bald guy laughs heartily. Taeho is frozen witnessing this one-of-a-kind scene. He thinks to himself, how the hell did I end up in this crazy place? Rewinding time, Taeho remembers his MVP match amidst the cheering crowds. It was clear he was about to win his 3rd consecutive title at the World Championships. Suddenly he collapsed in front of his keyboard. Taeho is mentally spiraling, scratching his head. Wait, did I really die then? Is this for real? This isn't a dream, is it? While he's losing his mind, wondering what the heck is going on, a hand points toward him. The white-haired lady introduces him. This person is a champion. He has won dozens of matches. The group of giants starts to get aggressive. A champion. The king of duels. He's a bit small, but he looks like he's got something. Great technique. I really want to fight him. Taeho turns pale watching this. The white-haired lady standing next to him is stunned. Taeho glances at her. Right, this is all that girl's fault. What's with the winking? The lady doesn't know what he's thinking, so she continues posing, showing his real-world scene in his memory. When Taeho collapsed after dominating the Chinese team, he kicked the bucket. Taeho watches from behind. Is that me? A blinding light flashes. The white-haired lady floats before Taeho. The soul of a warrior who lost his life after the battle. The Valkyrie reaches out her hand to him. Come with me. Taeho is shocked. Lost my life. An aura radiates from her. I'm really dead. He is stunned. The lady looks at him gently. Come with me. Taeho is flustered. Go where, to what place? Don't tell me it's hell. She grabs his hand while the poor guy is still confused, and suddenly she pulls him away and they fly off. She looks back at him. To Valhalla! Taeho screams in terror. What Valhalla? His shout echoes through the city, ending the flashback. Taeho returns to reality. Valhalla. Isn't that the afterlife from Norse mythology? Only fallen warriors can go there. I remember reading that in the game. Could they have mistaken me for some great warrior? Looking at that expression, I've got the picture. Taeho quickly stammers out an explanation to the guy with white hair. I'm not some kind of warrior. I'm just a pro gamer, someone who plays video games. The white-haired guy looks confused. Games, you mean duels like one-on-one combat? Taeho waves him off. No, not like that. Can you send me back to where... Before he can finish, a horn blares out. A guy with 2 horns is blowing it loudly. The white-haired man quickly takes command. We're under attack. Everyone get ready to fight. The crowd starts rushing forward in a frenzy. Taeho panics, shouting, "This is total chaos!" The battle between humans and beasts erupts, and mad wolves start lunging at them. They're fighting with everything they've got. The giants are putting up a fierce defense. The scene is absolute bedlam. Taeho watches, thinking to himself, this is insane. He's trembling, gripping a sword for the first time. What am I supposed to do? He's never held a real sword before. Taeho hesitates. I must have died to end up in a place like this. A creature with a bull's head and a horse's tail lunges at him with a giant rock. If I die again, what happens then? As he panics, the wolf-like creature starts its attack. Bayon, who appeared out of nowhere, stands right behind him and warns, "Get down, you idiot!" Then he starts his counterattack. Time to give this wolf a taste of my steel. The wolf is sent flying by his punch. The raw power is terrifying. Bayon turns back to ask, Taeho, you don't know anything about sagas, do you? Taeho stares at him blank-faced. Bayon glares back. Taeho stammers, terrified, Sagas! Bayon says, brimming with pride. You've come to Valhalla, which means you achieved something great in your life, he continues. Here, achievement equals power. The mightier the warrior, the more legendary their name. Taeho is stunned. Achievement. He racks his brain but comes up with nothing. His face scrunches up. He's speechless. He has no idea what kind of achievement he could possibly have. He just spent his life eating and playing games. Suddenly, a flash of a cool, impressive-looking knight pops into his head. He jolts awake. Wait a second. But his character has the Immortal Warrior achievement, Khalsar. A surge of power suddenly rushes through his body. He's shocked. This is... Bayon points to the glow on his hand. So you have a saga too, huh? You can see the floating text in front of you, right? Taeho's eyes begin to light up. Yeah, I can. I don't know what language this is, but somehow I can read it. It's like a translator is showing up in his mind. The screen displays Saga Immortal Warrior. Synchronization 1% complete. Taeho feels like that warrior. It's consuming him. His posture turns menacing. Under Bayon's curious gaze, he thinks the Immortal Warrior title belongs to Khalsar. If I can use Khalsar's power, Taeho starts to get carried away, completely ignoring Bayon, who is speechless behind him. I am the strongest person in the world. Bayon breaks his daydream. Watch out in front of you. Taeho looks up dazed. What? A wolf appears right in front of him, preparing to strike. It slams down with a crushing blow that sends him flying. That looked pathetic. I must have flown at least 10 meters. Taeho struggles to regain his footing, panting heavily. 1% of Khalsar's power. There's no way it's this weak. The wolf in front of him is still in a fighting stance. Taeho thinks Khalsar should be able to take out an opponent like this easily, right? Is there something wrong with the saga? He summons the system again. The text from earlier is still there. Taeho makes a disgusted face as he reads it. He screams like a madman. Is this an insurance contract or what? Write in a bigger font. Behind him, Bayon lets out a hearty laugh. This guy's interesting. He says, then offers a word of advice. I can only help you this far. The saga isn't over yet. Keep writing your own story. As he walks away, he introduces himself. My name is Bayon. Try to survive, we'll meet again. Taeho looks up at the beast. 1% of Khalsar's power. He charges forward. Even if it's just 1%, that's enough. He runs toward a sword that's buried in the ground. Khalsar is a superhuman who could take down 100 soldiers by himself. Taeho slides in and grabs the sword. Even while in a combat stance, he can't stop thinking about his legend alongside Khalsar. He narrowly dodges the wolf's attack. He begins his counterattack, a slash that flies past that baboon-faced creature. In an instant, he's behind it. Its eyes are filled with hatred. The cheers from before and Kalsar's power, it's his power now, a storm that wipes out the enemy. Like a hurricane, Teoho's Kalsar power erupts. He unleashes the warrior's flurry, it's like a tempest. He quickly lops the beast's head off. Teoho leaps up and flips a few times, letting out a mighty shout. He lands under the curious gazes of everyone nearby. He pants. Is this a new saga added just by recalling an achievement? Maybe this is an agility boost. With this new saga ability, he stands up and looks at the chaos around him. I'm definitely going to survive. Behind the door, a small party is happening. Clinking glasses, everyone is celebrating. The blonde guy laughs and points at the bald guy. So you're still alive, huh? That was just a warm-up, the bald guy replies. The bald guy answers, right here. Teoho is busy devouring a chicken leg, ignoring all the noise around him. He eats with his mouth full, scanning his surroundings. A night party, huh? They're only serving meat and booze. I checked it's safe to eat. But suddenly, someone slammed the table and shouted, making him jump. If you want better food, then rank up and become a warrior. Bion explained that this is a banquet hall for recruits and low-ranking warriors, so the food and drinks are only at a basic level. Teho asked in confusion, Bion, are you a low-ranking warrior too? Bion just laughed heartily. I only came to check on you. Teho replied, I understand now. Thanks to you, I survived. I'm very grateful. If you hadn't told me about the epic... Suddenly he thought of something. He asked Bion, by the way, what happens if I die here? Bion replied cheerfully, if a soul dies here, they turn into an iron warrior. They won't feel pain or hunger anymore and will fight forever. Doesn't that sound wonderful? What? Teho's eyes widened. That's not an iron warrior, that's an iron coffin, no way. No way. I'm going to die here, Never Bion continued. Soon you will find out what the mission of your legion is. Teho asked back Legion. Bion pointed. Looks like it's starting. As he finished speaking, a warrior stepped out and a loud voice began to resonate. Hear me, warriors. We have witnessed everyone's performance today, Zeppelin declared clearly. Now I will announce the legion that you will join. Teho was stunned. The warrior goddess Bion introduced Zeppelin, Odin's daughter, who belongs to the nobility. Regilip shouted, Now look at your cup. You will see the name of the one you swore to be loyal to. Bion continued telling Teho, all of us will be assigned to one of the Asgardian gods' legions. You will gain even more power thanks to that god. Teho looked at the glowing cup and prayed silently, please let it be Odin or Thor. The next day began with a scene of Teho and Hedda rowing a boat somewhere. Teho sat silently as if he were thinking about something. Leaving Hedda to row until her hands were raw, Teho looked up. They said it was a god's legion, but... He scratched his head in frustration. Why is just me all alone? Hedda asked, confused. Teho, why have you been acting like this for a while? She reassured him. Don't worry, our legion also has power. It can resist others, Teho asked foolishly. What, no superiors to yell at you and no subordinates causing trouble? Hedda spoke. Hearing Hedda describe it, Teho was surprised. Isn't that heaven? Am I really the only one there? At Idun's legion, going back to the previous night, a magical light inside the cup was shining, drawing Teho's awe and Bion's satisfaction. Your cup revealed the name Idun. Idun is the goddess of spring and fertility, the one who keeps things ageless. Besides being responsible for the immortality of the goddesses and gods, she is also associated with youthfulness. Oh my goodness. Thor! Oh, Odin! Tyr! Mother, I did it! So happy. While everyone was cheering upon knowing their legions on this side, Teho was still wondering about his new legion. Idun, I've never heard of this name. Teho looked up at Bayon worriedly. He had a bad feeling. Bayon looked at him with pity and said, Take care, Teho. His mouth hung open with an uncertain expression. What does that mean? It was as if he wanted to say, hang in there. Suddenly someone shouted, Odin! She waved her hand, Odin's legion over here. All the recruits were gradually finding their legions. On this side, Teho was still standing in place. Idun! Idun! He looked left and right, but he couldn't see his legion anywhere. Idun! A voice caught his attention. Hedda, with a bored expression, yawning. Idun! She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Teho. He scratched his head. May I ask? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Huh. I'm a member of the Idun Legion? She excitedly approached Teho. A recruit, huh? Is this real? How long has it been? Since we had a new member. Nice to meet you. My name is... Instead of being as excited as Heda, Teho blushed because she was too close. He held his breath. So close, so close. Returning to reality, he asked her, Heda, what will we be fighting against here? And why is that? He looked at her thoughtfully. Heda started to cast magic. I'll tell you. The world looks like this. Where we are is Asgard. It's right here located above Muspelheim. This is where giants, demons, and evil forces are invading. Teho was curious. What does the red color mean here? That place is called Yggdrasil, but it has been destroyed. Now we are on the front lines. We are in a battle with enemies who want to destroy the world. Hearing Heda say that, he was stunned. Could it be Ragnarok? How do I see this in a game? Heda was a bit surprised that Teho knew this. She nodded. That's right. We are in the middle of Ragnarok, which holds the fate of the whole world. She said it grandly. We are fighting to protect the world, but in reality we are just fighting to survive. Teho was stunned. Can you move between worlds? A sudden provocative thought popped into his head. Could I actually make it back to my own world? As the boat pulled up to a cave, Heda spoke up. We're here. They both headed into the cave. This is the goddess's shrine. Since you're a warrior of the goddess now, you should go in and show some respect, don't you think? Inside the cave was a hidden passage. Teho marveled at the sight before him. He opened his mouth and asked, I'm going to meet the goddess here. Heda explained, no. Not in person. You'll see her from afar. The goddess lives high above. She handed him an apple from the altar. Try dropping this. Teho was stunned. With the golden apple in hand, he stood before the statue and dropped it, nervous about whether this would actually work. As the apple fell, a flash of light appeared. The goddess had manifested. It was Izun, the goddess of life and youth. She reached out her arms to welcome him. Li Teho, my warrior. Come closer. Teho was awestruck by what was happening right before his eyes. Now it was just him and the goddess face to face. Teho gasped and immediately knelt on one knee to show his reverence. Like water flowing downstream, his body felt a sense of grace. The goddess bestowed her power upon him. I shall bless you. It will protect you from death. This is the Guardian's life mantra. Teho felt as if he were reborn, becoming stronger than ever. Whoosh! Power surged through him, his whole body glowing. He was overjoyed by this newfound strength. The chronic illnesses he'd dealt with as a programmer, the back pain, carpal tunnel syndrome, tech neck, and indigestion, all those symptoms had completely vanished. The goddess smiled. I look forward to your future achievements. Teho snapped back to reality. Heda told him, You've been blessed. Izun is the goddess of immortality and youth. Now you'll be able to endure the pain of the battlefield until your final breath. It will be very hard for you to lose your life, for you have been granted her vitality. Teho ignored what Heda was saying. He was just blushing. She's so pretty. He sat up, eyes still fixed on Heda. If I get stronger, will the blessing get stronger? Just how bad does it have to be for our unit to get the nickname, the Undead Legion? Self-correction / refined for context. Just how bad must it be for our unit to be nicknamed the Undead Legion? Teho bowed his head in deep thought. He asked Heda, Once I defeat all the enemies, can I return to the place where I lived before? He looked at her with determination, then started to act smug. That'll definitely make her blush. Seeing him like that, Heda smiled. Does he really think he can actually do it? He's so cute. She reached out, offering to help him up. If the war ends, like you said, of course, only if we win. If you want to return, then you're free to go, she said. He reached out his hand. Of course I have to go back. What's so fun about this crazy place anyway? Their hands clasped together. Teho felt a rush to his head. Her hand was so warm and soft. He couldn't help but be charmed by Heda's cuteness. He was feeling a little bit happy now. Scene changed to another world. Teho typed in the code to open his front door. Heda was thrilled to see him. He opened the door and walked in. Heda beamed, Welcome home. Today was such a long day, huh? Perfect timing. She scooped up a piece of meat and held it out to him. Say ah. Teho felt shy, his cheeks turning bright red, his eyes brimming with love. He opened his mouth ready to receive the piece of love meat, but he froze when he realized what was in his mouth was a shoe. Teho spat it out. The shoe still had his teeth marks on it. He rubbed his cheek while chewing. This tough piece of meat pulled me right out of my dream. Haida asked kindly, "Are you okay?" "Hey." She was embarrassed. "The meat is a bit tough, huh? Work hard and rank up," she encouraged him. "If we rank up, we'll get more perks, better food, and better housing. So give it your all." Taeho's background shifted to the romantic atmosphere of the Han River. Taeho's delusions had reached a god-tier level. "Let's do this." Haida said at the training grounds. She instructed Taeho, "Every time you defeat an enemy, you'll receive something called an ancient script." Thinking back to that time, I felt this red energy. I'm being absorbed into my body. Taeho recalled the moment he defeated the wolf beast. Haida replied, "Right. So maybe you've already collected a few ancient scripts." He activated the scripts, looking at what appeared on his hands. "I can use these scripts to boost the stats I want to get stronger." Haida nodded. "That's right." He wondered, strength, vitality, agility, that's clear enough. But what about magic and willpower? Haida explained thoroughly. Magic will enhance your magical attacks and bolster your magic defense. Willpower increases your defense focus and mental clarity. Taeho thought, I get it. He then posed another question. By the way, can epic stats be enhanced with magic? Epics are very special, so you can't improve them just by using stats. The more people who know the story and the greater their faith, the more its power grows. Sometimes an epic can even become stronger than reality itself, like the legend of catching a snake. Transforming into a legendary dragon slayer as a low-level warrior is actually pretty simple. They usually just boost their strength and speed. Of course, that's impressive enough on its own. But an epic legend isn't just about that. An epic is the embodiment of a legend, so its influence can be incredibly diverse. Haida explained in great detail, you can craft shape-shifting weapons or even summon an entire army. Taeho listened intently as she gave him her final advice. But remember one thing, unleashing your epic power and making it even stronger depends entirely on you. Taeho took it seriously. My own story, huh? A bell rang interrupting their talk about epics, but the bell ringer kept at it enthusiastically. The whole barracks went silent with only the sound of the bell ringing. Haida turned to Taeho and asked, You understand now, right? We have deployment orders. Taeho didn't seem ready yet when suddenly a purple light appeared out of nowhere. Taeho stared at the portal, stunned, as Haida pointed to the mysterious gate. Go through that purple portal. You'll arrive at the staging area. Once everyone has gathered, we'll head to the battlefield. Taeho stood there, fully geared up. He still felt a bit awkward as Haida straightened his collar. All right, that's it. All done perfect. You look pretty good, don't you think? Haida evaluated her work and brushed off his clothes. I'll be heading back. Taeho started to walk away awkwardly, but she called out to him. Taeho! He blushed, turning his head back timidly. Don't die. She said it before he could. His level of awkwardness hit the max, so he just gave a thumbs up to show he was okay. Didn't you say it's really hard to take my life? By the blessing of Lord Izun. Haida smiled. He then walked firmly toward the mysterious portal. Haida watched him from behind. As he stepped through, he was stunned by what he saw. Giants from other legions. Taeho looked around, dazed. So many people. Is a huge battle about to break out? A giant hand suddenly slammed into his back. Hey, kid. He turned around to see Bion, who waved his hand. You've still got that same fighting spirit. Good to see you again. Bion grinned, looking him over. You look better than before. Is your assigned Valkyrie a very beautiful girl? Taeho blushed at the question, and Bion slapped his back hard again. Aren't all Valkyries beautiful? All right, go find your legion. Unlike yesterday's battle today, there would be a commander. A commander named Ragnan, looking fierce, stood there. Another one from the Izun Legion, huh? He didn't ask. All eyes were on him. Ragnan pointed behind him. You standing there, you look ridiculous. Get to the back of the line. Taeho stepped back timidly. Yes, sir. Then Ragnan began to speak loudly. Let's start with introductions. I am Ragnan of the Hamden Legion. I will lead you into the battlefield. This battle is to reclaim the territory that the No have invaded. We will be dropped right into the heart of the battlefield where the fighting is at its most intense. Forward, warriors of Valhalla, for Asgard and the 9 realms. Everyone responded with a roar. Each legion had its own portal to the battlefield. Ragnan shouted, I will lead the way, follow me. And everyone cheered. The true leader, a real man, Ragnan. Taeho was sweating. I can't see a thing. All the warriors moved toward a place covered in ice and snow. Everyone wore a fierce expression. A two-horned warrior shouted, "The reinforcements are here, all right? Let's push them back." Suddenly, a howl distracted everyone. It was the silhouette of a werewolf up high. Everyone stared at it in confusion. "What is that?" The werewolf jumped down from above into the crowd. One swing of its hammer sent everyone flying. The scene was total chaos. Smoke and steam poured from the wolf's mouth and nose. The spot where he landed cracked open, leaving everyone stunned. "Oh man, that's insane. Is that their commander?" Everyone looked at each other worried. "It's huge. At least 4 or 5 times bigger than the others." "Hey, you lot. Are you just going to stand there with your mouths hanging open?" A portal appeared behind them. While the wolf was looking at the gate, everyone took the chance to keep moving forward. Ragnan commanded, but the wolf suddenly grew even larger. Everyone was stunned. "What the hell is this?" One swing of the wolf's hammer sent everyone flying everywhere. It was clear they were no match for it. Taeho stood there without moving an inch. Yes, he stood there, face devoid of emotion. The wolf roared right in his face, covering him in drool. He muttered to himself, "Which idiot opened this portal anyway?" A fierce battle broke out between the monster White Fang and Taeho. Taeho looked at the massive thing in front of him, trying to steady himself. "Stay calm. Just think of it like taking down a boss in a game." He was tense. Now Taeho watched as White Fang raised its hammer. "It's about to smash me. I just need to focus on that massive hammer. Just one hit and I'm done for. With this tiny shield..." "There's no way I can block that." He imagined his shield shattering into pieces before White Fang. With that, he decisively threw the shield away. "I'll use every single ancient spell I've got, even though 5 isn't many." Taeho began casting magic, pouring everything into his agility. He stood fired up before the massive monster. White Fang swung its hammer at him. "I can see it!" He effortlessly dodged the attack. The others watched the scene unfold. I can't help but be impressed he actually dodged it. White Fang swung his hammer again, sweeping through that crowd of onlookers. It's getting even more ferocious. This terrifying strength has Taeho a bit frozen. He starts calculating his next moves. Just dodging won't get him anywhere. "Maybe I should try attacking its legs," he shouts to everyone. "Aim for its legs. Stop it by attacking its legs." The crowd rushes in, but except for Taeho, they all get blown away instantly. Taeho just stands there, stunned. Can't he think of another way? The monster charges right at him. He grits his teeth. The only thing he can think of right now is that. He pours all his strength into his legs. Epic storm chasing warrior. He leaps narrowly, dodging White Fang's strike. A crater forms where the hit missed. In that moment, Taeho promised himself he would survive this battlefield, at any cost. He wants to see Hedda again because he remembers her advice. Unlocking the power of his own epic and making it stronger than anything else all depends on him. And finally, Taeho stopped hesitating. "Brain, stop with the flashback nonsense," he shouts aloud. "No death flags, please, I'm begging you." Sorry, the brain replies. He's still deep in thought. The storm-chasing warrior epic has only ever been used for speed until now. Could I evolve it further? Push past this speed boost. At the last second, Taeho has a bold idea. For instance, he starts kicking the air. He launches himself even higher. He grits his teeth, his face contorted by the sheer speed, and dives straight at White Fang. A massive explosion rings out. White Fang takes a heavy hit to the head. That's gotta hurt. Taeho lands, creating a crater. White Fang is in agony, blood gushing from its head. Even Taeho is shocked. That was close. I actually survived. Must be Izun's blessing, right? He looks back at the monster, which is screaming in pain. This is my last chance to finish it. Right now I need a weapon. He starts summoning his sword. Taeho lunges powerfully toward White Fang. He leaps with immense strength. This is real power, not just because he's the main character. Okay, everyone is completely frozen, their frantic eyes watching it as if they want to crush everything on this earth. A woman has been silently observing everything. She picks up a chess piece and says slowly, "Looks like we've won." That woman is Razg. She bows respectfully to report the situation to Kiji. Razg says, "I report to Odin." The crow replies, "I'm not Odin, I'm Hugin the crow." Razg sighs. The crow continues, "So did anyone catch your eye?" Razg is silent. "No one in particular." "Well, I suppose so. Those people were just the lowest level warriors anyway," Hugin says. Razg speaks up. "Actually, there was one among them." "I did have my eye on one person." Taeho is dazed, barely recovered when cheers erupt. We won. Victory is ours, glory to Odin. Taeho, covered in grime, stands up. Looking at this crowd reminds him of something. These cheers feel a little familiar. He looks at the sword in his hand, this Junfang sword. It used to be a super rare weapon in the game, but after that, it's just a common low-level weapon now. So this is my current status, huh? He looks ahead with determination. I want to keep hearing these cheers. I want to become even stronger. Everyone is chanting his name, God of War Taeho. I will become the greatest in Valhalla. A hand pats his shoulder. Well done, Taeho. He turns around. Oh, wait a minute, wasn't that supposed to be a spectacular final blow? Beyond praises him, you've really started using your epic more skillfully. Taeho is happy. Thanks to you and Hedda. Beyond thinks, it's truly amazing that you can summon a sword out of thin air. Taeho nods. I was surprised too. It seems like I can create it and dismiss it whenever I want. Beyond raises his arm. All right, time to go. Taeho asks, we're heading back now. Beyond points to a fortress in the distance. Our mission is to reclaim that fortress. Until then, we must keep watching from here. Taeho is disappointed. So, we're sleeping here in this cold place tonight. Taeho in his humble shack stretches out. He lies down on the bed. What a long, drawn-out day. I can't believe it's only been one day. He suddenly goes quiet. Silence is golden. If I can't be quiet, I shouldn't talk. He thinks, how much stronger have I actually gotten? Taeho asks himself. He raises his hand to summon his epic. Lines of text start appearing, Epic Immortal Warrior. Synchronization 5%, low-level runes 27, basic runes 2. Taeho is a bit happy. Oh, the sync rate went up. I've also got another epic slot. Does that mean I can use 2 epics at the same time? Suddenly, someone calls out to him, Warrior Taeho. The red-haired uncle looks at him and smiles. You have a visitor. Taeho is on guard. Why is he smirking like that? Everyone is staring at him, gossiping. Taeho feels a bit uneasy. What's with the look on everyone's faces? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Suddenly, they all seemed distracted by something. He turned bright red, completely flustered, because, well, the girl was just being a bit romantic. The reason was that Hedda was celebrating with them. She turned her head and softly called his name. A moment later, she saw Taeho looking awkward, his eyes squeezed shut, saying, I am so sorry. About 5 minutes earlier, Hedda had told Taeho, show them, Taeho. Show them every achievement you've earned in your life. He asked back, can you really show that to other people? If you want to, you can show them a long list of the quests you've completed. She read them and was horrified. Defeat General OCG Zasha. Defeat King OGEGANDAN. Defeat the 3-headed blue dragon. Conquer the giant mountains. Rescue Princess M. Modo. Defeat the Colonia army. Capture the Marino fortress. Push back the forest ice dragon hunt 50 times and more. And that was exactly why it led to the scene where Hedda was kneeling in apology like that. She kept tearing up, saying, oh my God, I had no idea I was standing in front of someone so legendary. I was so arrogant to show off in front of a master? Wait, I didn't mean to call you a newbie, I meant... Taeho comforted her. No, it's okay, please, just calm down. Seeing Hedda like this, Taeho blushed again. She was just as cute as when she was angry. I should explain right now. He stammered. Are these things just a game? She asked. Taeho nervously explained. That's right, I achieved those things. But it was in a virtual world. Everything was just fabricated. Hedda tried to process what he said, but couldn't quite grasp it. I half understand, but you achieved them yourself, right? She asked. I think that's impressive enough. Taeho was stunned. Esports people call that a sport. I wish I could do that. At least thanks to the military world. What is the world coming to? It felt quite strange to feel comfortable in the afterlife. He found the absurdity of it funny. Hedda got to the point. Anyway, to continue talking about the epics. You can create countless epics, but from what I see at your current level, once you create another epic, you might not be able to create more. For a period of time, so you have to be careful to avoid creating irrelevant things. Taeho wondered, only one. What should I aim for? To summarize his current epics from Immortal Warrior to merging with Cancer Task, from Windwalk to Speed Boost, from Warrior's Sword to Cancer Task's weapon crafting. He weighed his options. Right now I can use one skill. He hesitated. No, what I need right now is Dragon's Eye capable of seeing through everything. The Dragon's Eye power was terrifying. Hedda grew wary of the look on Teho's face. She asked, "Have you decided, Teho?" Teho took off his glasses. "This epic is to improve my vision," he muttered. "It's an ability to see everything in the game. Simply put, I can see every detail about my opponents. I can see everything about them, every nook and cranny." Teho flushed red at the sight unfolding before his eyes. Hedda was worried. "Teho, what's wrong?" She forced a smile. "Are you okay?" "You're scaring me. It looks like your head is about to explode." Teho looked at her. "Yeah, but I almost died just now." Hedda gave a warning. "Oh, it's almost time for me to leave." She encouraged him. "Anyway, now I understand how skilled you really are. You are going to become incredibly powerful." With that, she hugged him tightly. "The result is lucky, isn't it? Join our Izin Legion, okay?" Being hugged by a girl for the first time, Teho's emotions were at their limit. He screamed as a pink explosion erupted from the hut after Hedda left. A blue-haired man approached Teho's hut. He called out, "Warrior Teho, are you there?" Teho, who was wearing a metal helmet, replied, "Yes. What's the matter?" The guy introduced himself. "My name is Dot from the ULLD Legion." What was wrong with him? What? He continued, "A warrior from the CG division has joined the Ragnar division. Everyone is gathering at the division base, so I came here to guide you." Teho started using his magic. All of Dot's information appeared in his eyes. His name was Dot Wolfhunter, was just a nickname. And then he saw something he shouldn't have seen. He covered his face. "Turn off the X-ray vision." "I should turn off X-ray mode unless I really need it." Outside the weather was... Dot walked ahead and called back, "But I'm truly jealous being visited by a Valkyrie," Dot said, embarrassed. "I'm seriously jealous." "That's impressive and sounds cool too." Teho thought to himself, it's like having a celebrity visit. The benefits of the Izun Legion aren't bad. He ran forward to catch up with Dot. "Hey Dot, what are the blessings of ULLD? Dot held up 2 fingers. "Invisibility and tracking. You have to choose one of the 2 even though you can unlock both later." Dot cast a spell. "I choose invisibility." Teho gave him a thumbs up. "Stealth rewards are so cool," Teho said. "Explain it again." "Tracking is an ability to hunt down a target. You can find someone with even the smallest trace." Dosh nodded. "That's pretty neat." They finally reached the division. Dosh raised his hand. "We've arrived," he reported respectfully to someone. "Captain, I've brought the warrior Teho." Teho's jaw dropped. A woman. In front of him was a girl with an intense aura. Teho looked confused. This was the first time he'd seen a woman in Valhalla, and she wasn't a Valkyrie either. He scratched his head. "I am Lee Teho." CG stood up. "You're the warrior who defeated the giant slave, aren't you?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, warrior Teho." Teho was a bit wary. What is this overwhelming aura? CG's presence stunned him. It was stronger than any other warrior here. She told him, "The Supreme Commander will be here soon. Wait here." Teho felt awkward. "Yes, ma'am." CG of the ULLD Legion, the Hunter. Teho pursed his lips. She really has a powerful presence. Suddenly, a strange light drew everyone's attention. It was a Valkyrie. It was Dronzer. She descended slowly. Teho was amazed. "Amazing, that's a Valkyrie. Dronzer. But what's with that nickname? Did the warriors give it to her?" She introduced herself slowly to the crowd. "I am Dronzer of the Odin Legion. I am the Supreme Commander on this battlefield. As you know, Jägernen has fallen on the battlefield, so the Jägernen division will merge with the CG division." She then instructed, "Take good care of them, CG." CG acknowledged the order, and Dronzer took something out. She looked at the paper in her hand. "I have heard of all your achievements. I will reward those who have contributed the most. Warrior Teho." Teho's name was called out. "You defeated the giant slave, the captain of the slave division. You will receive a pouch of gold, an ancient rune, and 10 contribution points for your division." He tried to hold back his excitement. "I haven't even smiled yet. Am I becoming famous?" People started whispering, "The one who beat the giant slave. Isn't that the guy who was visited by a Valkyrie?" Everyone was buzzing. "Is it true as expected he's formidable? So cool. Damn it. I'm so jealous." Teho was stunned. No way. He felt helpless. So being visited by a Valkyrie is something to be admired. Defeating an SS rank boss? Darsarg straightened out every division. All right. Silence. Starting tomorrow afternoon, we will capture the fortress. We will use a special tactic, the Iron Rain, and the warriors here will be legendary. Everyone cheered. Iron Rain, Valhalla. I've been waiting for this Iron Rain. Taeho was suspicious. What is Iron Rain? He whispered to Dosh. Dosh, what's Iron Rain? Dosh, being clueless, replied, I don't know. Darsarg flew up to lead the entire division. Her voice was clear. Advance! Both sides faced each other. The Valhalla division surged forward powerfully. They were all filled with determination. A figure from above watched it all. It was the SS rank boss of this legion. Below, a fierce battle between human and beast was breaking out. A bloody battle. The day before, CG had been plotting the strategy. When the siege begins and the enemy's attention is focused on the front lines, one unit will climb the fortress wall and open the gates. To open the gate, we must reach the place called the control room. Ancient rune magic, Dosh mused. Are we going to cross the wall using the Iron Rain? Taeho pouted, looking at him as if he knew what he was talking about. But even he was wondering, what is Iron Rain? Is it teleportation magic? Taeho looked lost, snot still running from his nose. This thing was... He and 3 others were sitting on something. It was like a modern-day Ferris wheel. Iron Rain, Taeho screamed internally. Dosh gave a thumbs up. Are you not excited, Taeho? Taeho grimaced. Not really. The bald guy next to him cheered joyfully. Valhalla, here I come. Taeho looked at him. We're already in Valhalla, you idiot. The guy with the 2-horned helmet blew a horn, preparing for departure. The spinning device started to close. Taeho was alive but terrified. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed for help. Save me. The fortress was aimed straight at the area ahead. The fortress fired, blasting Taeho and the others away. In that moment, he could only pray to the heavens. Taeho was beyond terrified. Everyone felt thrilled, cheering non-stop. The enemies below didn't understand what was happening. The container rolled straight toward the chaos and slowly crashed into the fortress walls. The scene became incredibly chaotic. A short while later, upon landing, everyone in the container was dizzy. My back, I bit my tongue, Taeho cried out in despair. And yet I'm not dead. CG shouted, Prepare for battle. The enemy is coming. A leg of something slowly approached them. It was a swarm of giant spiders. Each one looked absolutely disgusting. Damn it, there are too many of them. Soon the division was surrounded. The giant spiders moved in groups of 5. If we take down the Alpha, the others will be useless. Dosh worried. But they look exactly the same, Taeho reassured him. We have to rely on luck. He activated his epic skill. As the name suggested, it was random. If I use Dragon's Eye, I can see them. Each one has a different name, Taeho shouted. I can tell them apart. I have the epic skill. CG quickly rushed over to him and hoisted him onto her back. Don't underestimate the power of women. Let's go, she said, ignoring Taeho, blushing. Yes. Then she told everyone, point your hands at the Alpha. Everyone focus your attacks on the one I attack. Taeho started using Dragon's Eye. I see it. He pointed at a spider. That one. Then he pointed to the second one. That one. The third one. One by one they were taken down. Everyone charged. Taeho and CG worked in perfect sync. The Alpha spiders were immediately wiped out by the Valhalla warriors. The battle temporarily shifted in favor of the humans. The other spiders lost their leader and became confused. CG stood by to protect Taeho. The spider army began to flee. Hala turned the tide of battle, giving humanity the upper hand for now. Without their leader, the rest of the spiders were in total disarray. CG stayed put, shielding Taeho while the spider army began to flee. A wolf starts blowing a horn, signaling the slave army to pour out. Seeing them swarming around is actually kind of entertaining. Damn it, they're coming again? CG tells Rot, finally we've gathered a separate squad. Keep them there while we head to the control room. They actually listened and obeyed, shouting, Yes, sir, loud and clear. She points to a Taeho warrior and says, You're coming with us too. She smiles, I'm entrusting him to you. The Taeho warrior just stands there silent at CG's words, and so the special unit formed by Rot is ready to move out. Rot suddenly grabs Taeho by the shoulder. Izun warrior, he says, then casts an invisibility spell. Rot's unit slips into the city, ignoring the fierce battle raging outside. The entire map is etched in my mind. There's a hidden door around here somewhere. Rot fiddles around until he finds the secret door. A passageway appears right before their eyes, and the three of them step inside. It connects to an emergency path leading to the control room. The deeper they go, the darker it gets naturally. Whether they're brave or just reckless, with sheer determination, the whole group keeps pushing forward. Taeho is horrified by the thick, tangled spider webs. He pulls one off his face, muttering, "Why are there so many webs?" He looks around. It seems like this place hasn't been used in a long, long time. Up on the ceiling, an eye is watching their every move. A spider beast is tracking their every action. The team pushes straight ahead, led by Rot, who turns back to warn them, "Watch your step, everyone." Taeho replies, "Got it." The bald guy lets out a regretful groan. The spider silently snatches someone up. Taeho points up, "Rot up there." Rot breaks into a cold sweat. "A nameless soldier. It's a Langchu." "You're too loud!" The soldier has already been nearly devoured by the Langchu. Rot is terrified. They're hungry. It ate him in the blink of an eye. There's no saving him now. Taeho warns Rot. It's not just one. They've been surrounded by a whole pack of Langchu. Rot starts to panic, but Taeho tries to calm himself down. "Stay calm, Taeho. What are their weaknesses?" A status window pops up before his eyes. Trait: Paralytic Venom. Weakness: Fire. He summons his legendary sword. "Whoa! A sword just appeared in your hand out of nowhere!" Taeho hurls the sword straight at the Langchu pack. It flies like a bullet. He activates his magic Fang Strike. The sword bursts into flames. You just know something big is about to happen. Boom! An explosion rocks the area. Taeho urges everyone urgently, "Hurry, run through this gap." Rot runs asking, "Taeho, are you actually a mage?" The bald guy pipes up, "But what about the sword?" Taeho replies in a rush, "I can just conjure another one." They start scrambling, "This way, over here, no, this way." Heading in this direction, a door appears before them. There. If we get through that door, we're safe. Everyone rushes. Rot and Taeho are in front. "Quick, get in." The bald guy follows. "Close it, close the door." The last thing is a Langchu. All three feel like something is wrong. "Close the door, quick." Rot and the bald guy use every ounce of their strength to shut the door, while Taeho battles the Langchu. The door finally slams shut, and at the same time, Taeho finishes off the Langchu. Everyone is exhausted. Taeho looks back, feeling confused, unable to process what just happened. A vast, wide space unfolds before them. The three walk toward the light. Rot speaks up, "Well, or rather I. This is the emergency control room." It's the second control room hidden inside the castle. Taeho finally realizes, no wonder the path here was so tough, and because it's a hidden room, there are no guards. Rot takes something out from his clothes. "Whatever, let's make this quick." He inserts the key into the console. "We have to open the city gates fast to minimize our allies' casualties." The console radiates a blue light. The next scene leaves everyone frozen. A woman steps out from the console. She introduces herself. "Welcome. My name is Othan. Please give me your orders." Both men are mesmerized by Othan's beauty. Taeho, standing to the side, sighs in annoyance. "Aren't you two in a hurry?" Rot snaps out of it. "The gate, open the city gate." Othan acknowledges the order. "Understood." The iron door suddenly opens. No, not that door. The city gate, the city gate. Rot is just frozen. What else can he do? Now we just need to hold this place until the main army takes control of the castle. All three are sweating bullets, extremely tense. Rot perks up. "We still have some time, so let's talk about those girls." Othan warns, "Intruder approaching the control room. Prepare for combat." Simultaneously, a monster kicks through the iron door. Taeho is shocked. It pierced straight through that thick iron door. Rot worries. There's an army of spiders outside. Wait, it wiped out all the spiders. Spider corpses are piled up around the monster's feet. The group is stunned. They look at it, trying to figure out what that thing is. It glares at them with fierce red eyes and growls. "You maggots!" The red eyes roars. "I'll tear you to shreds!" The group is horrified by its power. Taeho summons his sword once again, gritting his teeth. "Let's take him down." The three charge at him. They scream as they attack. The red eyes isn't losing. It starts to counter. The bald guy is the first to be injured. A gust of wind is whipped up by each swing of the red eye's hammer. The bald guy is sent flying into the wall. The red eyes looks around, searching. Where's the small one? Taeho is in the air, preparing to strike, trying to find a weak spot. He's fearless, diving straight down at him. The Red Eyes senses something. Is his grip loose? He ruthlessly drops his hammer, preparing to receive Taeho's attack with ease. Taeho grinds his teeth. He looks pretty determined. The Red Eyes grabs Taeho with one hand, leaps up, and slams him into the ground. A grave-digging blow, the floor around them cracks open. Rot calls out, worried, his voice breaking, Taeho! Taeho spits up blood in agony. Now Rot screams his full name, Taeho. Taeho falls into a dreamlike state. What is this? Taeho coughed up blood in agony. It was only now that Dot finally screamed out his full name, Taeho, Taeho. And just like that, he slipped into some kind of illusion. A feeling of warmth and comfort. You slowly open your eyes. Before you lies a light like heaven. It's also dreamlike. So this is what dying feels like, huh? Red Eyes prepares to crush Taeho. Taeho is helpless, left to his fate. Wait, it seems the battle isn't over yet. But I really am dead this time, aren't I? Rote grabs the divine crossbow and channels his magic. He fires straight at Red Eyes. Red Eyes is hit and immediately shifts his target to Rote. Rote shouts, "Wake up, Taeho! Team B healers, get ready to respond." Red Eyes charges in fast. Dote, watch out! Dote braces himself ready to fight. Red Eyes growls, "You bastard! I will kill you," and at that very moment, those burning red eyes seem to flicker with hesitation. He's torn should he take out that annoying guy challenging him first, or he glances back at Taeho. "I'll crush that hyperactive brat first." Taeho senses the hesitation. His eyes widen in a frenzy, tongue lolling out to play dead. Red Eyes falls silent, then screams at Dote. "You'll be the first to reach Nirvana. Dote is," scrambling to reload his bow. "Dead, really. If you're so good, come and get it." At that same moment, Taeho silently gets up from behind, trying to suppress the pain tearing through his body. This pain is excruciating. It feels just like dying. But he forces himself to charge, shouting, "I'm not dead yet." He aims for Red Eye's flank. Taeho lunges, stabbing straight through the monster's crotch. Dote is stunned, confused about what just happened. Red Eyes' cucumber has been sliced in two. He gasps, jaw-dropping, not understanding what he just went through. He clutches his groin in agony and lets out a primal scream. Dote is speechless, the bald guy. Seeing this scene feels a pang of pity. He speaks up, "Taeho, I think this might be a bit much. Should I help him ease the pain?" Taeho nods, looking scholarly, even if, when he speaks, nothing makes sense. "Yeah. Red Eyes is in too much pain to handle it." He collapses on the spot. Taeho casts a spell, but he doesn't forget to empathize. "We're both guys after all. I'm so sorry." Something begins to form in his hand. Taeho's face is filled with surprise, still wearing that familiar, confused expression. "What is this?" It's a massive hammer, just like Red Eyes. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he lets out a roar. "One hammer blow!" He swings it down, landing the final strike to finish off Red Eyes. The power was truly terrifying. Everyone goes silent. Finally, Dote speaks up. Then the bald guy follows suit. Because of Dote and the bald guy, they happily cheer, "For the God Izun, glory to the followers of God Izun." The system screen appears, synchronization rate 7%. Dote and the bald guy joyfully run over to hug Taeho. It ended with a victory for the warriors of Valhalla outside the city walls. A wolf head is held up. Someone from the division shouts, "For the glory of God Tho." The final general of the mysterious cult has been defeated by a warrior named Bzaki, belonging to the God Tho cult. High above, Hugin silently observes. That Bzaki guy is actually pretty interesting. But wait, there seems to be something even more interesting. Is that a rookie that guy called Taeho? Everyone is happily celebrating Taeho's victory. Once again, the brave warriors have triumphed. Time shifts to evening. Jerry Lip stands up, raising a glass. "Tonight, let's celebrate. Everyone deserves this." The whole division cheers in response. While everyone is partying, Taeho stands in a quiet spot, seemingly lost in thought. "Are you okay?" A voice distracts him from his thoughts. Taeho forces a smile. "Oh, it's just this old-timer. Honestly, I felt like I was dead back there," he says. Dote replies, "Yeah, but you're alive, and that puts my mind at ease." "When you dropped to the ground like that, I was shocked." CG walks over. "Sorry, but can I have a word?" she says. "Your team did an amazing job today. Want to have a few drinks with me?" Dote laughs goofily. "What an honor. I've always wanted to have a drink with you." Everyone fights to drink with CG. "Captain, CG, me too, me too, me too." Have another drink with me. Everyone shouts for Valhalla, and everyone replies for Captain CG. Dot gets annoyed with the rowdy crowd. At this moment, only Taeho remains quiet. He silently observes, thinking to himself, I thought they would all be such cold people. Dot starts recounting the wolf spider story, then boasts about Taeho cutting off Red Eye's manhood. Taeho's gaze suddenly shifts to CG. So they are the ones who will bring me a sense of happiness, huh? Right now at the fortress, the sky is turning dark. Countless soldiers are celebrating together, holding torches in their hands. The party looks incredibly lively. Suddenly, one excited soldier runs over to another, and they happily chest bump. The festival continues as they dance and drink to the music playing. Another soldier focuses on adjusting the music at the festival. They continue dancing wildly at the party. Seeing the chaotic scene of the banquet, Taeho turns pale. He thinks wearily, when will this ever end? Damn it, and who are those people in the last frame? A soldier who is already drunk says, Hey, want me to show you something fun? The captain hears this, and two others scream in a panic. That guy is totally hammered. The other one adds, That's dangerous, hurry, restrain him. If you show that kind of stuff, there's gonna be trouble. Then they all start brawling. Even though Taeho tries to stop them, it's useless. A soldier in the crowd screams, Grab him! Ray SRG coldly spoke up, and upon hearing her, the warrior Lee Taeho immediately turned toward her, as if someone else was still waiting for Taeho behind Ray SRG, leaving the nearby soldiers stunned. Looking toward the two girls, Taeho thought in surprise, No way, at this hour, Ray SRG kept her cold face and said, Someone is here to visit. The girl hiding behind her was Hedda, who shyly waved at him. Hello, there are still a lot of people here, aren't there? Then she walked over to Taeho feeling bashful while the soldiers excitedly cheered. This made Taeho extremely embarrassed. Blushing, he said to Hedda, Let's leave quickly. The soldiers watched them and were highly amused, constantly teasing Taeho and Hedda. Oh, things are heating up, they're heating up. Another guy yelled, Youth, oh youth, I'm so jealous, damn it. Then they excitedly added, Come on, keep drinking. Hearing that Ra SRG, who was standing a distance away, spoke up to remind them, No, she continued. Tomorrow, CG's team has a special mission, so everyone needs to go to sleep right now. Upon receiving such an order, the soldiers were extremely miserable about having to end the party. Early the next morning at Othan, as everyone gathered in full force, Taeho walked up, causing the soldiers to excitedly shout, They're here. Taeho, perhaps because he hadn't woken up fully, raised his hand to his mouth to yawn. A soldier immediately asked, Looking tired, huh? Then they started teasing Taeho. One guy said, Had a fun night, did we? Another one chimed in, spending a whole night alone with the warrior Hida, and asked, What all have you two done? Taeho was asked so much that he just awkwardly replied, Sorry, I was told to keep it a secret. Hearing that, they burst out laughing and teased him further. So something actually happened, huh? Taeho immediately blushed and confusedly explained, No, nothing like that happened. They kept saying, Yes, there wasn't there, Taeho. At that moment, the necklace he was wearing began to glow. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The crowd yelled, Attention! CG took the lead and shouted, From now on, we have a special mission to carry out. The objective is, she continued. The location is to the west of Othan, the dwarf mine. CG immediately introduced the dwarf mine. When Nai ruled the citadel, the dwarves sealed the mine and fortified it. But since then, there hasn't been any news from them. She then shouted, ordering the soldiers, Our mission is to head straight for the dwarf mine and check the situation there ourselves. Hearing that, Taeho immediately imagined a dwarf and asked, Dwarves, do you mean those dwarves? Dot wondered along with him, What's with those dwarves? Then his eyes suddenly brightened, looking as if he were craving something. Dot said, Dwarves are very fond of drinking beer. Maybe we'll get to have a feast after a long time. Taeho, standing next to him, helplessly thought, We just drank our fill yesterday, didn't we? Dot added more info for him. Dwarves are the strongest race in the south. Even the women in the tribe have beards. Hearing that, he replied, I have no interest in knowing that. CG immediately cut the conversation short. She said, I haven't finished speaking yet. She continued, It's quite a long way from here to the dwarf mine, so to maximize travel time. Before she could finish, a wave of nausea hit CG. She covered her mouth, her face pale, and said, To be used as a means of transport, the mystic thunder has been prepared. Hearing that, the soldiers were extremely surprised, everyone's faces showing tension as they asked, Mystic thunder? Dot didn't seem to know what that was, but his face looked extremely eager as he said, Sounds cool? Taeho looked at him helplessly and said, I know what it is. Cutting back to the night before in the room with only Taeho and Haeda, she sat on the bed and happily said, "Remember to keep what we talked about today a secret, okay?" Having said that, she brought both hands to the back of her neck as if trying to undo something. Taeho's face immediately turned bright red. Haeda said, "And I have something I want to give you." Right after that, Haeda brought out an apple-shaped necklace made of gold. She said, "The golden apple necklace." And then Haeda said, "Wearing it will help increase your recovery speed." Not only that, she also gave him a small pouch and said, "And there's more." Haeda immediately opened the small pouch, revealing small golden fragments inside. She hurriedly explained, "Fragments of the golden apple. They have amazing effects in healing wounds, purifying the body, breaking curses, and even enhancing beauty." Then she continued, "And finally..." Immediately, she leaned close to Taeho. Haeda put both hands on his forehead and gave him a kiss. She said, "May Izun bless you." Seeing that, Taeho immediately turned bright red at Haeda's action. Scene change. Taeho is now lying in a thick bed of snow, his face pale from the extreme cold. The golden apple necklace that Haeda had given him was glowing incessantly. By now, the soldiers had arrived at the dwarf mine. Surrounding this place were towering, snow-covered mountains. In front of the mine entrance, there were many coffins placed upright on the ground. A hand suddenly thrust up from the snow-covered ground. Taeho at this moment was struggling to escape from the snow-filled earth. He wearily said, "Am I really still alive?" He looked toward a coffin with an open lid and said, "I didn't expect a normal method, but I didn't think they'd let us approach by having us lie in coffins." Taeho suddenly turned his head to look behind him. There were countless soldiers lying sprawled on the ground. Taeho thought, "I bet they aren't dead right." Taeho immediately picked up the necklace and thought, "Could it be thanks to this necklace? That's why I'm the only one who didn't get hurt." A moment later, the solid stone statue revealed a group of soldiers standing in front of the dwarf mine entrance, and one dwarf spoke up. "The gate is open. Were we tricked?" Jot and Taeho's faces were extremely tense as they looked ahead. Seeing this, TG said nothing and immediately ordered the soldiers to head inside. As they stepped into the mine, one soldier muttered, "It's pitch black in here." Another replied, "Dwarves aren't fond of sunlight, you know." Another soldier chimed in, "Rumor has it if they touch direct sunlight, they turn to stone." They kept whispering as they walked deeper. "I hope they don't suck blood right. If that were true, they wouldn't be dwarves anymore, they'd be vampires." CG leading the squad shouted, "Hear me, dwarves, we are warriors from Valhalla, sent here by the warrior goddess Surge." Taeho's eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light. It seemed he had sensed something. While they were walking in, someone was watching them from high above. Taeho shouted, "Commander CG, there are too many red-colored enemies." Hearing this, they looked up. There were countless shadows emitting red energy. A voice rang out, "We're surrounded." CG immediately shouted, "Shield wall!" The soldiers raised their shields to defend themselves, and arrows quickly flew toward them. Thousands of arrows struck the shields. One arrow slipped through a gap and nearly pierced a soldier's head. He turned pale with fear. The panicked soldiers yelled, "Hold the line, that hurts!" Another soldier shouted, "Damn it, I know!" An arrow flew down and snapped in two upon hitting the ground. CG turned to Taeho. "Taeho, can you pinpoint the enemy's position from this distance?" Taeho looked through the gap in the shields and replied, "Yes." He looked toward a dwarf, his expression turning tense. "There. Over there." He looked at the dwarf drawing its bow and said, "Undead dwarves." A soldier asked anxiously, "Undead dwarves?" Jot also spoke up. "Dwarves. Why would dwarves be undead? Why is there undead here?" Taeho said tensely, "Undead dwarves." Before he could finish, CG interrupted them both. "Listen until the end." Then he explained, looking at the dwarves, which were now just skeletons drawing their bows. "He means they are already dead." As soon as Taeho said these dwarves were dead, Jot asked in shock, "Taeho, are you sure they are all undead?" He replied, "Yes. It's too dark in here to see their faces clearly, but I remember their nicknames. The undead dwarf choreographer, the undead dwarf paladin, and the undead dwarf singer-songwriter." Taeho added, "Different titles, but they are all definitely undead." Suddenly, an undead dwarf aimed its bow, ready to attack. CG immediately ordered, "They're aiming again. Raise your shields now." One soldier poked his hand through a hole in his shield and said, "But Captain, the shields are all beaten up like this." The soldier continued, "We might not make it through the next wave." CG looked at the state of the shields and cursed, "Damn it." She looked up to where the undead dwarves were aiming. Siri whispered, "Is it really the end?" Suddenly, there were footsteps rushing toward them. Isaac ran up, holding a strange bottle, and shouted, "Everyone!" He immediately threw the bottle, which contained a burning piece of paper, toward the undead dwarves. He yelled, "Close your eyes." Hearing this, Teho and CG squeezed their eyes shut. The bottle exploded with a loud noise. Isaac quickly led everyone down a different path. He said, "This way. Follow me." He pointed to a hole leading underground and said, "Quick, get in." As Jot was crawling in, he hesitated. "It's too tight. I think I'm stuck." "Is there any other way?" Isaac yelled helplessly. "Just slide in, quit complaining." He then used his foot to shove Jot's head into the hole. Teho was the last one to jump in. Jot was shivering from the cold temperature below. TG asked, "Everyone made it down right? This path?" Teho's face showed pure amazement at what was in front of him. Before him was a path paved with colorful ice blocks. The scene looked truly mystical. They followed Isaac to a mysterious castle. The soldiers sat down to listen to the explanation. Isaac spoke, "That's the work of a vampire. It appeared just after dawn yesterday and caused all this chaos in only one day." Siri and Teho listened intently as he continued. "If it bites or kills you, you'll immediately turn into an undead through a curse, and if an undead bites you, you turn into another undead, and then—" He looked at the dwarves behind him trembling and said, "The 20 dwarves here? And are the only ones left alive?" CG asked seriously, "Does that thing have any special identifying features?" He replied, "It's very large and its entire body is gray." Isaac described the vampire's appearance. "It's bald with pitch-black eyes. Its nails grow long and then retract. It seems more focused on physical attacks than magic." CG asked once more, "Do you have a plan for revenge, Isaac? If so, it would be better to postpone it." She added, "We should reorganize the squad and come back later. It's safer that way." Isaac hung his head low, saying nothing. Then he immediately decided, "No, we must take revenge right now." Perhaps there was something more important than this. He was sweating bullets, grinding out every word. "Recently we've discovered ulti here in the mine." Hearing this, the soldiers shouted in utter shock, and Dot, clearly tense, asked back, "Ulta, sorry." CG was also looking at them with a serious expression. Except for CG and Teho, who sat calmly listening, Dot and the other soldiers asked loudly, "Are you saying you actually found it?" Teho looked helplessly at the two soldiers, asking each other, "What on earth is that?" Teho thought helplessly, "Seriously, you guys have no idea what it is, yet you're putting on such a great act of being surprised." On the way to the fortress, everyone was chatting. "I had no idea. So Ulte is something that legendary. That's why I said I am pretty shocked myself. If it's an artifact like that, we need to go right now. We definitely can't let them steal such a valuable item," a soldier said. "Understand, understood." "Understand. So it really is a magnificent treasure, huh?" Dot turned and said to them, "All right. Now explain to me exactly what this thing is." Ult is called the Metal of the Gods. It's the hardest material in the world, and it also contains the power of Mithril. Mithril is actually created from ulti. As they approached the fortress, one person spoke up. "We cannot let a weapon like Mithril fall into enemy hands. We need to deal with it immediately." Suddenly, Isaac raised his hand to stop everyone from moving forward. He said, "Stop, we're here. It's right over there." Before their eyes stood an incredibly tall fortress deep underground. On the top floor was the Holy Anvil. He explained further, that's where the ulti is kept, so the vampire might be there too. Ulte can only be refined by starlight and moonlight. Teho turned to ask Isaac, "Moonlight and starlight, you say, but how? In a place like this, deep underground?" He hurriedly explained, "The top of the tower is connected to the surface. A section of the tower's ceiling can be opened." Teho thought, "Now that's some valuable information. It's midday right now. The vampire is definitely at its weakest under the light." The doors opened immediately, and the soldiers and dwarves quickly entered the fortress. CG shouted the order, "We're launching a swift frontal assault. Move!" The zombie dwarves who were busy eating and playing cards inside suddenly looked toward them. Immediately, the crowd of zombie dwarves rushed out to attack their side. A fierce battle erupted. The soldiers, dwarves, and zombie dwarves clashed instantly. CG, along with Teho and Dot, began attacking the zombie dwarves seriously. The monsters roared as they fought back. CG shouted, "Vanguard shield team now!" The soldiers followed the order and charged into battle. Fighting back against the zombie dwarves, the regular dwarves also courageously grabbed their hammers ready for combat. The dwarven warriors stepped forward, then transformed into whirlwinds to join the fight. Like a whirlwind, the dwarven warriors attacked repeatedly, tearing the zombie dwarves into piles of bones. Seizing the opportunity, CG called out, "Hey, Teho, let's get inside." He hurriedly replied, "Right." As they snuck deep into the fortress, Isaac provided cover from the outside to create a distraction. He shouted the order, "Fire arrows, keep pushing forward." His eyes glowed with fierce determination as he said, "I'm sorry, my former comrades." Immediately, a massive explosion erupted in front of him. Intense flames roared to life. Teho, CG, and Dot quickly sprinted ahead. When they reached the end, the holy anvil was behind this door. Standing before it, one person said, "Let's go inside." Peeking through the crack in the door, they saw the holy anvil glowing brilliantly. Isaac didn't hesitate to throw the door wide open. Looking in from a distance, he said, "So that's Ulti. But where's the vampire?" Teho immediately pointed up to the ceiling and said, "Look on the ceiling." Everyone immediately looked up. From the towering ceiling, the vampire named Stregus was hanging upside down. Seeing that, a soldier immediately said, "Fire your arrows." Dot also hurriedly shouted, "Everyone get ready!" Teho looked at the vampire and thought, compared to the giant tribe, it's smaller, but there's something truly terrifying radiating from it. The vampire Stregus radiated an incredibly fearsome magical power, Boss Stregus. The soldiers raised their bows high, saying, "Aim," just as they were about to say, "Fire, Stregus." Stregus leaped down from above to attack them in a flash. Everyone couldn't react in time. This left Teho incredibly shocked and terrified. Stregus was now right beside Teho. He said, "How did you all get in here?" More importantly, right now, Stregus was pressing his claws against Teho's neck, drawing blood. He said, "This treasure belongs to me." Teho thought in a panic, "Since when?" A terrifying enemy had appeared before Teho and his allies. Would they be able to survive this time? Stregus was currently digging his claws into Teho's neck, making him bleed. He said, "Don't move or your head will be rolling on the floor." Just as CG and Isaac were preparing to come to the rescue, he turned to the back and pointed directly at them. "You all stay put too," Isaac said angrily. "Bastard!" CG asked anxiously about the injured soldiers in the back. "Dot, are you and your guys okay?" Dot was struggling to hold on despite his wounds. He replied, "Yes, Captain." Then he continued fearfully, "But it's hard for me to fire my bow now. It seems like he's intentionally ignoring us." Strasgau suddenly opened his mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth as he loomed over Teho. "It would be such a waste to kill a warrior with your abilities." He immediately imagined himself and his comrades turning into vampires. Strasgau continued, "So why don't you be reborn as my own powerful undead warriors instead?" As the creature shoved his face toward Teho's neck, Teho panicked, thinking, "No, I'd rather die than let that happen. But if we die, we'll just end up as those mindless fighting machines. Those iron warriors, or whatever they called them." Suddenly, Strasgau noticed something. An arrow was flying straight at him from behind. However, he caught it easily, sneering at it before growling, "You really thought you could stand against me?" Isaac looked over in shock, shouting, "Captain CG!" seeing her aiming her bow at Strasgau. Then he turned and yelled, "She's right, anything is better than becoming an undead dog serving that bastard." Isaac raised his cannon and fired, screaming, "I'd rather fight to the death." The flames from the cannon surged toward Strasgau, but it didn't faze him at all. Strasgau laughed with contempt. "Pathetic, you foolish little ants." He lunged toward Isaac. CG shouted, "Shield wall, protect Isaac now!" The soldiers rushed to shield Isaac from Strasgau. Even so, he kept rushing forward, slamming his hand onto the ground so hard it shattered into pieces. The impact sent everyone flying back. The force was enough to blast CG away. Seeing this, the dwarves charged in, attacking with their signature whirlwind technique. They charged forward to strike him, but Strasgau effortlessly blocked all three of their whirlwinds. He laughed, "Thanks for that." While Strasgau was busy with the dwarves, Teho saw his chance and bolted toward the lever. He thought good just a little bit further. Right at that moment, Teho slammed the lever down. The ceiling hatch opened up. As the switch clicked, the roof doors slowly pulled back and sunlight immediately poured down. The light hit Strasgau's body, and he burst into flames, screaming in agony. Teho had snapped the lever off so it couldn't be closed again. Strasgau shrieked as the burning light seared him. Teho watched from a distance, muttering, I broke the lever so you can't shut it. Strasgaus collapsed to the ground, motionless, paralyzed by the sunlight as the soldiers watched. Seeing him lying there, the group whispered among themselves. "What do we do now?" Roth asked anxiously. "Tahoe, I'm just asking for backup's sake." He turned and added, "But do you actually know how to kill a vampire?" Tahoe rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I'm not sure. Should we drive a stake through his heart? Looking at the motionless body, he continued, or should we just leave him there to rot? Suddenly, Tahoe realized something. He shouted, "He's chanting something!" Sure enough, Strasgaus was muttering an incantation. Everyone looked up at the sky. Tahoe yelled, "He's calling for dark clouds!" The sky began to be covered by thick black clouds, and the group immediately surrounded Strasgaus. Preparing to strike, one soldier shouted, "Finish him, dust him!" Just as they prepared to attack, bats swarmed out of nowhere to intercept them. Everyone looked up. Thousands of bats were descending upon Tahoe's team. Someone shouted, "It's the end!" Too late. The bat spread its wings. Its face and body looked incredibly ferocious. The bat named Burger immediately lunged to attack the group. He sneered, "I won't be careless." Energy radiated from his body, a dangerous, glowing blue aura. Tahoe realized what was happening. He screamed, "He's about to blast something!" Instantly, Burger unleashed a torrent of blue magic. Everyone froze. While people were scrambling in chaos, one soldier stood there clueless and curious about what it was. Tahoe saw this and shouted, "Get to the corner of the room!" But before the soldier could react, the poison splashed onto him, and he instantly withered into a skeleton. Burger kept spewing the acidic fluid onto the floor. Tahoe's group scrambled to dodge the poison. The creature roared angrily, "Heroes, is it? How long do you intend to run?" Tahoe and Roth kept running from the toxic sludge that was covering the floor. Roth panicked. "Find somewhere to hide, it's eating through the ground." Tahoe seemed to be running while plotting his next attack. Then he grabbed his sword to get ready. Tahoe told himself he couldn't let it end like this. Just as Burger was descending, Tahoe seized the chance to strike. The monster scoffed, thinking, "You dare face me head-on, you idiot," and immediately sprayed poison at Tahoe. Tahoe's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. He easily dodged the poison and charged straight at him, instantly appearing right behind Burger. The monster hadn't even reacted yet. Frustrated, Burger thought, "Was that just an afterimage too?" Tahoe raised his sword high, let out a loud shout, and swung it right at Burger. Unfortunately, the blade just bounced right off him, leaving Tahoe stunned. Burger laughed, turned around, and mocked, "Pathetic! That sword of yours can't even scratch my skin." Hearing that, Tahoe was completely taken aback and confused. "Wait, what?" Tahoe immediately tumbled onto the monster's shoulder. Burger roared, "You! What do you think you're doing? Get off me right now." Tahoe calmly grabbed the monster's hand and replied, That was just momentum, man." He coolly held on to the monster's hand, saying, "Even if you kick me off, how am I supposed to get down from this high up?" Burger snapped, "That's not my problem." He went silent for a moment, thinking, then said, "Forget it. Fine, let's do this instead." Burger turned to negotiate with Tahoe. "I'll drop you to the ground first, then we keep fighting." Tahoe, flustered, replied, Sure, that works for me." Or, that sounded surprisingly reasonable. As Burger descended, he thought to himself, "You idiot, I'm just gonna crush you into the ground." Right then, a blue light suddenly radiated from Tahoe's chest. Tahoe gasped, "Wait a minute." Burger turned back, surprised, and asked, "What now?" Looking at the blue light on his chest, Tahoe thought, "Why now of all times?" As Burger lowered himself from high up, everyone looked up at them. Tahoe thought, "A new legend is awakening." The blue energy kept pulsing. Tahoe wondered, in this kind of situation, "A new legend is appearing." Burger screamed in frustration, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" "Stop moving around," Tahoe replied awkwardly, holding the monster's hand. "Just hold still." "I'm trying to focus here," Burger roared back. "What did you say, you little punk? How dare you?" Right at that moment, the blue light surged out of Tahoe's body. He exclaimed, "It worked. I've unlocked the power of the Dragon Knight Cancer Test. The apex of all winged creatures, from griffins to ravens, even dragons, all bow to Cancer Test." Instantly, the magical power overwhelmed the dragonkin, turning Burger into an adorable little bat. Tahoe easily controlled him, gently guiding the cute Burger down to the ground. He said cheerfully, "All right, nice and easy now." Watching this scene, Isaac looked up and said, "Why does he look so cute?" As Burger brought Tahoe to the ground, he happily said, "Good job, good boy." Jot, seeing this, chimed in, "So what do we do now?" CG didn't say a word. Isaac hesitated, thinking it over. Suddenly, the Batburger was surrounded by soldiers and dwarves, all of them reaching out and cooing about how cute it was. I want to touch it too. CG watched from a distance, a look of serious contemplation on her face. Seeing the cute bat being petted, thinking about how soft it looked, even CG couldn't resist the cuteness. She subconsciously reached out and shyly touched the Batburger. Burger glared angrily at Taeho, who was just laughing helplessly. Just then he used Resist Stargazer's Curse. Burger returned to his original form and started shouting. "You pathetic worms, how dare you mock me!" he roared in rage. "I will never forgive you, you vermin! I'll chew you to pieces and swallow you whole!" Jot panicked, shouting, "Oh no, the control broke!" CG immediately yelled, "Get ready to fight!" Taeho was shocked, thinking, this Legends gauge isn't fully charged yet. He panicked, trying to come up with a plan, realizing he could only control him. For a limited time... Before he could finish, a soldier quickly hoisted him onto his shoulders to get a better angle. Burger was caught off guard, unable to react as the new turn began. Burger was instantly turned back into a cute bat. Taeho urgently said, "Good. I'll try to deal as much damage as possible." Everyone worked together to take him down. Once they heard the plan, Jot said, "Got it. We're counting on you." After that, Taeho pointed straight to the sky and told Burger to fly up high. He ordered, "Fly as high as you can." Stargazer's bat form soared straight into the sky. Once it passed through the ceiling and shot upward, Burger flew as close to the sun as possible. The intense light began to burn the bat's body. It cried out in pain. Then Taeho ordered, "Now go at full speed straight toward the ground." As the bat dove rapidly, Taeho managed to jump off just in time. A massive thud echoed out. Taeho poured all his power into his hand to summon a sword, and a hammer instantly materialized in his grip. He gripped the hammer ready to strike the skull. Then Taeho used all his strength to slam the hammer into the ground. A cloud of dust rose up. Taeho panted, exhausted from using all his energy, then said in a panic, "He's still alive, just as I thought." Right at that moment, Isaac ran up from behind and shouted, "Move!" He quickly threw a grenade at Burger. Taeho saw it and quickly scrambled away. A burst of flame from the explosion sent him flying, crashing face first into the ground. Rot yelled out, "We need more fuel for the fire, hurry!" Right after that, he threw the skeleton into the fire. Taeho lay nearby, clutching his nose after that nasty fall. He winced, thinking to himself, who in their right mind would carry something like that on their back? This place is filled with nothing but malevolent energy. Idost said quickly, turning to ask Taeho if it was dead yet. He stood up immediately to check the situation. Watching the flames continue to roar, he figured it was probably done for. The group headed up toward the holy anvil on the ceiling. The sky had cleared up by now. Isaac and the others quickly stood before the glowing container holding the holy anvil. He immediately opened the glowing box. A beam of light instantly shone upon them. As Isaac happily exclaimed, "This is the metal of the gods!" He immediately held up the piece of the holy anvil. They were stunned, saying, "Wait, it's that tiny." Looking at the tiny piece of Ultechiji, Taeho and Rot looked let down. He said, "I feel like it wouldn't have been a big deal even if we lost it, huh? We went through all that suffering for this." Isaac retorted angrily. "You guys have no idea what you're talking about." He jumped up, shouting in a rage. "It's enough to forge a ring?" "Ah," the three of them said helplessly. "At first you said it could be used to create Mjolnir, so let's keep going." Isaac carefully placed the piece of Ulta back into the box, then turned to CG and said, "I will entrust the honor of crafting this piece of Ulti to the smiths of Valhalla." He lowered his head and said, "As you can see, given our current situation, we have neither the time to craft it nor the tools to protect it." CG accepted the box seriously and said, "Understood. We respect your decision. We will ensure it is transported with the utmost care." Then Rot asked loudly, "So are we going to feast now, or what?" Hearing that, Isaac replied excitedly, "Of course, we've already prepared barrels of beer. That's how you treat your benefactors." The soldiers immediately cheered, "This is absolutely incredible, men. Dwarf beer, dwarf beer." However, CG coldly refused them, saying, "No, no, we don't have the time." She calmly continued, "We have to return back right away." When Isaac heard that, the soldiers wailed in despair. Isaac thought for a moment and said, "Well, in that case, I guess there's nothing I can do. We can't let our benefactors go back empty-handed after all." With that, he came up with a new idea. "All right, follow me." The door gradually opened, and Isaac led them to another room. The soldiers immediately gasped in surprise. He had led the soldiers to a weapons vault. The soldiers exclaimed, "This! Could these be the legendary weapons of the dwarves?" The soldiers happily picked up each piece of gear, praising them. Dwarf weapons, dwarf weapons. They excitedly tested each piece. They happily exclaimed, "A true masterpiece? Dwarf weapons. Real dwarf weapons." Isaac asked, Teho, don't just stand there dazed. Go ahead and pick something for yourself." He looked up immediately and said, "Oh, all right." Teho immediately used his power to inspect them. He thought, "Maybe if I use my dragon eye." Teho scanned them, and through his eyes the weapons appeared in different colors. Teho thought to himself, "As I suspected, they have a grading system." Then, he seemed to have discovered something. He thought to himself, "Found it." Scene transition to the farewell. Isaac, representing the dwarf warriors, said, "Truly, thank you all again for avenging our brothers." He said happily, "And Teho, you really have a keen eye." Teho touched the cloak, thinking, the hawk's cloak. It was the only item in the armory that glowed green. He spoke up, "I just saw that it was both light and durable." "But does it have any other functions?" He replied excitedly, "You'll need to chant a spell to use it. Let me show you. If you're heading south, you can return to the city right away." Hearing that, Teho was incredibly surprised. Under the clear blue sky, a hawk was flying across the horizon. Teho had transformed into a hawk and said happily, "This feels amazing." He happily and excitedly soared through the sky with ease alongside the carriages carrying the soldiers. Teho looked ahead and said, "I see the city awesome. Head straight for that direction, Valhalla, early morning at the city." At this moment, CG, Teho, and Rot were reporting to Asgard. A boss-grade monster had occupied the dwarf mines. Everyone worked together to defeat it. Jisoo held the box containing the ulti and inspected it. CG continued, "And we secured the ulti. This is the piece of ulti that the dwarves trusted to hand over to us." Looking at the ulti piece, she said, "You have done a truly extraordinary job." "Very well done. Even though it's small, the fallen warriors will be reborn as steel warriors, with pride." Then Asgard said, "We will handle the rest. Everyone go back and get some rest." The three of them left the room solemnly. Asgard suddenly leaned in close and asked, "Teho, want to go grab a few drinks?" Hearing that, Teho laughed helplessly and said, "No thanks, I'm exhausted." CG turned around happily and said, "Great job, warrior Teho of Ijun. This time you deserve the most credit." Hearing that, he shyly scratched his head and said, "No, it's not. If it weren't for everyone's support." Rotted happily chimed in, "So let's go have that drink then. Yeah." Teho coldly refused to leave the castle with the others. Teho thought, Sir Shago is truly formidable. That transformation into a storm cloud is something else. Wait, that kind of power is no joke. And then, he reached out his hand, channeling a blue aura. He continued to think, but there are so many of them. I can gain so much experience by defeating them. The system announced, synchronization progress 9%. Teho thought excitedly, just 1% more, I wonder what will happen when it hits 10%. Right at that moment, Zegalip was flying high, scouting ahead. She wondered, did I go too far? I should probably head back. Suddenly, Zegalip seemed to notice something. She immediately picked up the sound of a massive creature moving. The tremors caused the mountain to shake violently. Zegalip used her powers to listen. She tried to pinpoint where the sound was coming from, thinking, this kind of tremor isn't normal. Zegalip panicked, asking herself, should I get closer to verify what's happening? Or... She suddenly froze, lost in thought for a moment. Immediately, Zegalip activated her swan wing cloak to scout the situation. Zegalip thought, getting this close might be dangerous. I have to report this as quickly as I can. The scene shifted to CGZ, who upon hearing the news slammed his hand on the table in a panic and shouted, An army is coming to invade us! Zegalip stood there looking confused, thinking, I made it back fast, didn't I? And I've already reported the whole situation too. CGZ in a total panic said, at that speed, at the latest, the battle will be by tomorrow noon. I will request reinforcements from Valhalla. Zegalip seemed distracted. She secretly wondered, why don't I remember reporting any of that? Was I just flustered because it was an emergency? CG heard the information and immediately notified the troops. Since things had come to this, everyone needs to rest and recover their strength early. She coldly added, and no drinking. That made the troops groan in frustration, shouting, but we're so thirsty. CG looked around and thought, I don't see Teho. Where did he go? Suddenly footsteps echoed as someone walked away. It turned out Taeho had gone to a secluded spot. He looked around and thought, there's no one else around here, right? Then he touched his cloak and thought, I really need to make good use of this item. I have to figure out how to use it properly. Taeho's eyes were filled with determination. He thought, time to train until tomorrow's battle. The next morning at the fortress, a young woman walked into the room where CGZ and Zegalip were waiting. It was Ingrid the warrior from the Nick territory coming to report. I have purchased 500 low-ranking warriors. Has the number of enemy troops been verified yet? Zegalip replied, we don't know the specifics, but there are at least 6,000 or more. Jason added, even if we join forces, we only have 2,500. Jason continued seriously, it's a pity, but we have no choice but to fight a larger force with fewer troops to hold them off. In an emergency, I will activate the defensive magic. With that, Ingrid, Jason, and Zegalip all headed outside with determined expressions. Let's go for Asgarat and the 9 realms. The sound of the monster's footsteps gradually drew closer to the fortress. The enemy arrived. They shouted, prepare for battle! The army of the gods' territory roared with determination. For the rabbit, CG saw this and immediately ordered the Uldi troops to open fire. For Asgarat and the 9 realms. Taeho was also putting all his strength into the attack. He thought, I need a long-range weapon. A lightning crossbow appeared, providing a short-circuit shock effect upon impact. Taeho quickly fired arrows. He shouted, for Heda and for Izun! The monsters rushed toward the fortress, attacking fiercely. Their numbers were overwhelming. Arrows from our side quickly eliminated the monsters. The beasts used shields to block, continuously shouting. Anchors were immediately launched. The anchors latched onto the fortress walls, and the monsters quickly climbed up. The soldiers saw this and immediately poured hot water down. A soldier laughed and said, you aren't getting up here. Another added, eat lead. The hot water poured down, making the monsters scream in agony. Not only that, our soldiers also threw rocks to destroy the enemy. Large boulders fell heavily to the ground, quickly taking out the monsters. Suddenly, a monster elephant charged straight at the fortress wall. Its power caused the wall to crack, and countless soldiers on the high ground were thrown off. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the monsters attacked our troops. The soldiers didn't back down and immediately fought back. The battle between the two sides was incredibly fierce. Neither side would give in. Help quickly used the magic crossbow to shoot great flames, blowing the monsters away. Both Taeho and CG were struggling to fight off the monster army. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and saw the silhouette of a massive creature. High above, several monsters were flying all over the sky. Taeho shouted, there's something in the sky! The monsters riding dragons flew straight toward us to attack. The dragons breathed fire. Taeho immediately recognized them. He said, they're Owensa. The Owensa spat fire, quickly burning everything. Our troops immediately used shields to defend themselves. Soldiers shouted, it's too hot! The swarm of Owensa was huge, breathing fire to attack us. Seeing that, Zegalip immediately used magic. By the holy power of the relic, a barrier was created to protect the fortress. The Owensa didn't hold back, continuously breathing fire to break the barrier. Zegalip panicked, saying, when attacked, the durability of the relic's protective barrier will decrease. We must eliminate the enemies in the air immediately. Hearing that, Taeho immediately touched his cloak. Without hesitation, he quickly ran toward the barrier. CG saw this and shouted in surprise. Taeho immediately leaped into the air. Taeho thought, my turn to shine. And then he jumped high to gain momentum. And then he leaped high to gain some momentum. Everything depends on you now, my cloak. Shout for me, Taeho yelled. With that, Taeho leaped high into the air. His body instantly erupted with a golden light, and he quickly transformed into a falcon soaring out past the barrier. His speed was incredibly agile in his falcon form. Observing everything from afar, he thought, all right, here we go. It seems no one's noticed me. Looking at the wyverns currently breathing fire, he thought, it's time to show the results of last night's training. He shouted loudly, I'm coming for you. Taeho immediately dove straight down. He sped toward a wyvern ridden by a beast man, drawing his sharp talons. He shouted, and his talons transformed back into human feet. Taeho used a monster control skill to instantly kick the beast man off, then quickly mounted the wyvern himself. He exclaimed happily, success! The bewildered wyvern didn't quite understand what had happened. Taeho excitedly took control of the beast, saying, now this wyvern belongs to me. Next, he used his dragon taming skill to turn it into an obedient creature. Taeho immediately reached out and shouted, "Battle spear, summon, I need a lance!" Suddenly, a bamboo pole appeared. Taeho was dumbfounded, clutching the bamboo and saying, "What the hell is this, a bamboo lance? Guess I'll have to make do, no choice now." He roared his command, "Forward, wyvern!" The wyvern obeyed Taeho, quickly breathing fire and charging straight ahead. The wyvern blasted fire at the others, causing them to fall from the sky. Taeho shouted, "Keep going! The wyvern's getting more obedient now!" He steered the wyvern into a relentless assault against the others. The sheer number of them caught him off guard, but Taeho wielded his bamboo lance and swung it with great power. He darted from one side to the other, easily knocking down each wyvern, causing them to crash one by one. He kept using the lance, taking down the beast men riding them. Seeing this, the soldiers below cheered, "Well fought, Izun warrior, Izun, Izun, Izun." High above, only the wyvern Taeho was riding remained. The other wyverns had been set ablaze and were falling one by one. Zegalip witnessed this and was completely stunned, exclaiming, "That's incredible! He's single-handedly controlling the entire wyvern army." Zegalip suddenly sensed something wrong and screamed, "It's not over yet, Izun warrior." He immediately looked back. From the distance, countless monsters were flying toward him. She yelled, "Something else is coming! Look at those sharp talons!" A massive swarm of monsters was approaching. "It's a flock of harpies." Seeing this, Taeho tensed up and said, "There are too many. I can't take them out one by one. In that case..." He finished his thought and steered the wyvern downward. "Let's dive, wyvern." Taeho immediately flew toward the citadel and shouted for Commander Cece. She understood his intent instantly. She reached out her hand, and when Taeho reached back, their hands locked. Cece quickly climbed onto the wyvern with Taeho to counterattack the harpies. It flew with incredible speed, surging forward, the wyvern charging straight into the swarm of monsters. Cece immediately drew her crossbow, her gaze becoming razor-sharp. She used her wizard's arrow skill, every shot hitting its mark. Those arrows flew rapidly toward the harpy flock. The swarm was instantly decimated by Cece's arrows. The soldiers below cheered, looking up at the sky in excitement. Zegalip and Ra-Segs breathed a sigh of relief as they looked up and said, "That's impressive. The warriors of Izun." Ra-Seg smiled and replied, "He's definitely the one contributing the most in this battle." Suddenly, the sky darkened as black clouds converged. Out of nowhere, a massive object plummeted toward the ground, creating a violent tremor upon impact. Everyone was thrown off their feet. A soldier panicked, shouting, "What's happening?" Smoke and fire billowed from the impact site. Seeing this, Cece and Taeho were deeply alarmed. He said, "What the hell just fell from the sky?" He realized what it was and stammered, A giant golem." The golem shattered the ground as it stepped out, its eyes glowing with a sinister blue light. On its arm was a heavy rope wrapped tightly around its limb. It had massive feet with razor-sharp claws. Seeing that, the color drained from both Taeho and Cece's faces. He hesitated, saying, What is that?" The size of that thing was unbelievable. That creature was a giant golem, a warrior of Utgard Loki. The soldiers looked up at the creature stepping forward, pointing in terror. "It's huge! How are we supposed to bind something like that?" Suddenly it cast its gaze downward. The golem's expression was incredibly ferocious, as if it could destroy everything at any moment. Seeing this, Cece shouted, "Quick retreat, Taeho, drop me off near the others." Taeho quickly replied, "Got it." At that very moment, the golem hoisted an entire mountain high above its head, seemingly preparing to hurl it at the citadel, which was currently shielded by Zegalip's barrier. She was still putting every ounce of strength into holding it. Zegalip muttered, "Oh, Odin, please grant me your holy power." Just then, the golem hurled the mountain directly at the barrier. It kept slamming the mountain into the shield, the tremors causing everyone inside to be tossed into the air. Its overwhelming power meant Zegalip could barely hold on any longer. The ferocious golem continued to lift the mountain to strike the barrier again, slamming it down hard toward the ground. The earth shattered into scattered fragments. Zegalip couldn't hold out much longer. She was reaching her limit. The barrier instantly began to crack. Ingrid and Rags, witnessing the scene, immediately declared that they had to reset the protective barrier. Rags rushed over to help and anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Zegalip replied, "But at this rate, we can only take a few more hits at most." Rags said, panicking, "We can't handle an enemy of this level with only low-ranking warriors." If only I could use that power. Just as the giant prepared to raise its stone fist for an attack, Rags shouted, "The true power of a warrior." Realizing the situation was dire, Rags screamed in terror. "Oh, Odin." Facing the giant enemy in front of her, she continued, "We don't have enough forces to confront this enemy, with only low-ranking warriors." As she finished speaking, the protective shield was struck by the enemy, causing the barrier to crack into pieces. Ingrid and Zeppelin struggled desperately to hold it together. With the overwhelming power pressing in from outside, Rags shouted out a plea, "Grant us permission to release the war seal." As she spoke, she looked up at the black raven Hugin. Soaring in the sky, Hugin seemed to hear Rags's desperate plea. Its eyes glowed crimson and its beak opened as it replied, "I refuse." The expressions of the three girls, Rags, Zellip, and Ingrid, turned grim upon hearing the rejection. Hugin continued, "Warriors, do not forget. This is a trial for all of you." It reminded the girls while they faced the enemy's fierce onslaught. Hugin firmly asserted once more, "Valhalla only desires the strongest warriors." Its words woke the girls up. Bziki, eyes blazing with determination, stood beside Rags. Rags raised his weapon high and crazily called out to everyone, "Charge, warriors of the gods!" The people below cheered, shouting his name loudly. Meanwhile, Bziki crouched down to gather momentum, pulling his weapon back. He leaped up, aiming the tip of his scythe directly at the giant. From a distance, Bziki looked incredibly small, putting his heart and soul into fighting the giant. He poured all his energy into the strike, attacking the giant head-on with his weapon. That powerful blow created a surge of blue light across the giant's body. The people below saw this and cheered joyfully, realizing their chance had come. Someone screamed, "All right, let's move!" With weapons in hand, they charged forward without hesitation. Bziki landed a strike aimed directly at the giant's head. The sharp spear tip was still on the giant's forehead. The giant's glowing eyes shifted, showing no sign of pain. With a casual wave of its hand, the giant swatted Bziki away. Below stood Teho and CC, blue hair, and Rot, green hair. Teho, riding a small dragon, landed and asked CG, "What should we do?" CG immediately replied, "Rot and I will open a bloody path." She walked toward Rot and turned back to tell Teho, "That's when you fly in and attack. Luckily, it seems Bziki has created a weak spot on the enemy." Teho, watching the giant clutching its head, asked in surprise, "Bziki created a weak spot where?" Just then the giant moved its hand away from its head, revealing a small blue glowing streak on its forehead. Teho saw it too and thought, "That's crazy. There's a scar on his head now." Teho climbed up and grabbed his weapon. Determined, he said, "All right, let's attack again." Seeing Teho flying rapidly toward the giant, CG said to Rot, "Rot, we will provide covering fire." Rot asked confusedly, "Covering fire?" CG replied with conviction, "Yes, we will simultaneously activate our skills." Rot was surprised by CG's words about activating together, but he silently praised the clever plan. While the two were discussing the plan, Teho had already closed the distance to the giant. Teho hurriedly told the dragon he was riding, "Careful, careful." Teho looked at the distance ahead and wondered, "At this range, waiting is probably for the best, right?" The giant was looking down below. But suddenly the giant looked up, its pupilless eyes glowing brightly. The giant's massive hand appeared right behind Teho. Teho panicked and slowly turned his head to look behind him. Just as the giant struck Teho and the dragon jumped away, escaping by a hair's breadth. Teho quickly climbed onto the dragon's tattered wing, but the two of them flew away immediately. Before they could get far, they were caught by the giant. Teho's body fell, his head and hands slamming into the rocky ground. His fall created a straight line so fast that it kicked up a cloud of smoke and dust. Seeing the scene that had just unfolded, Rags couldn't help but scream, "Warrior Izun!" The two next to her, Zellip and Ingrid, who were putting everything into holding the shield, were also terrified. Rags couldn't hold back anymore. She immediately started walking away, leaving the other two confused. Rags couldn't hide the anxiety on her face. She turned back to remind Zellip and Ingrid, "I'm leaving this to you two." "I'm going to the warrior Izun," Rags affirmed firmly. "But right now, he is our only hope." Meanwhile, Teho struggled to sit up. His body was covered in wounds. Before he could regain his composure, a shadow appeared in front of Teho. The giants had surrounded him. His face turned pale. Deep inside, he tried his best to stand up, but in front of him was a horde of giant monsters with glowing red eyes staring straight at him. He struggled until his last breath, but he couldn't continue any longer. So sleepy. His vision gradually turned black. He thought, "Is this really how I'm going to die?" Suddenly, a girl appears and calls his name intimately. Seeing that he is still dazed, she calls Taeho again, and this time he appears with glasses on. Startled, he responds to the girl. Taeho is sitting at the dining table opposite her. Looking at the familiar scene around him, he hesitates. Is this my honeymoon house with Hedda in my imagination? He wonders. Seeing Taeho still dazed, Hedda gently nudges him. What are you doing? Eat up. Seeing a plate of food on the table, he is surprised it's a piece of the golden apple. Hedda softly replies, That's right. After all, this is just your imagination. Let me feed you. Taeho obeys and opens his mouth to let Hedda feed him the piece of golden apple. She compliments him. You're such a good boy. But in reality, Taeho's face is being covered by a large hand. Suddenly, a golden light flashes from where Taeho is catching Ask by surprise as she worries for him. When she realizes what the light is, Ask is panicked and can't believe her eyes. Divine power. A mere low-ranking warrior is actually using the power of the gods. Meanwhile, where Taeho is, his body is covered in golden light. His strength gradually recovers and he is able to stand up. His energy source is terrifying. The heat spreading around makes the wolf demons the forces from earlier feel uncomfortable and irritated as the temperature rises. Communicating in their own language, Taeho is surprised by the power spreading through his body. His wounds have all healed, and furthermore, I can feel the power surging through my body. But not yet done being amazed by himself, Taeho senses something else. He glances sideways at a pack of wolf demons charging toward him with glowing red eyes and dangerous weapons in hand. As they all lunge at Taeho, a burst of light suddenly erupts. The wolf demons are sent flying far away with just one punch from Taeho. Hedda, everyone, even Izun, he thinks. After dealing with them, CG and Roth, who were up on the wall, worry for him. Taeho, are you okay? Hearing their voices, Taeho turns his head and looks up. Captain CG stands with her weapon machine placed beside her. CG says, We've entered the battle now. Can you attack again? Taeho quickly replies, I don't have a mount right now. Ask steps out from behind him. Don't worry about that. Mount me, warrior of Izun. Taeho is embarrassed, his face turning bright red, and he is flustered. What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, everyone is acting like madmen. They break through the protective glass shield rush outside and head toward Georgia. They quickly climb onto Ga's giant body, angrily biting and clawing to vent their rage. Die, you monster, die! Ga immediately flies into a rage, using his hand to swipe the crowd away. They fall freely behind Taeho. At that moment, he still doesn't understand what she just said. Ask mount you? What does that mean? She softly calls out, Dora? A white light appears before Taeho, making him startle and jump back in surprise. Ask has transformed into a massive dragon. With beautiful snow-white skin, Taeho is stunned. A dragon, Ask, now a dragon, whispers to him, I think I understand now why. Odin forbade us from interfering directly. You are very strong, far more than I thought. This is the praise Asji gives Taeho, surprising him. She continues, This battle is yours. Outside, Bojang-chi is still fighting resiliently. He uses all his strength to charge and attack amidst the chaotic scene. Asji encourages him, Seize the victory with your own hands. She continues, This battle is yours. Outside, Bojang-chi is still fighting resiliently. He uses all his strength to charge and attack amidst the chaotic scene. Asgi encourages him, Seize the victory with your own hands. She quickly urges him, Come on, climb on, warrior of Izun. The other warriors are taking the chance to buy us some time. This is our opportunity. The scene outside appears. Everyone is fighting bravely, disregarding danger. Seeing the situation, Taeho climbs on. Then I'll take you up on that. Ask gently reminds him, Hold on tight. The two of them quickly fly out of the protected zone. Taeho is amazed by Asgi's speed. CG and Roth down below see the two of them. They have flown far away. They act immediately. CG orders, Fire. Roth replies, Understood, Captain. The two quickly rush to the weapons, putting all their strength into aiming and drawing the bowstring. TV and Roth shout in unison, Activate below! Bojang-chi looks up at the wall, his face covered in blood, screaming like a madman. Tick, the one known as the Child of God, the power within Bojang-chi surges. At the same time, the Witch Hunter's arrow, the unerring shot from CG and Roth, is also activated. Taeho and Asg have also arrived behind Ga. Bojang-chi's weapon is raised and the arrows from CG and Roth are fired. above and below are attacked at the same time, causing Ga immense pain. He falls to the spot where he was hit, burning with red fire, howling and trying to stand up, but from afar Taeho and Ask have charged in. She encourages him again, "Do it, warrior of Izun." Taeho's eyes show determination. He thinks to himself, now with just this one blow I'll risk everything one last time. He quickly unleashes his technique, Tick Warrior, appearing like a storm, striking straight at Ga's head. A blue whirlwind with powerful layers of golden energy on the outside sweeps toward Ga. It sends Ga flying away, destroying everything in the vicinity. With the massive energy source growing just a moment later, a desolate scene appears through the thick smoke. Ga lies silently in one place, unable to move after that. A lively scene of everyone gathering to eat and drink unfolds. A young woman steps out holding a cup made from animal horn and shouts, "Warriors, raise your glasses." Ra-SGZ and Inzri are behind her, murmuring, "It's an honor to witness your loyalty. It's a privilege to be part of this group today." Everyone cheers and raises their cups. The woman, a warrior, continues, "I am so sorry I can't serve you a full cup. We can't just enjoy ourselves for one night, can we? Instead, let my little sister, the Ice Princess Ra-SGZ, fill the cups for the two of you who have contributed the most in today's battle." The crowd reacts instantly. They loudly chant her name, Ra-SGZ, Ra-SGZ, the Ice Princess, Ra-SGZ. She grumbles to herself, "I want to punch all of them," but quickly pulls herself together. Clearing her throat, she stands before everyone and announces, "I will announce the names of these two. The warrior from Thor's territory, BZ, the strongest name among the men." The undefeated warrior steps up to Ra-SGZ to receive his drink. The crowd keeps whispering about BZ being a child of the gods. Ra-SGZ doesn't keep them waiting and shouts the second name, the warrior from the Izun region, Lee Tae-ho. While he stands there dumbfounded, the other warriors below start screaming, "The warrior who gets visited by girls, the warrior who gets to ride on this female warrior." Their teasing irritates Ra-SGZ. Inri continues the announcement for everyone, and because of these achievements, these two will be promoted to elite-level warriors. Taeho is shocked, thinking to himself about this title. Elite-level warrior. That makes me the same rank as Beyoncé. The five of them stand up front. Jay Gillip raises his cup high and shouts, "Come on, cheers! Let's celebrate today's victory." Everyone responds. Taeho and BZ Iki happily clink glasses. Suddenly, as Taeho holds the large cup, his face turns red. Everyone is cheering him on with happy smiles. He thinks to himself, "This feels great." Excited, he yells out, "Bottoms up, bottoms up, bottoms up." He downs the whole drink in one go. As soon as he finishes, the crowd starts cheering him on. That guy is a real man, a true man. While everyone is tipsy and having a blast, a man in a hooded cloak stands in the distance, arms crossed, watching. He suddenly mutters, "Is that Taeho? That?" He's such a low level, yet he can still use divine power. He turns to the person standing right next to the wall and says, "That's quite impressive. But my boys could do that easily." The other person doesn't say a word. Seeing this, he sighs. "Same as always, since you asked, I'll help out just this once." With that, he turns and leaves the party. 1 week later, at the residence of the elite warrior Taeho, he is still fast asleep, sprawled out on his simple bed. Taeho is sleeping so soundly that his mouth is wide open and he's drooling. Suddenly, he kicks off the blanket and jumps up, screaming, rushing to throw open the door, his hair a mess. What's going on? Standing opposite him outside is a guy completely covered in a cloak, his face hidden. It's the man from the other day. Taeho, confused, asks the strange man, "Who are you?" In his head, he thinks, "Why is there lightning around that guy? Is this a hidden camera show?" He doesn't answer but asks, "The elite warrior Lee Taeho, right?" He continues, "Defeated the two commanders of the giants, and this time you even pushed back the giants. You're being treated like a hero among the low-level warriors." He says this while gripping his cloak. "But those kinds of things, my soldiers could do that in a heartbeat." He rips off his cloak and a sharp sword pierces the ground. Taeho's eyes widen in surprise, thinking, "This guy is insanely strong, at least on the level of the female warrior or higher." Underneath the cloak is a sturdy body equipped with high-quality protective gear. He is Xanalot Barrick. With a long scar on his face and stylish black and white hair, he issues a challenge to Taeho. "I'm here to have a fight." He goads him, "Show me what you're made of." Taeho, hearing this, is stunned and quickly tries to refuse. "Who are you?" And more importantly, why did you just show up out of nowhere and start demanding a fight? He continues, I don't want to fight without a reason. Zana puts a hand to his chin, thinking. A reason? A reason, huh? Suddenly his expression changes, a smirk forming as he lowers his voice. Do I really need to give a reason to someone who's about to die? Taeho's face pales with fear. A question arises. Who is this mysterious warrior Zana who suddenly appeared before him? What is his true goal? A sword slowly appears in Taeho's hand. He grips it tightly, focusing on Zana. Zana, however, does the opposite, resting his sword on his shoulder. With a relaxed expression, he smiles. Taeho rushes in to attack first with a fierce flurry of blows. He brings his sword down hard on Zana, but Zana effortlessly lifts his sword to block it. Taeho quickly raises his sword to prepare another strike. Zana observes this, adjusting his sword to deflect. The next second, the sound of blades clashing rings out repeatedly. Taeho throws blow after blow, but Zana defends against everything with ease. Taeho fights, teeth clenched, thinking, damn it, is he using a hack or something? How is he blocking all this? If that's the case, then... Taeho's silhouette appears behind Zana. He thinks to himself, I'll aim for his back, then lightning fast, he dashes straight for Zana's back. Who would have thought? Before his attack could even land, Taeho takes a kick to the gut. Zana is still in his stance, body lowered, legs stretched out while Taeho's sword flies out of his hand. Taeho is sent flying. A few seconds later, a loud crash echoes. Zana, still in that same pose, turns his head halfway to look. Taeho has been slammed hard into a tree. He lets out a cry of pain. The impact was so strong that the trees dented as if they were about to snap. Zana stands still, watching Taeho. Taeho holds his stomach, coughing uncontrollably, thinking, he's too strong. Taeho holds onto the flicker of flame in his chest silently, feeling lucky. If I hadn't been able to use that, I'd be dead. At this moment, Zana suddenly speaks up. Warriors who die here will become steel warriors. And if a steel warrior dies again, only then will they go straight to the resting place for warriors. He slowly raises his sword high. A flash of murderous intent in his eyes, he continues, so even if you die, don't get discouraged. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zana brings his sword down. However, for some reason, he opens his eyes wide in surprise. It turns out that Taeho has suddenly vanished. The atmosphere becomes strangely silent. Just then in the sky, suddenly a giant bird appeared. Zana scanned the area, and when he finally looked up at the sky, he saw it. Zana instantly recognized it as Taeho. He calmly called out, give it everything you've got. I'm going to take this head on. Taeho hearing this launched himself forward at top speed, ready to unleash a ferocious attack. Just as he was about to close the distance, Zana transformed back into his human form and shouted, devastate! Instantly, a giant hammer materialized behind Taeho. He reached up and grabbed it. Then he slammed it down with massive force, bellowing, battle mark sword! Before Zana could even react, he shouted again, skull hammer! The impact triggered a massive explosion in the forest. Even from far away, you could see the blast. A moment later, the dust began to settle. The hammer lay motionless on the ground, but Zana was completely unscathed. He calmly remarked, that attack of yours was quite entertaining. He gripped Taeho's face tightly, adding, but it's nowhere near enough. Try harder and show me some real power, won't you? Zana held Taeho suspended in midair, mocking him, otherwise you're done for. With that, Zana slammed Taeho's entire body into the ground. He raised his fist, looking down at him threateningly. Got it, Taeho! Taeho stared back at him with eyes full of defiance. Zana channeled power into his hand and ruthlessly punched Taeho square in the face. The impact was so strong that dust and debris flew everywhere. Zana's eyes turned blood red, looking chillingly cold. His fist remained pressed against Taeho's face. Seeing that Taeho wasn't reacting, he said with a hint of disappointment, Is that really all you've got? Then he pulled his hand back and walked away. I was waiting to see something better, he muttered. He walked over and pulled his sword out of the ground. Slinging the blade over his shoulder, Zana sneered, Is that really the extent of your capabilities? Just then a deafening explosion erupted behind him, catching Zana off guard. He slowly glanced back as Taeho's divine power flared up. Taeho gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. He looked incredibly powerful, standing tall as a surge of intense golden divine energy radiated from him. Zana turned around still calm and commented, "So that's how it is. You really can use divine energy. Your goddess must trust you quite a lot, huh?" He squinted, staring straight at Taeho as if he had already predicted what would happen next. "But if you recklessly let that power envelop you like that—" Before he could finish, Taeho started staggering. His legs gave out, and a second later he face-planted into the dirt. Only then did Zana finish his thought. This is what happens. The scene shifted. Taeho slowly opened his eyes. Seeing movement, Hedda asked anxiously, "Taeho, you're awake." The moment Taeho saw her, he panicked. Hedda! He didn't understand why he was reacting so strongly. She simply said, "You slept so long you scared me to death." Taeho closed his eyes, feeling defeated, and vented, "Don't even mention it. Some lunatic came out of nowhere and showed up right where I live. And then he just started beating me up like it was nothing." However, he didn't notice the familiar figure he had just encountered was standing right there. Taeho turned to Hedda and continued, "I really thought I was a goner." As soon as he said that, he saw Zana standing there, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, watching him. Zana smirked. "Keep going. Tell me more." Taeho was so startled he went stiff and gasped, "Why are you here?" Hedda then reached a hand toward Zana and said, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is Zanalot Border. Starting today, he'll be your instructor." Taeho asked in confusion, "An instructor? But I already have you as my mentor." Hedda and Zana, too, didn't seem to like that. Zana frowned. "Who said I was going to be that guy's instructor?" Hedda was getting a headache from these two. She clutched her head and shouted to get them to quiet down, then turned to explain to Taeho, "My power isn't enough anymore. So I've had to bother him a lot to get him to come here." Zana spoke up, mocking Taeho. "A mediocre warrior like you being able to use divine energy is somewhat impressive, I suppose. But even a child could do that much. If that's all you've got, I'm disappointed." Hera crossed her arms confidently, asserting, "But you'll change your mind soon enough, and you might even be begging to learn from him." She turned to Taeho and said, "Taeho, I trust Zana. Why don't you show him your mark?" Taeho trusted Hera implicitly, so he said, "If you trust him, then I do too." Hedda replied, "Good, thanks." Taeho then pulled out the Soul Slate. It's a magical tool that allows you to show others the contents of your own mark. Hedda asked carefully, "Taeho, you know how to use it, right?" Taeho gave a firm, "Yeah," signaling he knew. She gently reminded him, "Good, when you're ready, go ahead." Zana still didn't think much of him, thinking to himself, "Let's see what you've got. What could possibly be so extraordinary?" A second later, a piece of paper, as long as a scroll, unrolled. Zana stared at the slate with utter astonishment. He was so shocked he started sweating, asking, "Taeho, what exactly did you just do?" He even changed the way he addressed him, implying, "Sir." Hera saw Zana's reaction and finally let out a sigh of relief. She called out to Zana, "What do you think, Zana, is Taeho's mark perfectly completed? How far do you think he can go?" Zana looked at Hera's face, and she looked back at him with wide, expectant eyes. Zana put his hand to his mouth, thinking for a few seconds before answering, "At least on par with Sirius." Taeho repeated, confused, "Sirius." Hedda explained to him, "He's a mighty warrior known as the strongest in Hala." She then turned back to Zana and asked, "And the upper limit?" He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly threw an arm around Taeho's shoulder and asked Hedda, "So I just need to teach this kid, right?" Seeing that he had agreed to be his instructor, she smiled. Then she raised a finger to warn him, "No playing by your law of the jungle like you did today. You were way too reckless." Zana still kept an expressionless face, replying, "But you can't just keep him locked away like a treasure chest forever, can you?" Hedda didn't answer and simply brushed the issue aside. "They said they're handing him over to you." Jana replied with hands on her hips, "Got it!" Then slung her sword over her shoulder, ready to hit the road without looking back, muttering, "Can't believe those legends are real. Hard to believe that kind of stuff actually exists." He turned his head halfway and said, "Don't you worry about how I train him. I think the process is actually quite interesting." Hedda finally spoke up and asked one more time, "So in the end, how far do you think he can go?" Yana glanced at her, and seeing Hedda looking at him with such pride and anticipation, he didn't answer her question and looked away. He seemed to have a lot on his mind, but didn't say a word. Down at the city wall, the CC soldiers had gathered seriously, looking around and checking everything before departure. She stepped forward and said her final words. "So you ended up becoming a weakling, huh?" CG continued excitedly. "It's so good to see you again." He clapped his chest and proudly replied, "It's all thanks to you, Captain." Suddenly a voice rang out from afar, footsteps approaching the crowd. "Is everyone here? Still missing one person, huh? Oh, speaking of the devil, there he is." Tae-ho waved his hand happily and said, "Long time no see, Captain." CG saw him and the soldiers excitedly rushed over to ask, "Are you that dragon-riding warrior? The one that the female warrior came to visit? I've heard so many rumors about you." "It's a pleasure to meet you," CG immediately chimed in. "He even told us about how you took down a giant." Hearing that, Tae-ho blushed and stammered, "Captain, please." Suddenly a woman walked up and shouted, "All right, everyone!" "Attention, everyone." The girl introduced herself loudly. "Nice to meet you all. I am the captain for this operation." The female warrior Genser continued confidently, "This scout mission is just a small operation with low-level warriors from the ULD and Izun territories." Hearing this, the soldiers grumbled in protest. "Why is it so easy?" "That's unfair, isn't it?" Genser replied mischievously. "So, you're telling me low-level warriors should just sit around doing nothing?" Tae-ho thought to himself, "The atmosphere in the ULD territory really is quite relaxed." Genser clapped her hands to cut off his train of thought and shouted, all right. Calm down, everyone." Genser said, "Wait until we reach our destination, then we'll discuss the details of this operation. Now, does anyone have any questions?" Rort raised his hand and asked, "Which area will we be scouting?" Genser was silent for a long moment before answering with a serious face. "The land of the dark elves where the eternal night reigns." Her words clearly showed the importance of the mission. The land of the dark elves. Tae-ho was astonished, thinking, the dark elves. The branches of the asin tree intertwining to form a canopy blocking the sky. Is this why? The place known as the world ruled by eternal night. Beneath the giant tree, a spatial rift opened, transporting the soldiers to the land of the elves. Every step brought them deeper into that mysterious land. Tae-ho thought in shock. It's broad daylight, yet it's pitch black and horribly damp. Is this where the dark elves live? Genser stood before everyone and shouted, "All right, everyone is here." She continued seriously, "Now I will explain the mission. Our target is..." In front of everyone, Genser continued, "Taking down a monster. It seems that creature is a member of the Dark Elf family, the entity that supplies medicine to Valhalla. It accidentally awakened the basilisk from its hibernation." CG responded in surprise. "A basilisk? You mean the Serpent King?" Genser said, "Exactly." She held up her index finger and said, "For this mission, we are specifically deploying the White Silence." The soldiers seemed excited by the name. They shouted enthusiastically, White Silence, I'm so ready for this." Tae-ho felt helpless and speechless, thinking, what is it this time? He awkwardly turned to CG and asked, "Captain CG, what is the White Silence?" She happily replied, "It's something truly amazing. You're going to love it, just you wait." As soon as she finished, a pack of ferocious white wolves approached, their howling echoing. Are those real? They're huge. Seeing the white wolves, Tae-ho thought in awe. They look so cool. The wolves quickly dashed toward them, and then each soldier mounted one to head deep into the elf territory. Riding a wolf for the first time, Tae-ho excitedly thought, "They're super fast and so quiet. It feels like I'm riding on clouds." Genser came up from behind and laughed, "Nice riding." The warrior from Izun saw this and awkwardly replied, "Yes, thanks to the dragon controlling skill." She stuck her tongue out playfully and complimented him. "You really are a talent worth admiring." Tae-ho immediately blushed and laughed it off. Then she sped ahead and said to CG, "CG, I need to plan how to draw attention from the Elf Council. You lead the group to the visit as instructed, okay?" Genser said seriously, "I'm counting on you." CG immediately gave a clear response, then took the lead for the soldiers and headed forward. By the time they reached the ancient village of the Molo clan, the sky was already at dusk. Someone stood in the distance, seemingly waiting for them. The group stopped, dismounted, and approached the person waiting for them. He bowed and spoke, "Welcome. I am Tonoses, and I am responsible for guiding everyone through the village. I will escort you all to the family." The soldiers immediately followed Tonoses deep into the village while the local villagers stood outside watching them. However, they didn't seem to have any sympathy for the soldiers at all, constantly whispering and murmuring about the strangers. The small children, seeing them, were also terrified and hid behind others. Seeing the villagers' strange attitude along with the names appearing above their heads, Tae-ho panicked and thought to himself, "The atmosphere isn't very welcoming, is it? Their names are all gray, that means they're neutral." He turned to look at the green name above Tonoses' head. Molo, I guess at least he's not an enemy. Eventually they arrived. The soldiers looked up in amazement, and Ton Oza smiled, saying, "We've arrived." Before them was a massive building emitting a warm light. The door gradually opened and the soldiers had to pass through another door to get deeper inside. Ton Ozis took the initiative to push the door open, saying, "This way. Please come in." Through the doorway, a sumptuous banquet was already prepared and a figure was waiting. Ton Ozis swung the door wide open and announced, "Our guests have arrived." That old goblin stood up warmly, saying, "I'm sure you all must be exhausted after such a long journey. I am Manlucer, the head of the Molo clan. Please make yourselves at home." The soldiers quite naturally sat down at the banquet table. Manlucer happily said, "Let's enjoy a drink before we dine." Dot, seeing this, lit up with greed and blurted out, "Oh, booze too?" Manlucer excitedly raised his glass and shouted, "Come on, everyone, bottoms up!" All eyes immediately turned to CG. Seeing this, she sighed, smiled, and replied, "One drink is fine." The soldiers excitedly raised their glasses high and shouted, "Cheers! Seeing everyone so happy!" CZ and Teho also smiled involuntarily. He excitedly raised his glass, preparing to drink, when suddenly Teho's face turned pale. His eyes widened in shock. Teho quickly threw his glass down and shouted loudly, Wait. Everyone's glasses left their hands as well. The banquet table became a mess. Teho had managed to throw away all the drinks in their hands to everyone's amazement. "What the hell?" He turned and shouted, "Captain CG!" She heard him and froze for a few seconds. Then CG immediately shouted, "Everyone escape!" Manlucer panicked and ordered, "Seal the main gate." The soldiers quickly smashed through the doors to run outside. Teho's eyes glowed looking around. His attention had shifted to the second floor, where countless figures stood waiting. "They're above us!" The goblins, following orders, immediately drew their bows to fire. "Archers!" he shouted. "Raise your shields!" Hearing that the soldiers got into defensive formation, Teho, despite being panicked, easily dodged the arrows. He quickly rushed toward the exit, shouting, "Outside!" The goblins were terrified and quickly tried to slam the doors shut to prevent the soldiers from escaping. However, with just one kick, Teho easily took them down. Inside the banquet hall was still littered with food on the floor. Manlucer stood frozen in his spot, unable to act. He was trembling with fear, teeth clenched in silence. Manlucer gripped the tablecloth, thinking to himself, "How? We didn't leave any clues behind. How the hell? Dark magic." Manlucer, a follower of Lord Uthgath, was now sweating profusely, panicking. He found out again. Teho used one kick to blast the door away. "Follow me to the exit." CG quickly pulled a flute from her pocket. She immediately played it as if calling for something. Sure enough, a pack of white wolves quickly bypassed the gate and ran inside. "White wolves, they're here! Hurry!" Goblins from afar collectively drew their bows and fired. "Don't let them escape." Arrows easily struck the soldiers. The goblin archers were relentless, firing bows. "Our side is in a fierce struggle." But Teho had rushed out in time, using his own body to block the hail of arrows. Teho pulled his sleeves up high, revealing strange tattoos on both arms. His eyes showed determination. The tattoos immediately turned gold. These tattoos were drawn for him by Hedda himself. Done. Turning back to before, Teho sat shirtless, staying still for her to draw. He blushed, wondering, "What is this?" Hedda calmly replied, "It's a magic seal. By tattooing the seal onto your body, you'll be able to use magic." She explained further, "But the one I just did is only a temporary tattoo. Whenever you want, you can erase it. A true permanent tattoo cannot be erased. And it will become a problem when you want to use stronger magic later." She looked around his body and laughed, saying, "Besides, there isn't much room left on your body to tattoo any more seals." Hearing that, Teho looked back over his shoulder and hurriedly replied, "Yeah, that's true." Back to the present, his hands were now brimming with magical light. Teho shouted, "Cover!" Instantly, the arrows heading toward him quickly shattered. This shocked the goblins. Manlucer at this moment finally rushed outside. He gasped and yelled, "Why are you all just standing there staring like idiots? Chase them!" But the soldiers had already mounted the wolves and were running faster by a step. The goblins could only stand and watch as the soldiers gradually ran away from the area. Manlucer saw this and collapsed to the ground, holding his head and muttering, "Damn it! How am I going to explain this? The soldiers had now left the Molo clan's building. They stopped deep inside the forest, constantly discussing and thinking of ways to go. I think it's safe now, right? Let me see your wounds. Those who had been struck by arrows earlier groaned in pain. Ouch! Can you pull the arrow out for me, please? Finally, the last arrow was pulled out. The soldier held the arrow up and licked it immediately, grimacing as he said, "This is a poison-tipped arrow. Even a tiny scratch from this is enough." Seeing an ordinary person writhing in pain, he turned pale with fear and stammered, Can we please take a break to recover from our wounds?" She walked toward the white tiger and said sternly, "Keep moving while healing. Stopping here is too risky. We cannot let our guard down until we rendezvous with Genser inside the Molo family mansion." The lights were still on. Man Lucifer knelt on the floor, trembling as he stared ahead, his face pale with dread, looking at the figure opposite him amidst a hazy purple smoke. A ghastly voice boomed, "You have failed, Man Lucas." He immediately bowed his head, terrified, and begged, "I apologize, man." Lucas broke into a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and pleaded, "Please, grant me your blade. Please lend me your power. I will find a way." The voice echoed again. "You cannot. But do not fear, Man Lucifer. I have already anticipated this situation." The smoke reflected an image of him kneeling and begging. He must be making his move now. Back to the other side. The group was gradually making their way deep into the forest in silence. Teho turned to her and took the initiative to ask, "Did you know the head of that house was a bad person because of Titch's power?" He immediately replied, "That's right." He turned to the other side, offering a wry smile. "In the end, I have to thank you for trusting me, Captain CG." She smiled back at him. "It's only natural. As a commander trusting—" Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes darted to the rear as if she had spotted something. Sure enough, right behind the troops was a mysterious spatial rift. CG turned pale and shouted, "Careful! It's an ambush!" As soon as a soldier turned around, a sharp spike pierced right through his body. Before he could even react, he thought, "What is this?" The soldier was quickly yanked high into the air by vines right before everyone's eyes. From within the spatial rift, a hooded figure gradually emerged. Teho thought in horror, "This guy is dangerous. He's definitely a formidable foe." The mysterious shadow was none other than Reagan or Atoma Custer. As soon as he touched the ground, the soldiers immediately grabbed their spears and shields, charging forward in unison. "Die, leave your head here!" Marcus was quickly attacked by two soldiers from both sides, but it meant nothing to him. Marcus immediately retaliated with his scythe, bringing both soldiers down. In an instant, the soldiers blocking him were easily defeated by Marcus. This sight terrified the remaining troops. "My group, it only took the blink of an eye. Look over there." Marcus's jagged wound revealed a strange green slime. His injuries, the gashes on his body, were rapidly healing, closing up completely. CG was shocked and screamed, "The Reincarnator!" Teho asked, "The Reincarnator?" She climbed onto the white tiger and urged everyone, "Quick, mount the white tiger! Get away from him now!" The remaining soldiers followed her lead and scrambled onto the white tiger to flee, but Marcus had no intention of letting them off that easily. He raised his hand, preparing to strike. Thousands of vicious snakes slithered out from his sleeves and quickly latched on to the white tiger, preventing the squadron from retreating. CG was surrounded by them and couldn't break free. Marcus charged rapidly toward her from a distance. He brandished his scythe and lunged straight at her. CG didn't back down. She drew her bow to retaliate. The arrows she fired pierced right through his body. However, Marcus had already jumped high in front of CG in time. She panicked and drew her sword to defend herself. "Damn it! Are you not going to stop them anymore?" Marcus's scythe slammed directly into CG's blocking sword. He didn't stop there. He clenched his fist, preparing to throw a punch. With just one kick, Marcus easily sent her flying backward. Seeing the critical situation, Rot aimed his arrows at him and shouted, "Captain CG!" Captain CG from within the flames gritted her teeth and endured. "You damn bastard!" Fire arrows rained down continuously on Marcus, knocking him back. But in that moment, Rot finally managed to get an unconscious CG out of there. However, his steps suddenly faltered. A murderous aura from behind a heavy pressure, his back went cold. Marcus's eyes suddenly glanced toward the other side behind him. Teho had swung his sword high, preparing to attack. Marcus managed to block it in time with his scythe, but it gave Rot the opportunity to get CG away. Teho spoke angrily. From now on, I am your opponent, you monster. Taking advantage of Marcus's distraction toward Rot, Teho quickly swung his sword. He lunged straight at him, but Marcus wore a sinister smile as if he felt no fear at all. The snakes from his sleeves instantly lunged out, binding Teho tightly. However, Teho easily used his sword to chop the snakes into 100 pieces. Teho swung his sword high again, advancing toward Marcus. His blade suddenly ignited with fire. He thought to himself, "This guy isn't even bothering to dodge. If that's the case..." With a single slash, Marcus's body was cut in two. Rot screamed, "Hitting him head-on like that!" But he's a reincarnator. His wounds will recover soon. Yet Teho didn't seem afraid. He stood tall, facing him. Marcus smiled cunningly, knowing his stomach wound would heal quickly. Teho's gaze at him was sharp, full of resolve. Seeing the young man's calm attitude, Marcus began to feel a bit confused. Teho suddenly remembered Zana's words. That power is not limited to self-healing. It can also suppress the support and powers of others. You've experienced it, haven't you? Fighting while surrounded by divine power is foolish. Teho carefully listened to every piece of advice. You must fight intelligently. Only channel your divine power at the moment of attack. Suddenly, blood poured from his body non-stop. Marcus looked down in astonishment. The wound on his stomach was not healing. Marcus looked terrified, his face darkening. Teho raised his glowing sword confidently, saying, "Check this out." Panicked, he gritted his teeth and glared at him. Teho immediately lunged forward at Marcus with his flaming sword. He would not give an inch either. With his stance ready to counter, the sound of their weapons clashing rang out repeatedly, neither willing to give an inch. Yet Teho seemed to have spotted his weakness and kept Marcus' jaw under constant pressure. He didn't see this coming. Panicking and falling back to parry, Marcus' jaw was struggling to defend himself, and seeing this, jawed wide-eyed and pumped up, shouted, "Finish him, Teho!" Siggy was also speechless, stunned. She worriedly thought to herself, even though things looked favorable right now, as long as the enemy could hold his guard, they were safe. But the arrogance on Marcus' jaw's face had completely vanished. He was terrified, gripping his blade tightly to hold off Teho's relentless attacks. Looking at Teho, who was swinging his sword non-stop, Siggy thought he would be the one to run out of steam first. Thinking that, Siggy quickly dashed toward the battlefield. Jod shouted in shock, "Captain!" Marcus' jaw roared with savage fury, his blade instantly closing in on Teho's neck. It caught him off guard, but thankfully he managed to dodge the lethal strike just in time. However, he was still sent flying back. Teho retreated, struggling to stay upright. Even though he was exhausted, he forced himself to hold his ground and keep fighting. Teho lunged at Marcus' jaw once more. Refusing to lose, Marcus' jaw immediately raised his sword to retaliate. As he rushed forward, Teho thought to himself, "I'll end this with one blow." But before he could even get close, Marcus' jaw's tail lashed out, piercing through Teho's body. Teho clearly never saw this coming. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Seeing that Marcus' jaw grinned wickedly, raising his sword to finish him off. Thankfully, Siggy rushed in just in time to stop Marcus' jaw's attempt. He was stunned by her sudden appearance. Despite being heavily injured, Siggy confidently charged in and said, "I might not be able to hurt you, but I can force you to back down." Thanks to her, Teho had the time to recover his focus and spot Marcus' jaw's weak point. Teho immediately lunged, carving deep into Marcus' jaw's body. He was now just a sitting duck, taking every hit, Sashi unable to do anything else. Teho gritted his teeth and drove his sword deeper into him. "It's not over yet." As the blade glowed, a massive hammer appeared, smashing Marcus' jaw to pieces. The skull hammer left a mysterious purple smoke behind, and suddenly a voice rang out, "How can this be? The reincarnated Marcus' jaw is dead." Hearing that, Lucas was rendered speechless in shock. The voice spoke again. "Stop the operation, Lucas." He stammered frantically, cutting them off. The voice from the smoke demanded, "We have no choice but to use the basilisk." Urgent voices rang out repeatedly. "Teho, you have to hold on, Teho!" The members of the corps kept calling his name, but at that moment he had passed out from sheer exhaustion. Jod turned around and told Siggy, "He still isn't waking up. Should we keep waiting?" She replied with a stern look, "I have a bad feeling about this. We need to get out of here immediately." Suddenly, thunderous sounds echoed, throwing the corps into a panic. Hearing that sound, Jod's face turned pale. "The basilisk!" Siggy exclaimed in shock. "Damn it, which direction is it coming from?" She quickly ordered the corps, "We're being scattered. The top priority now is to regroup with Genser, but it doesn't have to be every single member. Hearing that the remaining members of the Corps emotionally grabbed Jod's hand and said their goodbyes, "See you in Valhalla," Jod, at a loss for words, replied, "Now's really not the time for that kind of talk, is it?" Sigi immediately cut in and shouted, "Everyone scatter for Asgard and the 9 realms." Jod asked worriedly, "What about the captain and Teho?" She replied, "Leave him to me. You go hurry." Even though he was uneasy, Jod had no other choice but to obey. "Captain, stay safe," and then quickly ran away from the scene. Leaving CG with the unconscious Teho, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of him. CG seemed to be channeling her magic, and she immediately shifted into her beastkin form. Right after that, CG transformed into a wolf. She stepped forward, lifted his body up high, and quickly carried him deep into the forest from another side. A strange creature slowly advanced. The aura it emitted was terrifying. Sounds echoed repeatedly. "Teho, Teho." In his subconscious, he seemed to hear those calls. "Wake up quickly, Teho." He instinctively opened his eyes wide after being unconscious for a long time. "Heda." But before his eyes right now was not Heda but Captain CG. CG leaned in close, her face right against Teho's, making his eyes widen in shock. Embarrassed, he shouted, "Captain CG!" She immediately signaled for him to be quiet. "Be quiet, stay still, and listen to me. We are currently surrounded by the enemy." CG was still channeling her invisibility magic, helping them both hide for now. She said, "If we start moving, the invisibility spell will lose its effectiveness. When that happens, they will immediately hunt us down. Of course, a bitter battle will be unavoidable." Teho felt guilty and said, "Because of me, you're in danger too. Captain, aren't you thinking about just taking Rot and the others and leaving?" Facing his question, CG paused in surprise for a few seconds. She slowly replied, "You have a special power. Losing you would be a loss for Valhalla." CG spoke directly, "But personally speaking, I quite like fighting side by side with you, to the point where I don't want to return to the warrior's base just yet." Teho's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. He thought that he was trusted. Recalling his previous life, Teho secretly thought he didn't want to betray this trust. He shyly replied, "Thank you, Captain CG." CG laughed and teased him. "Well, since you didn't wake up as early as I thought, the situation got a bit dangerous. I tried every way to wake you up." Teho blushed, thinking every way. Then she looked around and said seriously, "Now let's get going. I'm counting on you." Teho's eyes were extremely determined. He nodded in agreement. Then CG immediately transformed into a wolf, letting Teho ride on her back to run deep into the forest. Teho said seriously, "Leave it to me, Captain CG." CG once again revealed her powerful magic, activating her dragonkin form. The magical aura surrounding her was extremely abundant. Suddenly, CG gasped in surprise. "So it's like this?" Right in front of them, countless eyes were fixed on them. "They really have us cornered." Giant snakes immediately lunged, bearing their sharp fangs toward them. But Teho was calm and easily sliced their bodies apart. However, the number of snakes was overwhelming. They all lunged at the two of them at once. Teho gritted his teeth and fought back seriously. Instantly, the body of one of the snakes was quickly split in two vertically. Just like that, Teho sliced every single snake into pieces. Sweeping across, he used his iron hail technique to strike them continuously. Teho shouted, "A massive monster is about to appear." No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange power surged forward. It was the basilisk. From deep within the forest, this giant creature slithered through every nook and cranny, snapping countless bushes. The basilisk bared its sharp fangs, rushing towards CG and Teho. She immediately warned him, "It has a binding skill that paralyzes the body. Don't let it touch your eyes." No sooner had she spoken than the basilisk lunged to attack them. But Teho jumped high just in time to dodge. Then he leaped onto CG, ran forward, and then they turned around, preparing for the next attack. Standing before the monster basilisk, Teho looked tiny and harmless, yet he was not easily defeated. Teho's eyes exuded a terrifying decisiveness. Teho said seriously, "Let's do it, Captain CG." She also steeled herself to confront it. Immediately, the two of them leaped high, closing in on the monster basilisk. It bared its sharp fangs, exhaling a terrifying toxic smoke. The toxic smoke was sprayed out, covering the entire space. Taeho raised his hand high, unleashing the power of light. His counterattack dispelled the toxic smoke coming from it. Note this section. Taeho used the magic that Hedda had tattooed onto his body. CG immediately gained momentum and leaped high. They jumped up, standing right on top of the basilisk's head, preparing a fierce attack. Taeho took the opportunity to swing his sword against the monster. The basilisk's eyes widened, staring at them. The tattooed arm of Taeho shifted. He shouted, "Divine power before the monster!" The basilisk glared with its divine eyes and sharp fangs. Taeho was not afraid and moved in to attack. Taeho's hand, infused with magic, gained momentum. Preparing to throw it hard at the monster, a sword materialized in Taeho's hand. Meanwhile, CG's body was shifting toward a pinkish hue. It seemed her strength was exhausted, leaving only Taeho to struggle and endure. He no longer had enough stamina to fight it either. Taeho said wearily, I can barely stand anymore. CJ, you've done enough. Take a break. Taeho's face was drenched in sweat. He fell silent, deep in thought, trying to figure out a solution when he suddenly spotted a bright glimmer deep inside the monster's mouth. It was a sword jammed right in its throat. Taeho stared at it, curious. What is that? He wondered. He picked up the broken sword. All that was left was the hilt. Taeho was stunned. This is the hilt of a shattered blade, he whispered. CG shouted out loud in a panic, Taeho! Looks like we're surrounded again. The two immediately stood back to back, guarding against everything around them. Taeho cursed under his breath, frustrated that he was completely drained of energy. CG suddenly spoke up. Go, leave this to me. He was too stunned to respond. She held her blade, trembling, and spoke to him. Taeho immediately summoned his sword. He said, no, we have to survive and make it back together. CG's eyes widened in shock. Taeho felt the same. His gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. They stood back to back on guard. CG replied, Then I'll see you in Valhalla. No sooner had she spoken than countless snakes hissed and lunged at them, cornering them. Suddenly one snake struck, but CG reacted just in time. Taeho gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into slashing through the venomous vipers. The two fought in perfect sync, taking down one snake after another. From behind, a strange creature slowly approached. It was another basilisk, its eyes glowing red as it glared at them. It crawled out of the forest and stood right in front of Taeho. Seeing this, Taeho's face darkened. 4 of them, and now this giant thing. CG suddenly spoke up. Doesn't look like it's just them. From behind, another one appeared. From another direction, yet another basilisk crawled out. The monsters gathered around, quickly encircling CG and Taeho. She continued, There are 5 of them. We're completely surrounded. Sure enough, one basilisk after another emerged before them. Looking at the monsters with their terrifying power, she said tensely, There's no way out. CG asked, Do you still have the strength to fight? He stayed silent for a moment, looking at his own trembling hands. He gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't keep using my divine power like this. My strength can only last for maybe 1 or 2 more moves. Taeho, frustrated, gripped his sword tighter, unleashing terrifying magic from the blade. He said with determination, If we can't escape, then I'll go all out. CG sighed in relief and laughed. A true warrior of Valhalla indeed, both of them shouted out with fierce resolve. For ULD, for Izun. Just as they were about to attack the basilisks, the troop from the heights shouted, Wait! They had finally arrived in time to save CG and Taeho. Taeho, Captain CG, they said solemnly. We're here to back you up. Then a familiar figure jumped down from above, sword in hand. Gina swung his blade down hard at the monsters, roaring, Tear them to shreds. Taeho, now completely exhausted, stood helpless before a basilisk. The monster opened its jaws, wide fangs bared, lunging toward him, but it was quickly sliced in half. Watching the scene unfold, Taeho stared, mouth agape. The one who had struck was none other than Gina. He wore an arrogant smirk and said, Stubborn lot, aren't you? Leave the rest to us. Taeho cheered. Gina, seeing him. CG immediately turned around, blushing as she looked at him. Really, Gina, Lord Briz? CG seemed so captivated by Gina's good looks that Taeho was stunned, thinking, Is Captain CG actually swooning over him? The troops launched an attack, charging in unison. Gina put his all into his swings, cleanly slicing through the basilisks. Zana was just as impressive. He struck continuously, moving too fast for them to react. After a while, the forest returned to silence. Once the basilisks were dealt with, Gina spoke up. Situation under control. You all fought well. Seeing him, a group of soldiers swarmed around, looking at him with adoration. Gina Lord Briz, what an honor to meet you. Is this a dream? CG, still blushing shyly, called out his name. Anna. Teho thought helplessly. I don't know much about him, but he seems like someone to be reckoned with. Gina walked over and said, Our mission ends here. Leave the rest to the RSRG. She continued, We'll investigate the Molo clan and the Dark EO Council. With the current situation and even the appearance of a reincarnated Marcus, it seems the giants are involved too. Suddenly she called out, Teho of Izun, your victory against that reincarnate was truly spectacular. Gina added, I'll notify the ULD and you might even get a reward later. Teho rubbed his hair, blushing. Thanks. Gina teasingly stuck out his tongue. You're truly a talent that everyone covets. Teho went pale, looking around at the stairs behind him, thinking, Look at those jealous, sour glares. Gina crossed his arms and said sternly, Now let's head back. She held the broken hilt in her hand. Hedda looked at the object Teho brought back, confused. She handed the hilt back, fumbling for words. I can't really explain it. It's so damaged that there's nothing notable left. Teho hurriedly held out his hand. It's all right, Hedda continued. I can only be certain of one thing, this isn't just any item. It bears the scars of the Great War. Hedda explained, The front lines of Jajna might be in a stalemate now, but long ago. That place was the site of a massive, brutal battle. The scars from that era are still scattered all over the world. This broken blade could be, she guessed, a piece of a warrior's weapon from that time. Teho looked at the hilt, thinking, I knew there was something up with this. I can feel it. Just keep it safe for now. Suddenly, Hedda had an idea. By the way, Teho, shall we go? Let's head to Izun. We still need to report back on the reconnaissance mission. At the seaport, Hedda and Teho were rowing a boat together out to sea. Just the two of them heading toward Izun, eventually arriving at a strange-looking house. Hedda smiled and said, We're here. As they both headed deep inside, she spoke up cheerfully. Hey, I'm talking to you, Teho replied. What is it? Hedda said the goddess said that this time, she has a special gift for you. Teho was amazed and excitedly said, A gift from the goddess. I have a good feeling about this. Hedda replied, I'm looking forward to it too. Can you show me too? Teho held up the object, a golden apple, and eagerly replied, Of course I'll be right back. He dropped the apple and a magic circle instantly appeared on the ground. The goddess Izun appeared and said, My warrior Teho, come here. He knelt down with great respect and said, It is a true honor to be in your presence, my goddess. Izun replied happily, You have performed a great service once again. Without you, we would have struggled to stop the giant's cruel plans so early. Teho smiled humbly and said, It is all thanks to your blessing. Goddess Izun continued, I am truly happy to see you return safely. Izun then asked curiously, I heard you rode a dragon during the battle, and that it was actually a beautiful female warrior in disguise. Hearing this, he blushed and stuttered, What? No, that's not it at all. Izun reached out and channeled her magic. She said, Since you completed your reconnaissance mission perfectly, you shall receive a reward. She manifested 2 glowing gems and said, I have prepared 2 choices for you. Choose one. The first is the Pegasus Cloak, a gift from Olympus that grants the user the ability to shape-shift into a Pegasus. The second item is the Unia, a bag that can shrink any item for storage. The items will return to their normal size seconds after being taken out. Teho gasped, his mouth agape, thinking, They're both so incredible. Why didn't you let me see just one? Goddess Izun, that's too cruel. He racked his brain, unable to choose which, made her laugh with amusement. Izun said, Don't worry too much. If you bring back great results next time, I will reward you with the other one. Hearing this, Teho tensed up and thought to himself, No, stay positive. Whichever one I pick, it's basically like winning the lottery. Having decided, he spoke up, Then I choose this one. Immediately after returning, Teho held out the Unia bag to Hedda. She said in surprise, I didn't expect that. I thought you'd prefer the Pegasus Cloak. He replied happily, That's true, but if I chose that one, I'd need teammates to help me gear up, and in an online game, Besides, the top priority is always expanding my personal storage. Hearing this, Hedda could only sigh helplessly. Is that so? I don't really get that, but... As they sat on the boat heading back, Hedda said, "From today on, and you have to start training with a new master. You already know who it is, right?" He answered, "Yeah." She asked happily, "Are you excited?" Teho shyly rubbed his head and said, "Well, I mean, he is a legend after all." At that moment, Zana was yawning repeatedly, looking very sleepy. He sat on the porch gazing at his surroundings, then sighed. Zana looked up at the sky and said happily, "The weather is gorgeous today." Just then, Teho was sitting silently next to Zana. He turned and asked, "So, Zana," then continued, "how are things going between you and Hedda?" Hearing this, Teho jumped, his eyes darting around, speechless. He stammered, What do you mean by that, master?" Zana was speechless and pointed a finger, saying, "I meant, how is your training going?" Teho felt like a fool for misunderstanding him. "Look at you, your head is full of dirty thoughts." Seeing the mocking smile on his face, Teho cursed under his breath. "As if yours isn't." Then Zana picked up his sword and said, "Whatever, doesn't matter." He continued, "Hedda told me to teach you holy power, but I'm going to hold off on the advanced stuff and start with the basics. Like extending the duration of your power activation." Zana smiled challengingly. "But I won't spoon-feed you. You have to figure it out yourself, got it?" Teho replied seriously, "Understood." Hearing this, Zana shouted happily, "That's the spirit! Come at me!" Teho jumped in surprise. The training began and the sound of swords clashing rang out repeatedly. Against Zana's terrifying strength, Teho had to put all his energy into responding. Zana excitedly said to him, "Show me what you've got." Not only did he attack, but Zana also explained, "This is our foundation. Just because you have divine power doesn't mean you can slack off on the basics." Teho immediately radiated a powerful killing intent, as if he had become a completely different person. He shouted seriously in response. Faced with Teho's resistance, Zana widened his eyes in surprise. Teho took the opportunity to swing his sword, but in the end, even I have to admit defeat against the terrifying power of Zana. I lay on the ground looking up at him, defeated. Zana rested his chin on his hand and said, "If you want to know how I feel when I spar with you, then I've got 2 objectives for you right now." He held up his index finger and continued. "First, a specialty of the attack type. A low-level warrior like you has plenty of specialties. But most of them are support-oriented. They can be useful in any given situation, but you lack a finishing move." Teho thought puzzled. "A finishing move, the ultimate technique." Zana continued seriously. "Second, you need to re-examine your specialty." Teho jumped up and asked, "Re-examine it?" He replied, "Yes, none of your specialties are fully realized." Zana frowned and complained, So your specialty is like that?" "You can only use it that way. This is a common mistake for low-level warriors." Looking at my focused expression as I listened, he continued, "But remember, a specialty is like a story. It's passed down and constantly evolving. Yours might hide other uses that you aren't even aware of." With that, he turned and walked away. "That's it for today. Think hard about what I told you." He laughed and said, "Oh, and about training your divine power, try to maintain it while you eat, sleep, and even when you're taking a bathroom break." He turned and walked away again, leaving Teho still sitting there stunned. I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, and sighed. Teho, with a haggard, drained face, lamented, "This training is too hard." The sky was turning red at sunset. In the kitchen, a frying pan kept tossing stir-fried shrimp up and down. Hedda was humming a song happily while cooking. She seemed to be in a very good mood. From outside, Zana and Teho kept peeking into Hedda's kitchen. He teased, "Good expression, kid. Got something you want to show me?" Teho smiled confidently and said, "Yes." He raised his hand and summoned his warrior's sword magic. Immediately, a sword appeared in his hand. Teho excitedly replied, "Junpang, this is the sword I usually summon." Zana rested his chin on his hand and wondered, "And then what?" Teho confidently pulled the sword from behind him, and suddenly he held the broken hilt up high. The warrior's sword instantly, a glowing red blade erupted from the hilt connected to the Junpang sword. I was holding 2 swords with contrasting colors in my hands. I happily continued, "If I summon the weapon while holding this broken hilt, I can call out an upgraded version of it." Witnessing this scene, Zana was so shocked he couldn't speak. He forced a smile and said, "So you intend to use that as your finishing move?" He thought to himself, "This kid, is it because he comes from another world? His way of thinking is fundamentally completely different. Just then, Hedda ran out and called out loudly, "Taeho!" She brought a piece of paper and said breathlessly, "His way of thinking is fundamentally completely different." She wanted me to go right away. Taeho asked in surprise, "Razgat is calling for me." Hedda replied immediately, "She thinks you should see the field at least once with your own eyes." I thought, excitedly, this might be a good opportunity. I might be able to find more fragments of the broken sword. Seeing this, Hedda puffed out her cheeks in jealousy. She crossed her arms and complained, "You look so excited, huh? Are you that eager to see Razgat?" Taeho shyly explained, "No, it's not like that." I scratched my head awkwardly and said, "So I'm going now, okay?" Hedda was still looking at me with jealous eyes. Seeing that, Zena thought to himself, what's with this awkward atmosphere? On a cliff, a giant spider web appeared against the dark sky. A sharp hand reached out slightly. Two mysterious figures moved toward the web. From afar, a strange butterfly flew in. It was a goblin butterfly. She said happily, "Lord Avanjat, the Titan of Strength, has made his move." The other replied calmly, "Yes, I am personally monitoring this. The followers of the Titan of Strength Hazard are heading to Servat Anhum." They both laughed deviously. He said excitedly, "How thrilling! I'm looking forward to the fun about to take place at Servat Anhum." A soldier said happily as he introduced himself, "I am Tostile, a low-level warrior from Odin's Legion." After passing through the spatial rift, we stood face-to-face with Tostile. "Great to meet you. I have heard of your reputation. I'll lead the way to the base." Tostile pointed eagerly toward the horses and said, "I've prepared 30 fast black horses. Let's get on and move." Then the Legion immediately rode off toward the base. They went deeper into the forest. One person said in confusion, "I don't know why. Riding a normal horse now feels kind of weird." Taeho, looking pale, said, "Even though I don't miss the black abyss." CG laughed and replied, "You're gradually becoming a true vow warrior." A real holla. Suddenly I noticed the dissatisfied look on Rot's face and wondered, what's wrong with that sour face? He had to cut his vacation short to come here. Tostile announced, "We're almost at the excavation site, speed it up." The army immediately moved forward at high speed. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. Taeho said in a panic, "What is this horn blast? A pack of fierce wolves had surrounded them." CG quickly reassured everyone, "They're just small fry. Trample over them and push forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the Legion ignored the wolves' attacks and sped right past them. They quickly overcame the obstacle and moved toward the base. Suddenly, another strange sound rang out. They exclaimed in surprise, "What's that now?" It was a swarm of birdmen flying in to attack the Legion. Faced with the relentless assault of the birdmen, the Legion panicked and shouted, "Damn it, no time to use the bows!" The swarm of birdmen caused difficulties for the Legion, preventing them from moving forward. CG also tried his best to fight back against the birdmen. Rot gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn it, it's about to turn into chaos." Taeho immediately drew his sword to unleash magic on the birdmen who were attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted, pushing them back. It was the light from Taeho's sword. The heaven light blade in his hand exuded a terrifying pressure. Witnessing Taeho's power, Chosartai and Rot were completely stunned. With jaws dropped in silence, CG was also frozen by the heavenly sword he had created. Amidst everyone's amazed stares, Taeho stood there awkwardly rooted to the spot. He stammered a reply for Izun. Then the Legion regained their confidence and continued to strike back at the birdmen. Chosartai said urgently, "We're almost at Odin's territory." Taeho thought to himself in shock, "Incredible. So that was it." Before him lay a vast territory, the remnants of the Great War. The Legion quickly moved toward the ruins below CG. Drawing his bow, he activated the power of his enchanted arrows, dead-on and lethal, as thousands of arrows immediately flew toward the enemy forces. The monsters screamed in agony under the onslaught. CG rode his horse at the forefront, breaking the siege, while Taeho also bravely charged into the fray to attack the beasts. His hand gripped the broken hilt of his sword, which turned glowing red. With the battle sword charged, Taeho drew his bow again to fire a thunder wind shot. With just one release, thousands of explosive arrows flew at the monsters. Watching his performance, the Legion couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." A single strike shattered their central formation. The numbers above the monsters' heads kept popping up: 950,000, 2,000,000, 800,000, 2,000,000, 400,000, 800,000, 950,000, 2,000,000, 400,000, 950,000, 2,000,000, 200,000. 800,000, 950,000, 2,000,000, 800,000, 870,000. Suddenly, Razgs descended from above. Teho exclaimed in shock, "Razgs!" She took down monsters with just a few slashes. Razgs turned around smiling and said, "It's so good to have you here, warrior of Izun." Teho got off his horse and asked, "How's the situation?" She replied immediately, "It's almost under control." Razgs continued, "So far both sides are holding their own. It seems they have a move similar to our Iron Rain." Suddenly she and Rot shouted loudly, "They're coming again! Scatter quickly!" The sky darkened and meteorites began raining down upon the ground. It caused a terrifying explosion with rock fragments flying everywhere. From within the meteorites, a horde of monsters emerged, led by a giant wolf. It was 3 times the size of a normal monster. More and more were appearing. They were sending out stronger ones. Teho looked up in shock and shouted, "Another one is coming right above us." A gargantuan massive meteorite was slowly descending. He gasped, "A huge one!" A loud explosion echoed, blasting everyone back. The Legion couldn't help but stare at the rock, asking each other, "What on earth is that? Why is it so big?" Razgs glanced up. More fire meteorites are falling. She thought in horror, "Another giant thing is falling down." That's the Dark Elf village. In front of Teho now was the massive cracking meteorite. He turned pale and sighed in relief. That was a close one. From afar, Razgs flew toward him. She said urgently, "Teho, head to the Dark Elf village immediately. You are the only one I can trust to handle this mission right now." She continued, "That giant thing fell into the village. Go there and control the situation." He tensed up and accepted the order. "Understood, I'll head out on horseback right away." Razgs immediately stopped him, not in time. Then she took off her feather cloak in front of him. Making Teho blush, she handed him the cloak and said, "This is the feather cloak of glory. Give it to someone you trust to wear." He imagined Rot wearing the cloak. "Thanks for trusting me, buddy," Teho thought, giving himself goosebumps. "It feels wrong and the size wouldn't fit anyway." Just then the cloak was put on and transformed into a pair of wings. He rode the dragon-like creature rushing toward the Dark Elf village. The person wearing the cloak was none other than CG. Teho called out, "I see the village. Captain CG, speed up. Let's go." By now, the fire from the rock had spread everywhere. The territory was submerged in smoke and flames. Razgs looked around, tense. She thought, "This thing is definitely smaller than the giant in the dark forest, but I can feel a more intense chanta radiating from it." Chanta was the giant's hierarchy system, a chest system that tracks the progress of warriors in Hala. The more enemies a giant kills and the more notoriety they gain, the stronger they become. The monster appeared, opening its mouth to breathe out a wave of fire so overwhelming that its angry roar immediately rained down on the Legion below. The fire orb inside its mouth slowly revealed itself. Its roar was incredibly intense, forcing the Legion to cover their ears if they didn't want to pass out. Enough. Taking the opportunity, the pack of wolves immediately lunged to attack. Chanta kept letting out overwhelming roars, forcing everything to retreat. Back at the Dark Elf village, the explosion had created a giant monster. Teho rode CC, pointing down from above. "Over there, the giant is breaking out." The monster gradually moved deep into the village, causing the residents to panic and flee. The monster glanced around with glowing eyes. Under the pressure it radiated, Teho thought tensely, "That attire? Could this giant be a mage?" Then it quickly created a blue flame in its palm. Immediately an explosion erupted, shattering everything. Correction. The script implies the giant attacks. The elves in the village ran in terror everywhere. Teho quickly dove down. "I'll draw its attention." Then, CG used the dragon wings to dash straight at the monster. Teho shouted, unleashing his own magic power. His sharp weapon immediately flew toward the monster. At incredible speed, however, when the metal blade touched the monster, it instantly shattered. Teho thought in shock, "A barrier." In front of him now were countless shield barriers created to prevent them from attacking. Suddenly, Teho realized something. The monster glanced to the side. It seemed to have spotted him. It tilted its head and stared straight at them. CC whispered, "I think I succeeded." but it was still holding the orb of power in its hand. It was even growing larger. The monster immediately unleashed a blast of magic, blowing everything apart, causing CC and Taeho to flee in fear. The energy radiated everywhere, causing heavy destruction to the forest. The villagers fled in panic in every direction. Taeho looked down at the ruins of the village and thought, "At this rate, the whole village will be destroyed. A long, drawn-out battle isn't our strength." He thought tensely, "What should I do? What should I do now? Think Taeho, the monster is firing those orbs again, getting ready for another round. I have to find a way to take this thing down." Cut to a castle on a mountain. Inside, a figure sits on a throne. A large bird instantly flies toward her, landing right on her hand. A voice rings out immediately, "Avon, Avon, you coward!" The audio shifts to show Avon hiding in the shadows like a rat fumbling with a mess of spider webs, muttering about using the dark elves, throwing stones, and hiding your hands. What a pathetic sight. She bites the cap off a wine bottle and spits it out crudely. "You think you're intimidating you. Running crazy because you're cornered." She pours wine into a glass. "To get the seed back, something more reliable, more powerful than anything, and yet you forgot the most effective method." She flashes a cunning smile. "Destroy everything just like that." She is the one controlling the two monsters facing the army. "Burn it all down until you find the seed. If we wipe out every obstacle..." She raises her wine glass, looking thrilled. "Even if those pathetic Valhalla call it a great war, we will turn it into a golden age." One of the 5 magic monarchs, the giant Okalokiha. Meanwhile, in the Dark Elf village, the monster keeps raining down damage on CG and Taeho. He says angrily, "I've had enough of this." Taeho grabs a metal rod, annoyed. "You think you're the only one who knows how to throw things? Take this." No sooner said than done, countless sharp rods fly toward the monster, which instantly activates a barrier. "Block this attack!" But Taeho isn't giving up. He keeps hurling metal rods, his attacks slamming repeatedly into the monster barrier or no barrier. Shiri asks, confused, "Taeho, does doing that even make sense right now?" He answers tensely, "Of course it does." Even though this is just a game story, Taeho starts explaining his idea. The magic barrier absorbs a significant portion and then it vanishes. Taeho says seriously, "The moment it's recasting the barrier is our chance to strike." During the Great War, Rasjizi had to face the high-level monster, Chanta. She looks at him tensely, thinking, he's not an easy opponent. That's exactly what Chanta is thinking about her, too. Then both of them take a battle stance, ready to strike. Rasjizi raises her sword high, taking the initiative. She tells herself, "I have to be careful." Chanta's fist lunges toward her. "Oh, warrior of Izun!" Instantly, an explosion rocks the entire area. On the other side, the monster creates 2 power orbs in its hands, preparing to throw them at Taeho's group. Exhausted, he keeps thinking, "Damn it, if I don't buy us some time." The villagers won't make it. The Dark Elf village is now nothing but ruins engulfed in smoke and fire. Suddenly, a group of people runs toward the villagers, shouting, "Everyone back away." They are wearing helmets with red and green lights. They move fast. It's the rescue squad. The Dark Elf fire department is here. Everyone calls out to one another, heading toward the battlefield. Everyone chant the spell to summon black clouds. "Warriors, don't worry about us. Keep fighting." Immediately in the sky, black clouds cover the entire sky. To Taeho's surprise, the monster freezes when it sees drops of rain falling. Its magic is instantly dispelled by the rain. It just stands there, rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. Taeho quickly realizes it. He shouts, "The rain is weakening its shield. Thanks, fire department." Once again, he tries to launch a metal rod at the monster. "We have to charge in before it recreates the shield." Suddenly, a light glows on the monster's chest. Taeho screams, chasing after it at full speed with a spear in his hand. He grips the hilt of his broken sword. Only one way to use this. The full-force strike Zana spoke of. Assimilation progress 17%. Assimilation progress 18%. Mana starts appearing clearly on his body. Taeho looks like a completely different person. He swings the radiant sky sword high, a technique representing the Dragon Knight Cancer test, Dragon Fury. Taeho's eyes are blazing with determination as he unleashes vicious attacks. Dragon Cannon. With a single strike, the monster is sliced in half, revealing the gemstone inside. It groans in pain. The stone lies deep within its body. Now exposed by Taeho, he gasps in shock. "What the hell is that?" "That stone!" He points his hand straight at it. "Is that its weakness? Captain CG immediately replies, "Understood." They quickly fly toward the gem inside its body. Tiho urgently requests, "Support me with a skill, Captain." "You got it." Immediately, CG unleashes a spell, Wizard's Arrow Bullseye. Combined with Tiho's strength, both of them quickly lunge toward the monster. The next spell activates Warrior's Tempest. While the monster is caught off guard, they strike from behind. A loud collision rings out. Tiho uses the metal rod to shatter the stone inside its body. The monster crumbles in an instant. Tiho's eyes go wide in shock as he watches it vanish. Suddenly, a strange stream of light erupts. Tiho's body starts to distort. He cries out, "What is this?" CG is the same. They are quickly sucked into another dimension as the dark elf villagers look on. They are pulled into a rift in space, and they disappear. The people there are shocked and confused. What just happened, the warriors? They disappeared. They suddenly appear on a small patch of land in a cosmic dimension. Tiho looks around and says, "Where is this? I'm sure I defeated that giant." Then we were surrounded by light and ended up in this strange place. CG speculates, "The explosion when the giant's core shattered must have thrown us into a hidden space-time rift." To Tiho's surprise, she continues, "It looks like this place is a remnant of the Great War." He is taken aback, thinking remnants of the Great War. Tiho looks at the broken sword hilt in his hand. Somewhere in this place, there must be another fragment. The two look at each other for a few seconds. The silence stretches on. Suddenly, a tablecloth covered in food appears. CG looks at the pile of food shocked and asks, "All of this stuff was prepared by the warrior Ajin." Holding the Unia bag, which can shrink and store anything in his hands, he happily introduced it. CG sighed in relief, holding a beer and some chicken wings, muttering, "That's tough." Tiho, mouth stuffed with food, asked curiously, "What do you mean by that?" CG admitted, "I'm jealous. She wanted me to scout you out." Tiho replied, "She once said you were a significant talent." He tried to get her to continue, adding, "But that girl, Ijun, treats you so well. Now I'm in a real bind." Hearing this, he just rubbed his head and gave a bitter smile, thinking about how Hedda was also there. The food gradually disappeared after they devoured it all. Tiho stretched and spoke up. All right. Where are we headed now?" Shiri asked, confused. "Where to? Do you know?" Tiho reached into the back of his shirt, pulled something out, and said, "That." He held up a broken sword hilt excitedly. "Maybe this buddy will lead the way for us." Looking into the void, Tiho held up the broken hilt, which began to emit magic to guide them. "I think we should head this way." Both of them quickly followed the lead. CG looked at him helplessly but didn't complain. She quickly climbed onto CG's back and they flew off. Although she didn't want to, CG still had to go with him. She spoke up. "In the Hala region, it's rare for anyone to talk about the past," she continued. "Those legends of yours are truly amazing. It makes me curious about the world you lived in before. What did you do?" Tiho scratched his head shyly and replied, I was a world champion." CG wasn't surprised and exclaimed, "I knew it. So I'm actually in the presence of an extraordinary person." Tiho thought helplessly, "Oh, she's misunderstood. She's got it all wrong." They kept looking around and he said, "Looks like the ruins are right around here." CG was amazed and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really have special eyes. Have you seen anything yet?" Hearing this, he activated his search mode. Immediately, countless ruins and weapons appeared before his eyes. Tiho excitedly grabbed the Unia bag, thinking, "Jackpot. I have to clean this place out." CG stood by helpless, watching him run around collecting weapons. "Oh, a bow, oh, a shield, oh, a helmet too!" Looking at the pile of junk he brought back, she was speechless. "Tiho, the items are valuable, sure, but do you really have to pick up the broken stuff too?" Tiho excitedly tossed the weapons into the bag, saying, "Oh, it's fine. Every piece is useful." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, catching his attention. Tiho was startled. He held up a belt belonging to the ruins of the Foria territory. According to the legend, the warrior who wore this belt could fight non-stop for 10 days and 10 nights. He excitedly gripped the belt, thinking, so it boosts strength and stamina. Huh? Legends are even more fun than items with stats. Seeing him put on the belt, CG exclaimed in surprise. That was engraved by the leader of the Foria territory. He asked curiously, "Foria?" She immediately explained, "She's the goddess of love and beauty, but she's also the goddess of magic and war." Tiho thought to himself. In Norse mythology, the goddess of beauty knows how to fight too. Did you know the girl from Aegean is also a martial artist? Then he spoke up, "Oh right, Captain, you should take a few things too." Susie rested her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment. She held a sword from her pocket and said shyly, I can't let such wonderful items lie around everywhere, that's all. Teho gave a thumbs up in agreement and said, "Good thinking. Don't be too zen, just pick stuff up." And then, the two of them quickly went around gathering weapons. Teho slapped his pocket and said, "This should be enough, right?" CG looked helplessly at Teho, who was carrying a dozen weapons excitedly saying, "It's about the functionality and the fashion. Plus I have to save space in the storage bag." Suddenly, the sword hilt on his back began to vibrate continuously. Teho picked up the hilt, which was emitting magic, and said, confused, "A fragment of an unidentified item. Is it leading us somewhere again?" And then, the magic guided him to a dagger fragment on the ground. He held the tiny, mysterious piece in his hand, thinking for a while before saying, "This doesn't look like a piece of the sword." "What is this thing anyway?" CG quickly replied. "It might be a weapon from the same origin." He asked curiously, "Origin?" She explained, "People from another world, but they've disappeared from here now. They once fought against us." She pointed to the weapon fragments and continued, "Those shards might be items from that ruined world," Teho thought. "So that's why Heda noticed it." Shiggy said, "Of course, this is just a possibility. Regardless, we should take it with us." Teho shoved everything into the Unya bag, agreeing with her, "Of course." And then they continued their search. Shiggy and Teho stopped looking down at the place where the strange light was emanating. He exclaimed in surprise, "This place!" Looking at the surrounding scenery, he whispered to himself, "It looks just like the basin where Odin's army fought. Exactly like it." CG guessed, surprised. "Magic is concentrated at the center of the ravine," Teho replied. "Could that be the exit?" Right beneath a dry skeleton, a strange light was radiating. CG bent down to look at the glowing stone and said, "At first glance, it looks like... Do you see anything?" Teho used his heavenly eye and said, panicked, "I see a name here." CG gasped in fear. Garm, the Hellhound." Suddenly, the ground shook violently. They couldn't even stand steady. What's happening?" The skeleton of the Hellhound instantly shifted, snapping its pieces back together. He gasped in shock as the Hellhound revived right in front of them. CG exclaimed in surprise as they all swarmed toward them. Now it was a massive, overwhelming Hellhound radiating a terrifying killing intent. Pushing CG and Teho back, it raised its massive paw toward them. Skeletons all around them were reviving, surrounding the pair as smoke from the ruins filled the air. Even the remaining monsters fully revived. With the Hellhound and countless beasts waiting to strike, they immediately drew their blades, bracing for battle. He gritted his teeth, staring forward in tension, then suddenly glanced back. To his surprise, behind Teho stood countless Valhalla warrior spirits. They charged forward in unison to counter the monsters. He stood frozen in shock, watching this bizarre scene unfold. Then the Valhalla warrior spirits immediately rushed in to battle the monsters. Watching this, he couldn't help but blurt out, "This is chaos." CG didn't wait any longer and dashed forward, saying, "Let's go too. Teho." Teho suddenly pulled her hood, stopping her. "Captain, wait." CG, confused, held her neck and asked, "What is it?" Teho pointed excitedly at the Hellhound and replied, "We've got a match with the boss right here," faced with his oblivious remark. CG reluctantly complied. Teho smiled innocently at her. Once again, CG begrudgingly carried him on her back, approaching the battlefield. Looking down from above, he said, "Just gliding right in front of the boss like this, huh?" The Hellhound Garm seemed to have noticed them. It fixed its deadly gaze upon the pair, then immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful roar. That sound felt like a surge of electricity, constantly suppressing CG and Teho. CG couldn't withstand the attack. She quickly reverted to her original form, causing him to panic. They both tumbled hard to the ground, falling right into the swarm of monsters. Teho rubbed his head in pain and asked CG, "Are you okay?" His eyes widened in shock, flustered, "Captain!" "CG!" Teho panicked, realizing he was lying on top of her. He blushed, scrambled back, and shouted, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." CG, exhausted, held her head and replied, "I'm fine." She continued tensely, "But for now we need to get out of here." In front of them were countless monsters, ready to attack at any moment. Teho gritted his teeth, trying to fight back while Cindy moved with agility to escape the encirclement. They quickly broke free from the monsters and sprinted toward the hellhound Garm. The beast seemed to sense their intent and moved to intercept them. It bared its razor-sharp fangs aggressively, as if it could swallow them whole. A wave of magical smoke was sucked into its mouth, preparing for the next attack, but CG and Teho didn't hesitate, charging forward regardless. As it turned out, what Garm was sucking into its mouth was the souls of the lesser monsters. Soon only the souls of the Valhalla warriors remained on the battlefield. Garm had completely absorbed the power from the monster swarm. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted, "Great! We've got an opening behind us." While Garm was still absorbing energy, CG and Teho had snuck behind it. She quickly raised her bow, channeling her power. The witch's arrow was dead on target. Thousands of arrows rained down on the beast, but it seemed to have no effect. As she expected, CG thought in panic. The arrows just pierced right through it. It seems normal attacks aren't cutting it. The monster, now empowered, was very perceptive. It noticed her presence. Before CG could react in shock, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at her, snapping its jaws shut but only on air. Because CG had shapeshifted just in time to dodge. She turned and shouted to Teho, "Teho, normal attacks are useless. Use that power to strike." He seemed to understand what she meant. "Need force, right?" Every step he took on the ground seemed to carry immense magical power. He called out the name of his ultimate move right on cue. "Warrior, emerge like a storm!" Without hesitation, he lunged at the beast, summoned the heavenly light sword, and swung it at Garm. With a single strike, he sliced the beast's leg in half. Amidst the flames, he looked cool as he struck. Teho thought in surprise, "Nice, I felt it cut through something. At the very least, a leg should have fallen off." But looking back, there was only a small crack on the leg. He froze and muttered, "Seriously, that little bit of damage." Teho groaned in frustration. "Damn it, at this rate, when will we ever finish?" CG shouted from behind. "Teho, get on my back, let's land the finishing blow." Garm seemed to sense their intent and opened its mouth, preparing its next attack. It quickly unleashed a blast of magic that separated the two of them. Teho thought tensely, "This isn't an opponent you can win against by winging it. We need a more reliable strategy." He shouted seriously, "Captain CG, buy me some time, I'll try to find another way." Teho gritted his teeth, focusing on channeling his magic. With dragon eyes that could see through everything, he instantly analyzed the movements of the hellhound Garm. "Garm, counter-defense?" Teho thought in surprise, "Defense? Now that I look..." Watching each of its counters closely, he realized its attacks weren't actually that savage. All this time, it hadn't moved from its spot. Teho surmised, "There's no doubt about it, it's protecting something." Just then, the hellhound Garm opened its mouth again, unleashing magic at CG. It lunged to snap at her, but she leapt high into the air just in time. She fought while thinking of a way to handle it. Normal attacks are useless, but, she thought, what if I use the curse's power in my wolf form? CG immediately opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Just as she thought CG bit into the monster's face, she pulled hard on its skin, excited, "Gotcha!" It's clearly working. The monster is struggling to fight back against CG. Teho thinks to himself, "At least we've got a head start." CG tries to hold his ground, but he's exhausted. "I can't keep this up much longer, Teho. I need reinforcements." But just then, Teho is acting strangely, suddenly running away. Then he dashes toward the swarm of monsters surrounding CG, activates his divine eye, and sends them flying with a single punch. "Get out of the way!" He scowls, forcing himself to charge forward. "There has to be a way to take that monster down." It has to be around here somewhere. He spots a gemstone embedded deep in the ground, radiating a mysterious energy. Without hesitation, he lunges toward it. "That's the item right there. There!" Teho grips the stone, trying to pull it from the earth. He exerts all his inner strength, pulling with everything he's got. His face turns bright red, the veins in his neck bulging. He is putting every ounce of his power into that stone. The monster, seeing what he's doing, panics as it realizes he's about to pull the stone out. It rushes over to stop him, but CG intercepts it just in time. The monster opens its maw, wanting to devour Teho alive, but at the critical moment, he rips the stone from the ground and the monster stops its attack completely. Instantly, its body begins to crumble and dissolve into nothingness. A spatial rift appears on the ground. The warriors of Valhalla see this and begin to murmur in surprise. "Hey, look at that, the monster is collapsing." As the creature fades away, the warriors cheer and rush forward. Taeho and CG are completely stunned. Facing the portal, the two of them approach it, hesitating for a few seconds. Suddenly, Taeho blurts out, "Looks like we found the exit." CG immediately bows and gestures. "After you, Taeho, let's get out of here." And so, the two of them quickly leap into the spatial rift. Taeho steps in with a determined gaze, and CG follows, looking just as serious. At last, they return to the dimension they belong to. A blinding light appears ahead, signaling the exit. Back on the battlefield, the Valhalla warriors valiantly charge forward to finish off the remaining monsters. They fiercely take down every monster that tries to block their path. Once the monsters are completely wiped out, the warriors embrace each other, shouting in triumph, "We've wiped them all out. Victory belongs to Valhalla." Suddenly, someone asks, "Wait, where are the two warriors who took down the monster?" They immediately surround the spatial rift. Then, the Valhalla warriors decide to step through and enter Taeho and CG's world. They cheer excitedly, "Valhalla, here we come!" Back at the battle between Chanta and Asgard, she faces an opponent who isn't easy to handle. Asgard immediately takes the initiative, swinging his sword to attack. He has no intention of going easy on her, either swinging his fist in retaliation. The two clash repeatedly, their strength evenly matched. They keep trading blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Asgard lands a strike on his chest, and Chanta lets out a pained roar. Both of them yell out, pouring every last bit of their strength into the counterattack. After a long while, the fight still has no clear winner. Suddenly, a massive spatial rift appears in the distance. It cuts off the heated battle. The light radiating from it forces everything around them to a halt. Seeing this, Chanta is stunned. He's left speechless, and Asgard is the same. She stands there frozen, not knowing what is happening. CG and Taeho suddenly jump out of the rift, crashing onto the ground as Chanta and Asgard watch in shock. From the smoke and dust, Taeho groans in pain and tries to sit up. Asgard is stunned, calling out their names in confusion. "Taeho, CG, how did you two suddenly... What about the monster?" Chanta is equally astonished, unable to believe his eyes. His attention is drawn to the gemstone behind Taeho. "Wait, is that... That's the seed the king has been searching for." Seeing this, he disregards the danger and reaches out to snatch the gem. Taeho realizes his intent immediately and turns around. Asgard also rushes to intercept him, shouting, "Protect warrior Taeho!" She dashes in front of the monster, blocking him from the gem. Chanta breathes out in anger, sending dust swirling everywhere. Asgard is blinded by the dust and can't move in to attack. She asks in confusion, "What is going on?" Taking the opportunity, he reaches out to grab her, but luckily the souls of the Valhalla warriors arrive just in time to support her. Asgard gasps, "The souls of the Valhalla warriors." One of them shouts, "Everyone assemble! We must join the ranks of the valiant Valhalla warriors who escaped the spatial rift." They charge forward to attack with great excitement. The legion of Valhalla warriors has gathered in full force to stop his plan. One of the warriors turns and says, "Female warrior, we have a request." Determined, they continue. "Please allow us to fight once more. Grant us the honor of protecting Asgard and the 9 realms. We hope you accept." Asgard immediately grants their request. "I, the female warrior Asgard, grant your request." As she speaks, the souls of the Valhalla warriors quickly transform into human forms. Their leader is incredibly excited to join forces and fight against Chanta. Then the battle between the Valhalla warriors and Chanta erupts. The legion is vast, quickly overwhelming the monsters as they clash violently with one another. The battle is chaotic and rages on until the sun sets. The leader of Chanta roars in anger. Asgard immediately leaps forward, swinging her sword at him. "Your opponent is me, you monster!" Just then, Dot rushes over, calling out to them in a panic, "Commander CG Taeho." He asks curiously, "How did you two get back so fast?" "It's only been a moment since you two left the village." Taeho guesses in surprise. "I suppose the place we went to must have a different flow of time than this place." However, CG didn't seem to be too bothered by that. She quickly ran to the battlefield, ignoring everything just to join the fight. Suddenly, Taeho grabbed her sleeve to stop her. "Wait a sec, Captain," he said, gesturing towards the left leg of the beast. "We should go for the boss's weak spot, right?" With that, the two of them immediately took to the sky. Approaching the left leg and seeing CG's condition, he thought anxiously, "Captain CG looks exhausted. After going through 2 such intense battles, it's no wonder." CG seemed completely drained. She panted heavily but still tried to help Taeho. As soon as she got close to the battle, he encouraged her, just hang in there a little longer. Captain CG, Taeho said seriously, our goal this time isn't to deal damage, but to trigger its berserk mode. CG looked confused. Berserk? Watching the evenly matched battle between the left leg and Razg, he speculated, neither side can gain the upper hand. He gave a confident smile and added, if we can just distract it, the tide of battle will shift in our favor. On the other side, Razg and the left leg were still at a stalemate. Suddenly, one of Taeho's weapons was thrown forcefully, provoking the left leg. Then a barrage of weapons kept hitting it, demanding its attention. The beast sneered, you haven't even scratched me, you pesky little flies. It glared at Razg. Razg kept attacking, thinking, once I deal with this female warrior, I'll tear you to pieces. Taeho, meanwhile, remained calm. Whistling, he continued throwing weapons to taunt the left leg. CG spoke up urgently. Taeho, I have a feeling we can't distract him. Razg was still struggling against the left leg. She shouted and charged in for another attack. The left leg immediately retaliated with all its might. Taeho realized the moment had come. Now's the time. He immediately activated his magic and holy power. A beam of light struck the left leg directly. An explosion erupted, shattering the beast's attack. Seeing the left leg injured, Razg seized the opportunity to advance, activating her magic. Fueled by the power of the gods, her heaven-slicing blade strike easily severed the beast's body. Taeho exclaimed excitedly, yes, we won! As the left leg collapsed to the ground, cheers erupted. The enemy captain has been taken down. Seeing this, the beasts began to panic, unsure of what to do next. Seizing the opportunity, the Valhalla Legion charged forward in unison. Charge wiped them out. Shiggy and Taeho watched from above, sighing in relief as they saw the army defeat the enemy. Looks like we really won. Exhausted, he flopped onto the ground and said, so can we finally get some rest now? CG smiled, thinking to herself, you really are an extraordinary human. Watching Taeho lying there, complaining on the ground, she whispered, I hope we can fight side by side for a long time. Afterward, the warriors of Aizen, the Valhalla warriors, returned to their spirit forms. They said excitedly, warrior, thank you. Now please lead us back to Valhalla. Razg happily activated her power. Great warriors, Valhalla always opens its arms to welcome you all. The divine sword appeared, and Razg shifted into her goddess form. A gateway across the dimensions appeared, leading the warriors' spirits back to the land of Valhalla. Before disappearing, they didn't forget to say goodbye to Taeho, the warrior of Izun. Thank you, he said excitedly. We will return to Odin and proudly tell him about today's battle. Taeho smiled and placed a hand over his heart, expressing his gratitude. The dimension gradually faded, returning all the spirits to their home. Their power shone brightly, illuminating the entire land. After sending the warriors back to Valhalla, Razg spoke up. I hope you all understand, but I must leave immediately to lead the warriors. I will return first and prepare rewards worthy of your achievements. She expressed her gratitude to the two warriors, especially Taeho and CG. Both of them had truly done a great job. He brought her dragon cloak and returned it. Thank you, this was very useful to me. Razg looked at the cloak and was silent for a moment. She turned to CG and asked concernedly, You've had a hard time, haven't you? CG warrior Taeho, you didn't fly half bad, huh? CG reached out to support her back and replied, I only did my duty. Razg continued, Zekalip and Gurner will be here soon. Leave the rest to them. The two immediately placed their hands on their chests, answering, understood. She happily reached out her hand, then motioned toward his face, leaving Taeho confused. Razg quickly kissed his forehead and said, May the gods bless you. He blushed, looking at Razg after the kiss, and said, May the gods bless you too. Taeho sighed in relief. That scared me. So that's how they greet people here. Remembering the moment she kissed his forehead, he felt a bit disappointed. So that kiss was just a greeting, huh? I was so excited for nothing. The beautiful image of Razg appeared at the castle on the snowy mountain. A roar echoed, shaking the heavens. Hazad's bird was huddled in a corner, trembling in panic. She was furious, destroying everything in sight. Hazad gritted her teeth and cursed. She thought bitterly, the attack failed, but that doesn't matter from the start. The goal was just to spread the spark of conflict. Thinking about not being able to seize the gemstone from Taeho, she was extremely bitter. But I never thought the seed actually existed. Now Valhalla knows what we're targeting. Hazad clutched her head, screaming in frustration. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Hazad was struggling immensely because the king hadn't said a word about this failure. The speaker was Avon, currently at his spiderweb base. That made Hazad even more panicked. He mocked her, but his silence must have another reason. Avon smiled mysteriously. Perhaps everything. A mysterious silhouette appeared behind him, is going exactly as that emperor predicted. From afar, 2 swans quickly flew in. They descended toward CG and Taeho. Zekalip and Gerner had reached the ruins of the great battle. The 2 of them approached CG and Taeho. Zekalip looked serious. Sorry to keep you waiting. You 2 must be exhausted, right? Can you summarize what happened? Taeho answered nervously, Yes. Wait a second. Before reporting, he hurriedly handed her the gemstone. And this is what we managed to retrieve. Zekalip immediately pulled out a chest and replied, Clearly this was their target. You have made a great contribution. Taeho quickly placed the stone inside the chest, then she put the chest away and continued, For now, just rest easy. We'll discuss the details of this later. She cupped Taeho's face. He thought in astonishment, No way right. Before his shyness, Zekalip kissed his forehead. May the gods bless you now. He thought in confusion. I knew it as he looked towards CG, who had received the same blessing. He blushed and muttered, If this is a normal gesture around here, then I guess I shouldn't be too embarrassed, huh? Seeing his confusion, Geno immediately teased, What's wrong? He hesitated and replied, I was just wondering if Geno had a blessing for me too. She laughed and said, If people just kept blessing each other back and forth, we'd never be done. As he saw Geno cup his cheeks, Taeho thought to himself, getting blessed like this is already a huge win. Don't be so tense, it's just a blessing. Just a little one. Geno smiled slyly. Instead of kissing his forehead, she kissed his cheek to Taeho's total shock. He was so flustered he couldn't speak. Geno mischievously said, Ulu, may he bless you now. Taeho blushed shyly, thinking, A kiss on the cheek. You caught me off guard. Geno, you're just joking, right? After the 2 of them flew away. Hedda stood behind looking at the backs of Taeho and Shiggy. She clearly looked jealous as she called out, Hello? Hearing the voice of the person he had been longing for, Taeho turned overjoyed. Hedda Shiggy? As if he realized something. She turned her gaze to Taeho. He asked her shyly, How long have you been here? Hedda looked at him with a strange expression, only for a little while, watching this incredibly awkward conversation. Shiggy laughed to herself, thinking, These 2 are so funny. Tens of thousands of coffins meant to bring the warriors back appeared. Hedda rested her chin on her hand and smiled, saying, Is that so? So you've already been blessed by Serg Zekalip and Geno? Taeho's face darkened, thinking to himself, That wasn't exactly a comfortable memory. It felt as suffocating as being in a coffin. Off to the side, Gigi tried to hold back laughter at their clueless conversation. Hedda happily coaxed him, Just kidding, just kidding. Now you really need to get some good rest. The post-battle cleanup crew is huge. He was exhausted and thought, Yeah, I really do feel like I'm about to kick the bucket. Hedda brushed her bangs back, blushing as she looked at him. She hesitated, then leaned down and kissed his cheek. May the god Izun bestow blessings upon you. Taeho blushed, but didn't resist. She shyly turned and walked away, leaving Taeho blushing like a tomato. Taeho closed his eyes tight and drifted off to sleep, perhaps because it was a kiss from Hedda, or maybe just because he was utterly exhausted. He slept like the dead. At the source of the IGG, a mysterious figure stood before a river that was emitting a strange light. His footsteps slowly approached the water. The person who approached was the god King Odin. Before him stood 2 strange figures. Thor, the god of thunder, took the initiative to speak Father. In Odin's hand was the gemstone that Taeho had retrieved. He held it out in front of him and said, So this is indeed the Fenrir we have been searching for. On the stone in the middle of the river, Mimir the Wise immediately replied, That is exactly what it is. The old man continued, Garm is truly a massive, powerful monster, but I don't think they caused all this just to target Garm. Odin pondered, That is clear. I understand the reward is a bit small compared to the effort put in. Hearing him say that, Thor just remained silent. He turned to Mimir and said, Collecting Garm's fragments. What does that have to do with Fenrir's reappearance? He looked back at Thor but didn't answer yet. The thing to wake the wolves from their long slumber and break their chains is Garm's bell. Garm is the key that awakens all the wolves. Odin's eyes lit up. On the day the wolves wake, I, the god King Odin, must actually lose my life in their jaws at the castle on the snowy mountain in the land of the giants Jotunheim. The castle stood alone on the mountain peak, looking extremely desolate. Strange footsteps slowly approached. The footsteps paused before a room where a mysterious person sat on the throne. His gaze emitted a terrifying, killing intent. The preparations are complete. Loki is acting according to plan. He was the demon king Utgard Loki. The person opposite him was the traitor. Loki smiled, saying, "The battle will break out soon." Loki's gaze revealed a cunning look. The demon king, Utgard Loki, and Loki. What they needed was just Garm's bell. So they don't need a complete Garm. Mimir continued with a serious face. Once they collect enough fragments, the giants will achieve their goal. Odin pondered and replied, "Right, and among them there is someone who can use them." Thor was furious, gritting his teeth, cursing Loki. Odin held the gemstone and interrupted Thor. He said, "Destroy it." Thor was surprised and asked, "Father." He continued, "This is the surest way to prevent the resurrection of Garm. Whether it's Garm or Fenrir, we don't need either of them." He handed the gemstone to Thor, then leaned on his staff and left. "Now that they have openly shown their schemes, we have no choice but to get involved in this." Returning to the goddess Izun, she was very happy. "My warrior Teho," she exclaimed. She said joyfully, "You have returned safely." He knelt and bowed, replying, "That is thanks to your blessing." "Dear goddess Izun," she continued to praise him. "You have done well. This time you have achieved a great feat. I have clearly heard the voices of the warriors in Valhalla shouting your name." She said, "Now, as promised, I will give you a reward." Teho was extremely excited, hoping for Pegasus wings. However, Goddess Izun said, "Let's stick to choosing the item you like." He chuckled and replied, "That's right. You'll have to choose again this time." Teho was speechless, thinking, "You're still just as playful as ever, Izun. First, the Pegasus cloak. You know I've had my eye on that one." And the second item, which he lugged over heavily, was a monster saddle, a magical saddle that could be placed on the back of any beast. Teho thought to himself, "This thing is actually pretty sweet. I could even let someone else ride on my back when I'm transformed with the Pegasus cloak." Seeing him lost in thought, Izun just smiled with amusement. After a long while, Teho finally returned to Hedda and Zana, who were waiting for him outside. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "So how did it go?" "Did you have a good time meeting up?" Zana asked playfully. "Did you score some good loot again?" With the magic saddle on his back, Teho gave a sheepish smile, thinking, one day I'll get the Pegasus cloak." Zana rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, and continued, "But more importantly, you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? Maybe we should ramp up your holy power training a bit, huh?" Hedda interrupted, saying, "We can pick up the pace if you want. But he needs to rest first. After all, it hasn't even been a full day since the battle ended." Suddenly he realized something. He spoke up. "If that's the case, could you two help me out with something?" Back at Zana's training camp, Hedda and Zana were left speechless and helpless when they saw what he had brought. Before them lay piles of weapons Teho had salvaged from the battlefield. "What is this? Are you planning to open a scrap metal shop?" Hedda asked, confused, as she picked up a weapon. "Are all of these magical items you gathered from the ruins?" Zana cut in. "In my opinion, you should probably return these to where they belong. Some of these items might hold their own piece of history." Teho smiled and nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, that sounds like a great idea." Zana and Hedda sat down, eagerly examining the items. She said happily, "All right, let's start sorting them out, shall we?" At Zana's training camp, voices rang out. "Odin, Troll." They inspected each piece of weaponry, trying to trace its origin. "Hermos, Hamden. This one belongs to Vita." Hedda picked up a broken blade and fell into deep thought. She scratched her head sheepishly and said, "Sorry, I have no idea which god this one belongs to." Zana replied immediately, "It might have come from another shrine, just like that sword fragment from before." Teho suddenly realized something. He whispered to himself, "I'll check." He stood up, ready to activate his magic power. Teho held the sword fragment nervously, thinking, "Let's try activating it with the war sword technique like I did with the other piece." His eyes glowed, emitting an incredibly powerful surge of magic. The energy illuminated the entire room and spilled outside. This sight left Hedda and Zana completely stunned. However, the atmosphere turned awkward when the sword in his hand didn't change at all. Teho smiled weakly, explaining, "It's nothing, really." Suddenly, the blade began to tremble violently. Then his eyes lit up once more, radiating an overwhelming energy. Hedda gasped in shock, and Zana pointed frantically behind them, shouting, "Look at that wall!" In front of Teho, a screen was now projecting a strange scene. The vision shifted to a boat in the middle of a vast ocean with a mysterious figure standing on the deck. The boat slowly approached a large island. The young man smiled and said, "Finally." After landing on the island, the man traveled deep inside. Before him stood an incredibly sturdy fortress. The moment he approached, the gates opened on their own. It was the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom. Suddenly, the blade began to vibrate uncontrollably, and his eyes glowed once more, radiating an overwhelming energy. Hedda gasped in shock while Teho, panicked, pointed behind him and shouted, "Look at that wall." Right before Teho's eyes, a screen flickered to life, projecting a strange scene. The vision shifted to a boat in the middle of the open sea. Standing on the deck was a mysterious figure. As the boat slowly approached a massive island, the mysterious young man smirked and said, "Finally, here we are." After the boat reached the island, the young man ventured deep into the interior. Before him stood an incredibly fortified castle. The moment he approached, the gates opened automatically. The Queen of the Shadow Kingdom. The young man walked calmly into the inner castle, which was piled high with countless skulls, the very place she was rumored to be. Rumored to eat human flesh and bathe in the blood of her handmaidens. He spoke confidently, though he only believed what he saw with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. Standing before him was the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom, challenging her. She looked at him with a gentle smile. She had become my trainer. She was a beautiful girl, though she kept most of her face covered, it couldn't hide. The beauty that came from her very aura. I gradually developed a sense of deep respect and love for her. After that, she brought the young man a weapon case. On the day I left the Shadow Kingdom, the girl held a massive staff in her hands. I had been gifted the Gaibolg, crafted from the bones of a sea monster. The young man gripped the Gaibolg firmly and departed. From that day on, I only knew the feeling of victory. He stood atop thousands of corpses of monsters, and my name spread across the world. The scene shifted to a sanctuary that was slowly collapsing. But then, in front of the young man who was severely wounded and forced to his knees, was the traitor Loki. He spoke up, "Princess of the Sun Ku-Chulainn." The young man by now had not stopped, bleeding from his grave injuries. He continued to mock him. "Your family, your lovers, your dear friends, even the world you are trying so hard to protect, has also reached its end." Ku-Chulainn, bitter and enduring, for he no longer had the strength to resist. Just as he turned to leave, he screamed, "Stay right there, Loki!" Ku-Chulainn once again gripped the Gaibolg and lunged at Loki from behind, but he only turned back and gave a smile, a deeply sinister one. Blood continuously gushed from Ku-Chulainn's mouth, and his Gaibolg shattered completely. "My world, Eru, has been destroyed." Before them was the projection, recreating the origin of the metal shard Teho had found. Jana exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens, that weapon fragment. It turns out to be a keepsake of Ku-Chulainn." Teho's eyes hadn't returned to normal yet, and continued to emit light. Jana helplessly walked behind him. He tapped Teho on the head, causing him to snap back to his original state. Teho scratched his head, puzzled. "Who is Ku-Chulainn?" Jana sighed and replied, "I knew you wouldn't know him. He was once called the strongest in a world that has since been destroyed, Eru. If you compare him to Valhalla, he'd be on par with Siegfried," Teho answered tensely. "After looking into the weapon's memories, I could see its name, the fragment of Gaibolg." Jana mused. "If it's truly Gaibolg, then it makes sense that skill is ineffective against it." He crossed his arms and continued, "From now on, don't try to use skill on Gaibolg anymore. We don't know if it contains a geis." "What's that?" Teho asked, confused. A geis is a form of oath, the power of Eru. It's a system where you gain strength by seriously making a vow. Ku-Chulainn had many such vows, very fitting for someone called the strongest. Some vows even grow stronger after the owner's death, so you must be careful. Jana's face darkened seriously. "Besides the danger, it could also mean the weapon refuses to accept you as its master." He said, "The memories it showed me were incredibly vivid. Do you think it wanted to show off the previous owner to me?" What kind of person he was? Teho looked at the spear tip he was gripping tightly. If that was the case, Teho continued seriously, I will become stronger than I am now, strong enough to become a master worthy of it. Jana chuckled with amusement. Oh, good attitude. At Teho's place, he asked, Hey, Hedda, I want to ask you something. Do you know where I can find a mount? I think it would be nice to have some beasts to rely on while traveling. Hearing that Hedda was momentarily surprised, he smiled awkwardly. No, it doesn't necessarily have to be something that can fly. Just something like the horses of the elf tribe or the white beasts of the Ulul territory would do. Teho thought tensely. I won't tell anyone I chose the beast saddle. The first thing that popped into his head was Captain Sigurd. Hedda replied awkwardly, Sorry, but Ijun, we don't have special summonable beasts like in the Ulul territory. Jana suddenly spoke up. If you want a normal horse, you can buy one in Vannerham, but I think you're not the type who just wants an ordinary mode of transport. He laughed and continued. So instead of buying one, how about catching one yourself? Hearing that both Hedda and Teho were shocked, stunned. Catching one? Are you serious? He continued to provoke his desire. Yes, let's go hunt a wild griffin. He said, I know a place on the border of Asgard and Olympus. Where griffins live, if you catch one, you'll have your mount. Yana turned to Hedda and said, But it will take some time to make the detour. Is that okay? Hedda replied excitedly, Let's do it no matter what. And so Jana quickly decided, All right, that's settled. Hedda said, Great, we're setting off. While we travel, we can use the time to train your holy power. Teho thought excitedly. The idea of catching a griffin to ride makes me feel excited for some reason. A few days later, they began their journey to catch a griffin. Hedda sat in the driver's seat controlling the horses. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Hedda hummed tunes while driving the carriage. Inside the carriage at this moment, Sigurd and Teho were stopping the emission of magical energy in front of Jana. They were practicing holy power along the way. The person enjoying her vacation also joined in. She gritted her teeth, enduring the magical energy. Lord Jana is watching me. I cannot give up. After a while, he suddenly spoke up. All right, let's take a break. Both of them stopped, gasping for air. Suddenly, Zana glanced outside and signaled for Hedda to pull over. Let's rest for a bit before we swap shifts. Finally, they came to a stop by a small river. Zana pulled out a slab of ribs and placed it on the grill. Before long, the meat was seared, emitting an incredibly irresistible aroma. He picked up a small knife and Jana began meticulously carving the meat. He excitedly picked up a piece of rib ready to dig in. Teho also took a bite and exclaimed, Wow, this is incredible. It just melts in your mouth. Seeing his enthusiastic mood, everyone couldn't help but smile. Jana took the initiative and asked, CG, do you want to join the Izun territory? If you do, I can teach you whenever you want. Teho chimed in, That's a great idea. CG shyly and awkwardly replied, Lord Zana, I am truly honored, but I cannot abandon my comrades at ULLD. Hearing this, he proudly replied, That just makes you even more of an elite warrior in my eyes. An elite through and through. After a while, they had finished all the ribs. Jana turned to look at the incoming breeze and said excitedly, All right, shall we continue our journey? And so the carriage wheels began to turn once more. They traveled from mountain to mountain with Zana taking the reins. He looked incredibly pumped. A moment later, it was Hedda's turn to take over for him. Zana stepped forward and said, This spot looks promising. Hedda, the rest is up to you. She happily understood his intent and touched the horse, activating her magic. Immediately, her magical energy spread everywhere. Jana said, Griffins love horse meat. We'll use the scent to lure them in. Not long after, birds began flying frantically above the forest and loud, echoing sounds filled the area. Jana immediately shouted, They're coming! CG and Teho took their combat stances. From high above, 3 griffins suddenly swooped down. He shouted toward them, I'm just going to watch. You two handle it. CG quickly drew her bow and said, I'll prepare the paralyzing poison. Teho pulled out his Yunya bag and said, In that case, I'll use the hawk feather cloak I chose. Hedda and Shiggy were stunned by the treasure he pulled out. Seeing him seriously put on the cloak, the two standing far away could only be speechless and helpless. Hedda shyly looked away. After putting on the cloak, Teho shouted, Transform! He instantly turned into a massive hawk and flew up to confront the griffins. Seeing him soar high, CG and Hedda shared a brief look. The two girls suddenly met eyes and shyly turned away. Jana rested his chin on his hand and teased, I should have told him he could ride one of you two into battle, right? Hedda yelled back bashfully. That's not it at all. Note: original text repeats/continues context. The griffin's roar echoed throughout the mountains and forests. It quickly lunged to attack Taeho in his hawk form, but he easily dodged its sharp talons. The griffin was stunned that he could escape. Just as it turned its head to look at Taeho, 3 arrows suddenly pierced its neck. It turned out that from below, CG had drawn her bow and fired 3 tranquilizer arrows to take down the griffin. Once sedated, the bird quickly collapsed to the ground. Taeho excitedly said, "All right, next one. That's what I really wanted, but just a few of these won't be enough." The remaining 2 griffins quickly advanced to attack him. Deep inside the forest, a griffin with a unique appearance was fast asleep, yawning lazily as it woke up. This was the alpha griffin named Zolo. It thought, confused, "Why is it taking so long? When will they bring the horse meat?" Zolo suddenly guessed, could they be hogging it all for themselves? With that thought, it immediately took flight. Zolo looked around, pinpointing its location in the other direction. Just from the force of its wing beats, the forest was heavily damaged. Down on the ground, the tranquilized griffin lay motionless. Jana stepped forward and said, "That's it for this one. Now we wait." Taeho, riding high on a tamed griffin, excitedly said, "Their kind. Alpha." The forest was now filled with birds flying away in a panic. He exclaimed in alarm, "The birds in the forest! They're all flying away in a panic!" Jana shouted, "Looks like it's coming! Get ready, Taeho." He excitedly pulled out the rope he had prepared the hunter's trap. It needed to be tied around the neck, and both the prey's strength and stamina would be lowered. Suddenly, from afar, the alpha Zolo flew in, ready to pounce and attack. Taeho couldn't help but admire it. "It's huge. It must be twice the size of the female." Seeing his expression, it became even angrier. Is that human smiling? Furthermore, witnessing the sight of a griffin tamed enough for Taeho to climb onto it, it thought, confused, "How dare he climb on me?" Not thinking twice, Zolo immediately lunged forward to attack. Taeho seemed to have been waiting. He gripped the rope tight. Zolo flew in quickly, knocking the other griffon down. It hadn't been smug for long before it realized something wasn't right. Its gaze scanned the surroundings. Where did he go? Suddenly, Zolo noticed the hawk flying high above. It was stunned, thinking, "What the hell? That human turned into a hawk." Too arrogant to back down, it flew at him once more. Hawk meat shouldn't be too bad either." Zolo launched itself from below, soaring into the sky. Just as it approached, Taeho was one step ahead and leaped to dodge. He shouted, "Transform!" As the word left his lips, Taeho shifted back into human form, rope in hand, and leaped onto its back. It wasn't until the rope looped gently around its neck that Zolo realized something was wrong. Taeho had already bound Zolo's neck tight, leaving it no way out. It struggled violently, trying to shake Taeho off. "Get off! Get off me, you foolish human!" He gritted his teeth, resisting the creature's immense power. It was terrifyingly strong, but Zolo wouldn't surrender, constantly thrashing through the sky. Taeho poured all his strength into pulling the rope tight. After a long struggle, the alpha griffin was starting to run out of steam. It panted heavily, thinking, How? How is this so difficult? I'm just the lowest of humans, yet I can't lose." Zolo stopped struggling, but deep down it wasn't defeated. It was, after all, the king of the forest. Taeho suddenly realized it had grown much weaker. "Now's my chance," he thought, pulling out his broken sword. "I can use this." Zana gasped in surprise. "The head of blade. Are you trying to hurt it?" Taeho immediately replied, just like in recent battles. "The synchronization rate with the Immortal Warrior's gear has increased. The sword's progress is at 20% now. The gear of accumulation has instantly transformed into the weapon of accumulation. No, it's turned into a hammer. And even better, I've unlocked a new trait. He instantly unleashed his mana. Hammer of the War God never misses its mark." The rope around Zolo's neck was also reinforced with the weapon's aura. Zolo, exhausted, breathed heavily, thinking, No way. I can't draw any more power." It trembled, growing weaker. "What has this human done?" "Let it go, Zolo." Taeho laughed, confidently saying, "Reaction confirmed, it's working perfectly. I love it." Its eyes grew hazy. "No, I can't. A mere human, and yet—" Taeho quickly activated his eyes of judgment. "You belong to me now." He yanked the rope hard, channeling his dragon tamer mana. Zolo was so drained it couldn't even make a sound. "I'm losing. Myself." It suddenly became extremely excited. "Human! No! Human master!" In no time, Zolo was completely tamed. Zana shouted from below, Nice job, Tejo said happily. Yeah, this guy even has a name. He looked excitedly at Zolo and said, I have to head down and get a saddle on him. Now we just need to get the reins and some armor ready. Hedda chimed in, interested. All right then. Let's head back. Suddenly a loud sound boomed. They froze and looked around. What was that? The sound came from high above. A streak of crimson light shot straight toward the ground. The same thing happened in the opposite direction. Seeing the scene, Zana said in shock. It's an emergency signal, he said tensely. If both signals appeared at the same time, it means the team next to us is being attacked simultaneously. Hedda said urgently, we have to split into 2 groups. She immediately transformed into a swan and said, get on my back. Hedda looked back, reminding him, Tejo, be careful. He replied tensely, got it understood. Zana immediately leapt up, grabbed his shoulder, and said, let's go too. He forced a smile, thinking, a firm, muscular build. This feels kind of weird. Then they flew off in 2 different directions. Tejo immediately steered the griffin and said seriously, hurry up, Zolo. The group with Tejo and Zana finally arrived at the battleground. He thought in surprise, we only crossed a few small mountain ranges and suddenly we're in this deserted area. Zana quickly pointed down and said, down there it's a battle between giant monsters and a squad of warriors. A massive monster suddenly raised a large blade high. Preparing to strike the person in front of it, the monster was none other than Jackie. The beast slammed the blade down onto his head, but despite being 10,000 times smaller, Jackie still had the strength to block the blade. The monsters kept trying to press down, but it was useless. Zana quickly leaped down from the air. Intending to support him, he immediately activated his mana to counter the beasts. Seeing his action, Tejo gaped in amazement. From all the way up there, what a badass! Finding the monster off guard, Zana lunged from behind and swung his sword. With a single simple slash, the monster's head was severed from its body. Witnessing this heroic sight, the warriors couldn't help but gasp, it's Zana! At that moment, Tejo quickly rode Zolo toward the remaining monster. He raised his hand, pointing, attack Zolo! The griffin immediately lunged and struck the monster in the face. On this side, Jackie shouted, giving his all to fight back. He quickly activated his mana, preparing to defend against the next attack. The monster roared in anger. Jackie didn't hold back. He activated his heavenly eyes, unleashing an attack that slammed straight into the beast's stomach. He kept launching rapid-fire attacks at the monster. Jackie lunged into the air, swinging his blade, preparing to take him down. He released terrifying mana and shouted, Thor! With a single strike, the monster was cut in 2. As it fell to the ground, the warriors cheered joyfully, Jackie, Jackie! On the other side! The warriors kept shouting, Zana, Zana, Zana! High above Tejo soared continuously with Zolo. The excited warriors also shouted, look, a warrior riding a birdman. That warrior brought by the female birdman. Tejo forced a smile, thinking to himself, why don't you guys just call me by my name? Why keep shouting my nickname? Zolo gradually landed on the ground. Jackie shouted happily, Tejo, long time no see! He replied excitedly, Jackie! The warriors curiously admired Zolo and couldn't stop exclaiming, whose territory is this female warrior from? Probably from the Izun Forge, right? Tejo replied shyly. No, this is just a griffin. It's a male. Hearing this, every one of them looked incredibly disappointed. Jackie said seriously, Tejo, the battle isn't over yet. We can't keep wasting time like this. Jana stepped forward and asked him to explain exactly what was going on. He immediately replied, we found something that might be Gam's soul fragment. Hearing that both Jana and Tejo's expressions darkened in shock, and Berkeley continued, but the giant tribe found it too. Almost at the same time, Rana interrupted, so they already got it. He replied tensely, well, not exactly, but you could say that. The soul fragment is currently being guarded by a giant monster. The fragment is stuck on the head of a giant wild boar beast, and even the giants can't suppress it. He continued, they set a trap behind them to stall Feta while they chase the beast. Jana pondered for a moment and said, so it's a monster controlled by the soul fragment. If we act fast, we might still have a chance. Without finishing, he jumped onto Zolo, pulling Tejo along. Tejo looked deeply dissatisfied but couldn't resist. He turned to ask, what about Jackie and the others? Should we fly up and buy some time? He looked confidently into his mysterious bag and replied, don't worry about that. And then, he immediately poured some strange bones out of the bag. These bones belong to a monster. he said. Beretta shouted, "Summon the storm goat!" A beam of light shot out from them. From the light, a tiny, incredibly cute baby goat appeared. Teho exclaimed in surprise, "A cute little goat!" Jana laughed, amused. "A low-level warrior summoning a storm goat. Impressive, Jackie!" Jackie, confident, shouted loudly. Instantly, a beam of light shot from the goat's eyes. The storm goat immediately began to transform, growing massive in size. The goat evolved, step by step, growing stronger. Its hands developed, becoming muscular. The storm goat morphed into a supersized, gigantic form. The aura it radiated was absolutely terrifying. Jackie excitedly introduced it. "This little guy is one of the treasures of the divine land. We'll ride it to catch up with them." Jana replied seriously, "All right, let's head out first. Leave a few people behind to take care of the wounded and let the rest catch up." Just like that, they quickly flew straight into the sky amid the cheering of the warriors, Vohala Vohala. Right behind them was the storm goat. Carrying 10 warriors, Teho shouted, "Follow the footprints, Zolo!" The sound of the storm goat's footsteps echoed across the land with such lightning speed. Teho couldn't help but exclaim, "That goat is faster than I thought." Jackie, controlling the storm goat, shouted, "Right ahead! I see them right ahead!" Right in front of them, the group of giants was surrounding the stone boar containing Gam's soul fragment. Jana speculated, the monster has collapsed. It seems they still haven't managed to retrieve the soul fragment. Move fast. Realizing they were being ambushed, the giants called out to each other. Zolo from behind and the storm goat quickly moved in to attack. The giants didn't hold back at all and immediately turned to retaliate. There were 4 giants remaining along with a horde of orcs, looks like about 100 of them. Jana spoke up. "I'll handle the giants. You and Jackie take care of the cannon fodder." Teho, clearly tense, shouted, "Take back the soul fragment." Both Teho and Jackie were extremely determined for this battle, and so the battle between them began. On the other side, CG had easily dealt with the giant. The squad of warriors cheered, unable to hold back. "We won! Vohala Vohala!" CG and Hedda turned to look at each other and smiled. Once finished, CG took the initiative. "Should we head over to Teho's side?" Hedda immediately replied, "Jana is there, so I'm not really worried." "But—" Suddenly a beam of light from above shone straight down, leaving Hedda stunned. It was a massive meteorite plummeting down at extreme speed. Shiggy and Hedda, Shiggy, looked up at the sky where the meteorite was passing. Shiggy panicked as soon as he saw Hedda collapse to the ground. Hedda's face turned pale and she couldn't utter a word. Why would something so terrifyingly powerful appear? Shiggy and Hedda looked up at the sky where the meteorite was passing. Shiggy, stunned, turned and called out to Hedda. She was constantly radiating magic power. Hedda transformed into a swan and said urgently, "Hurry, CG! We have to get to Teho." Every step of the storm goat quickly brought them toward the tribe of giants. It swiftly carried the squad of warriors to reclaim the soul fragment. Looking toward their opponents, the giants couldn't help but be skeptical. Can we really trust this guy? The warriors couldn't help but cheer with excitement for Vohala. Zolo, now carrying Jana and Teho, approached the giants. He took the initiative. "I'll handle the giants. You and Jackie take care of the rest." Teho immediately responded, "Understood." The giant tribe was already waiting to retaliate. Suddenly, Jana jumped down from high above. Teho quickly commanded the griffin, "Let's go too, Zolo." The stone boar containing the soul fragment was being drained of almost all its energy by the mages. Teho said, "The orcs are casting some kind of spell. Whatever it is, we can't let them succeed." He shouted, "Attack!" Teho immediately deployed his God's Eye magic, a technique he had just recently upgraded. The warrior's technique appeared like a storm. A bolt of lightning-fast light shot straight down to the ground. He continuously unleashed magic power to prevent the orc tribe's energy-draining process. As soon as they were putting all their effort into sucking out the magic, Teho's lightning finally struck and incinerated the group of orcs. After succeeding in stopping them, he turned his flight toward the giants. Jackie was still leading the legion, collectively charging forward to attack. "Keep taking them down. I'll handle the wild boar." Saying that, he lunged toward the stone boar containing Gam's soul fragment. He stepped toward the orc tribe that was trying to seize the gemstone. Berkeley quickly summoned his wind and lightning magic to retaliate. Just one slash from him quickly wiped out the orc tribe. Seeing that, Teho excitedly blurted out, "Berkeley, that's awesome. That was beautiful. You hit them like a meat grinder? He excitedly continued. Zolo, let's go down there together. Suddenly, a brilliant red beam of light shot straight down from above. Teho seemed to sense the pressure that thing brought. Stubbornly, he didn't budge. The meteorite. With a deafening boom, Hazad slammed into the ground. She stood amidst the swirling fire and debris, a sinister grin plastered on her face as she took a step toward the crowd. Teoho's face twisted in terror. He couldn't even move. Jackie and Zana were equally stunned, unable to utter a word. That giant was Hazad, one of the Demon King's 5 elite subordinates. As the superpowered giant Hazad stepped forward, she suddenly felt someone behind her. She glanced back with a deadly glare to see a stone giant of similar size standing there. Hazad let out a wicked laugh and loosened up her limbs, clenching her fist as she prepared to counter, closing the distance between her and the stone giant. But the power gap between them was immense. Jackie panicked and screamed, "Wait, no, get out of there!" Her eyes widened with wild excitement. As the stone giant swung a fist at her, Hazad countered with a single light punch that shattered the creature into pieces. Teoho and Jackie were left horrified. Jackie stood frozen in shock. After destroying the stone giant, she turned and faced the remaining group. Jackie stood there, his whole body trembling, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself, "What is this pressure? I can't even breathe." The bloodlust radiating from Hazad was terrifying. She raised her hand to crush him, and the ground before her instantly turned into a sea of fire. Teoho stared in shock, shouting, "Berzeki, no!" He was paralyzed, unable to move. Hazad stood there gazing at the flames when she suddenly noticed something. Hazad's eyes went wide, and she let out a thrilled, twisted laugh. "Oh, well, who do we have here?" Before her stood Zana, who had shielded Berzeki from a lethal blow. Hazad sneered. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Zana?" Berzeki shouted back. "Are you insane?" "Coming here like this." She looked at him with utter contempt, mocking him. "You're the weakest of them all, Zana. You're making me want to cry." A top-tier warrior who once bathed in the blood of the Great War, a legendary man, now struggling to breathe over such a petty little fight. She looked at Zana. She sneered, "What a waste of potential." Zana thought to himself, "They're both still in shock. I have to buy them some time." Berzeki and Teoho were still paralyzed by the sheer pressure Hazad was exerting. Suddenly, the stone pig seemed to wake up. It charged behind Hazad, switching into attack mode. She turned to look at it. The creature possessed by the soul fragment was furious. It lunged straight at her with everything it had, trying to ram into her. Hazad wasn't easily rattled and instantly blocked the stone monster. Zana quickly yelled to Bobby, "This is your chance." He was still stunned by her magic power. Zana kept calling for Jackie, and from behind, Teoho rode Zolo over. Zana quickly turned to look at them. Teoho reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to pull him up to join the fight. Zana chuckled, "This kid's got guts." He then lifted Jackie and threw him onto Zolo's back. He said, "Take this blockhead and get out of here." "Find somewhere safe," Teoho asked in shock. "What about you, Zana?" Zana's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. His eyes burned with resolve as he said, "Let me show you." Zana stood tall with determination. The power of a top-tier warrior. From now on, you're going to witness a whole new realm. He was a peerless king, a brave navigator who had sailed to oceans so far no one dared explore. He was the strongest warrior who had never known defeat. History would remember his legend. The origin of a King Zana had now fully unleashed his magic, the king of all kings, the divine king, King Zana Lotbich. He smiled proudly at his opponent. The monster carrying the soul fragment was now exhausted, and Hazad quickly closed in on it. Seeing the gemstone embedded in its head, she clenched her fist, preparing for a killing blow. With just one strike, she completely obliterated the monster with ease. The beast shattered into tiny rocks, leaving only the soul fragment on the ground. She reached down greedily to pick up the gemstone. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. A flash of light shot out from behind, snatching the fragment away before she could even react. Hazad glared furiously at the figure standing before her. It was none other than Zana who had summoned his power. She gasped in surprise, then Hazad let out an excited grin and lunged, swinging her fist to attack Zana. She threw herself into a head-on collision with him, creating a shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. "There you are, your true form, the one who really gets my blood boiling." Their fists clashed repeatedly, neither side gaining the upper hand. The shockwaves spread, forcing Zolo to carry Teoho and Jackie further away, though they weren't entirely safe from the blast. Teoho turned back, panicked. "The shockwaves are reaching the sky. This is insane!" He shouted in worry, "Zana!" Meanwhile, Hazad continued to trade blows with him, muttering, "Past your prime, yet you're still the king of kings. Your head will make the finest gift to offer the Demon King." Across from her, Zana was thinking of ways to turn the tide. "It won't last long. I'm running out of time." The clash of their godlike powers turned into a massive explosion. The blast radius was terrifying. In just 10 seconds, a single shockwave could have wiped out thousands, even 10,000 people. The warriors standing nearby couldn't help but be affected. They scrambled to escape, shouting, "This is too dangerous. We need to pull back further." Zana's stamina was fading. He thought, "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. I have to end this with one strike." Another punch came flying. As soon as Hazad swung, Zana skillfully dodged and unleashed a flurry of slashes at her. Hazad realized she'd fallen into his trap. Infuriated, she turned and swung another punch. Zana dodged again, gritting his teeth. He dodged it. Zana's blade strike missed her and sliced a mountain in half behind her. Hazad laughed. "Almost got me. That was close. Too bad, just like you, I've got my finisher ready, too." With that, she clenched her fist and poured all her power into a final strike, but Zana remained alert enough to narrowly dodge the fatal blow. He managed to lean out of the way just in time to dodge the lethal blow, but Zana suddenly realized something was wrong. He wasn't aiming for her. The warriors in the distance panicked. "Look over there. Get out of the way." Hazad seemed to have figured out his weakness. She smirked mockingly and said, "What now, huh? King of Kings." The fatal attack surged toward the defenseless warriors. With no other choice, he had to risk his life and rush to protect them. Just as the magic reached them, the terrified warriors covered their faces, bracing for death. But when they opened their eyes, Zana had already arrived, shielding them with his own body. The attack completely drained his energy. Exhausted, Zana drove his sword into the ground to stay upright. The warriors rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Zana!" Hazad was pleased with the situation and laughed. "If he'd just ignored them, he could have countered me. But you're not that kind of guy, are you, King of Kings?" The attack had forced Zana back to his original form. He muttered wearily, "Damn it!" She walked toward him, calmly amused. "I guess this is the end, huh, Zana? Too bad, but it's time to die." Covered in wounds, he stood there panting, looking at her with a calculating gaze. Zana chuckled. As she got closer, he spoke up, "I told you to run, didn't I?" Hazad was confused by his words. She frowned and muttered, "What are you talking about?" "Going crazy because you're about to die." But suddenly, Teho and Berzeki came riding back on Zolo. They charged at blinding speed. After the initial shock, Berzeki had regained his resolve. "I am the son of a god. I will not suffer this humiliation a second time." Instantly, he ignited his lightning power and dove from above, quickly summoning his blade. Lightning storm. Lightning spear. Berzeki poured all his inner energy into it, raising the blade high before hurling it with all his might at Hazad. She just stood there remarkably calm, watching the blade fly toward her. Hazad held up her fist and easily crushed Berzeki's blade. But he didn't lose heart, thinking to himself, "That was enough of a warm-up. Let's go." Hazad gritted her teeth, confused by his words. Suddenly, from behind, Teho charged in on Zolo to attack. His sharp metal weapon was already activated, and he channeled all his inner power into his magic. "Dragon cannon!" he roared, throwing the spear at her. Hazad was furious, realizing she'd been tricked, and she lunged forward to counter his attack the moment the spear headed her way. She swung her fist to strike back at Teho's group, but it seemed she missed the spear. A massive explosion erupted again. Zana shouted in shock, "Teho!" Teho put everything he had into his strike. Hazad didn't hold back either. She immediately swung her fist toward Teho and Zolo. But he quickly leaped off Zolo. Her fist hit nothing but thin air. Hazad's eyes widened in surprise at his agility. Just then, Teho gripped the spear again and thrust it straight at her. Another massive explosion occurred. Zana and the warriors couldn't help but shout in astonishment, "Teho!" At that moment, he had landed safely. Without a scratch, Teho's eyes burned with determination. He thought, "Looks like that hit her directly. Hopefully it shook her up at least a little." From within the smoke and fire, Hazad still stood tall before him. She rubbed her shoulder, impressed, and remarked, "You caught me off guard, didn't you? Not bad, kid. I'll admit you've got skills." I suppose I should stop holding back. Taeho sighed, disappointed. Damn it, she didn't even get a scratch. We're done for. Zana spoke up from a distance. We have to help Taeho. The warriors looked at his battered back and quickly held him back. Meanwhile, in his current state, Berzeki walked over to Taeho. He shouted, Taeho, I'll fight alongside you. Hearing that Taeho was moved and replied, Berzeki. Though he was still feeling the pressure, he forced a smile and said, if we can't avoid this, then we have to go on the offensive at all costs. The challenge stirred the demon within Hazad. She laughed with excitement. Fine, come at me. I'll take on as many of you as it takes. And then, she immediately charged at the two of them with an overwhelming aura. They weren't afraid and charged back simultaneously. As Taeho activated his lightning storm, Berzeki gripped his spear and quickly activated his magic lightning spear. Even Zana summoned his strength to rejoin the battle. From Hedda and the others, a beam of light, a terrifying light, radiated outward. Hedda called out Taeho's name in a panic. Now the battle was reaching its climax. Hazad was still standing firm, and in her hand she held an exhausted Taeho. This is the end for you all. I suppose you wanted to drag this out. Zana, injured, no longer had the strength to continue fighting, but it seemed there wasn't anyone left with the strength to do anything. Berzeki lay unconscious on the ground. Taeho was being squeezed, unable to resist. She wore a smile. She said slyly, goodbye. And then, Hazad gathered her strength once more and hurled Taeho far away. The throw sent him flying miles away, and the impact raised a cloud of dust. Hedda saw this and immediately landed where he had fallen. Taeho... Cut to scene. At this moment, Taeho was in a strange dimension. He asked in confusion, where am I? He looked at his hands, bewildered. I can't see anything at all. Did I really kick the bucket this time? Suddenly a figure walked up from behind and replied, not yet. If you were dead, you wouldn't even be able to ask such a stupid question. Taeho turned around in shock. It's you. Meanwhile, outside, Hedda kept calling his name, Taeho, Taeho. Tears streamed down her face. Please, I beg you don't die. Taeho stood face to face with the mysterious figure and asked who he was. The guy smiled and replied, not exactly. To be precise, what remains here is just a lingering trace of me in the Gabo. You can call me the spirit of Kujulin, he continued. From this moment on, I will be your guide. Confused, Taeho managed a weak smile. My guide. Kujulin stepped closer and spoke. The Gaibo has accepted you, so I will acknowledge you as well. I will pass on all the secrets of Eziu to you. Over there, Hedda was crying while biting into a golden apple. Collect all the remaining fragments of the Gaibo. Between sobs, she chewed the apple, looking at her beloved who was still unconscious. They will lead you to complete the Gaibo and find my master, the young lady. Hedda immediately leaned in and kissed him, desperate for Taeho to wake up. Suddenly his fingers began to twitch. The heir of Eziu. Hedda's tears flowed endlessly as she kept calling his name. Taeho, Taeho. He slowly opened his eyes and replied, I'm right here. Hazard was still nonchalantly looking for something. Suddenly a voice rang out. It was Avon. You're wasting too much time. Just grab the fragment and get out of here. She replied indifferently. Avon, aren't you tired of being so heartless? He continued to urge her, leave now, before more reinforcements arrive. She said lazily, all right, geez. I'll go get it happy now. From behind, Zana forced himself to stand up. As soon as he rose, he knew that things couldn't end here. Hazard frowned and turned her head to look. What? He still has the strength to stand, she thought to herself, annoyed. You're like a cockroach. Even Taeho had managed to stand up again. Hedda panicked and tried to stop him. Taeho, you can't even move yet. She couldn't stop crying as she said, you can't die. I don't want to lose someone so precious to me. But Taeho didn't hesitate, replying, I can't let Zana die. And I don't want to die myself. He turned his head, gave a confident smile, and continued. So I'm coming back. The moment those words were spoken, the worry in Hedda's heart eased a little. Gripping Kujulin's spear tightly, Taeho jumped back into the fight, but something about him had changed. By now, Hazard had closed the distance to Zana. Hearing an explosion behind her, she turned around in shock. Zana shouted, Taeho! Hazard smiled with amusement. She immediately channeled her magic. From a distance, Taeho gripped Kujulin's spear tight. He lunged straight at her. She confidently swung her fist, saying, no matter how many times you attack, nothing will change. This time I'll definitely crush you into ash. Her fist radiated terrifying magic, instantly colliding with Taeho's power. He poured all his inner strength into the strike, thrusting the spear at her. The force of their clash created a massive explosion, destroying almost everything around them. She was extremely arrogant. A sinister smile spread across her face. Taeho never dared to let his guard down for a second. Suddenly, the magic radiating from her quickly spread to his arm. She delightedly kicked Taeho away. He was sent flying far from the battle once again. Seeing this, Hazard smirked, but something seemed off. It wasn't right. On her arm, Hazard was shocked to see that her arm was instantly turning to ice and beginning to shatter. Furious, she quickly raised her other arm high. Hazard immediately smashed the other arm that had already cracked. She looked toward Taeho, who was knocked to the ground. Hazard hadn't expected this situation at all. "Damn it!" she hissed. Seeing that he still had the strength to sit up, she wondered, confused, "What exactly is that?" His gaze locked onto her, releasing an invisible pressure that felt completely overwhelming. She stared at him in shock, thinking, How could you possibly hurt me?" Taeho saw that she was still standing firm and thought in disappointment, "Damn it, I delivered such a powerful shock. And it still didn't knock her away. Now my arm has completely lost all feeling." Avon appeared once more, scolding Hazard, "That's enough. We've wasted far too much time already." But with her competitive nature, she quickly refused. "No, I can't retreat," she shouted angrily. "At the very least, I must kill him. I have to crush this future threat right now. This is even more important than dealing with that Zana guy." Seeing that she still wanted to take him down, he sighed, exhausted. "She's still planning to fight. In my current state, I don't know if I can even land another hit." Avon thought for a moment and said, "Fine then, Hazard." He immediately transformed into her arm and said, "Let me lend you my power. Let's finish this quickly." After being recharged, Hazard clenched her arm, extremely confident in the fight. This sight made Zana and Taeho brace themselves. She laughed triumphantly and remarked, "Nice! My arm is flexible again as usual. Round 2, you unknown little warrior." Taeho panicked and said, "Are you kidding? You can even do that? This is a bit—" Suddenly a voice called from behind him. "Taeho, we will fight alongside you." CG and Hedda also stepped up to contribute their strength. Taeho was touched and said, "Thank you, everyone." Hazard gave a contemptuous smile and said, "How amusing, just as I wanted." Taeho's eyes blazed with fire. With a confident spirit, he said, "No matter the outcome. The only thing I need to do now is attack." Even Jackie had stood up to fight with him. Hazard immediately unleashed her magic to attack them all. A terrifying tornado quickly headed their way. It swept everything up. The monster they now had to face was even more terrifying than before. She said excitedly, "No one escapes, and no one can stand in my way." Sweeping everything away, the monster they're facing now is even more terrifying than before. She says excitedly, "No one is getting away, and no one can stand in my path. I'll burn every single one of you to ashes." The electromagnetic storm instantly left everyone paralyzed with shock. Taeho gritted his teeth, panicking. "This heat is insane. I can't even move an inch. But this chance—" She quickly swung her fist confidently, sneering, "I'll deal with you first." She poured all her strength into a strike, charging at Taeho to finish him off when suddenly a blue light appeared. It froze everything in place. The light spread everywhere. Hazard stood stunned for a few seconds, and even Taeho was caught off guard by such immense magic power. The one who stepped in to stop her was Thor. He blocked Hazard's attack with his hammer and said, "Sorry I'm late, warrior." Taeho stared, thinking to himself, "Wait, that's the god of thunder, Thor. How does he know my name?" Thor continued, "First, we need to get out of this annoying trap by blowing away the source of the trouble." The cyclone created by Hazard was instantly shattered by the god of thunder. Thanks to that, everyone could move again. "Sorry." TZ breathed a sigh of relief. "This area is back to normal now." Jackie cheered excitedly. "Old man!" Taeho couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane!" Thor said gently, "Everyone get back." This fight might get a little intense. Thor's hammer quickly smashed into her face. The massive surge of power sent her flying far away, and the sky began to clear back to its original light. But he didn't stop there. He quickly teleported right in front of Hazard. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, unleashing another terrifying wave of magic power from high above as he swung it up. Preparing for the finishing blow, the energy from the hammer shot straight toward Hazard, leaving her nowhere to run. She crashed hard into the ground. A massive explosion erupted. Seeing the scene from afar, the warriors couldn't help but cheer loudly, "Thor! Thor! Thor!" Jana immediately stepped in. That's enough cheering. Everyone retreat. If you get caught in this battle, none of you will survive. Behind him were the injured returnees. Teho leaned on someone. Teho asked skeptically, is he going to win? She quickly comforted him. Thor is here now. You can rest. Teho stared intently, wondering just how many terrifying enemies are out there besides these. From this moment on, I have to become much stronger. At that moment, Hazard was slumped on the ground, spitting curses. Damn it, Thor, how did he show up so fast? He began to move toward her. She watched him approach, tense. A strange mist suddenly erupted. Thor thought in surprise, a smoke bomb. The ground below was now shrouded in dust and smoke, making it impossible to pin down her location. Hazard was also incredibly surprised, confusedly shouting, What is this? Avon, is that you messing around? A voice replied coldly, You can't defeat Thor right now. I'll use the shadows to cover your retreat. She gritted her teeth in a fit of rage, unable to speak, her fists clenched white. After a moment, Thor seemed to have pinpointed her position. He looked down in surprise to see what she was planning. She was still standing as if intending to keep fighting. Her obsession with victory had made her lose her mind. Hazard yelled, Forget that! Avon, I am Hazard the Giant with infinite power. She looked up and continued, I don't run away from the arena, and I certainly won't die while fleeing. She immediately activated her magic, challenging her master. Watch this fight of mine, come on. The god of thunder glared at her with a deadly gaze. He raised his hammer, crackling with intense magic power. She clenched her fist, accepting the battle. Suddenly, her severed arm began emitting a strange leaking energy. As she raised her fist to counter Thor, both of them lunged at each other, desperate to end it. The impact caused a blinding flash of light that lit up everything. The soldiers couldn't stand it and had to cover their eyes. My eyes, I can't see anything. The ground had sunk into a hole as big as a fortress. Hazard was still somehow standing. Thor stared at her with murderous intensity. He stepped down and walked past her, saying, Warrior, I won't forget you. Hazard had completely lost. She was defeated. Hazard's body gradually vanished into nothingness. Thor left, heading toward the sunrise, leaving behind only the ashes of Hazard, one of the 5 minions of the demon king Vutgat Loki, the supergiant. With Hazard dead, Thor stepped toward the fragment of the remaining soul. He raised his hammer high. With just one strike, the ground shattered and the stone flared with a beam of light shooting straight into the sky.